I didn't have myself muted this whole time. That's crazy. Currently trying to decide which music to put on. I don't know. I think we'll start with this one. Sure. That sounds good. Good morning, everybody. Morning, everyone. Welcome to class. Your voice is music enough. Ah, damn. Suave. I like that. Good job. Let me see if I can. I'm going to make you guys a bit smaller so we can get a bit more on screen. Just a little bit. There we go. That is about the best I can do. Yeah, that looks fine. Oh my god. Yeah, this chat box. Like I said in a previous stream, we are changing the chat box a little bit so the text will be smaller so that we... not smaller. So the text will be bigger and more legible so the box can be smaller. And the animations are going to be gone, so it won't be just like popping in and popping out all the time. Because I'm aware that a lot of people find it very distracting. How's your what after yesterday? Oh, throat. My throat's fine. I'm the throat goat. Don't worry. Anytime my throat's hurting, it's just like a temporary thing. It's always like it bounces back within the next day. Unless I get like a serious throat cold. But that just about never happens. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Sensei, will there be a test after this lesson? Not planned to be one, but I guess we'll see. Still in adjustment mode, we understand? Yeah, it's got some tweaks being made to it. Great teacher Cú is here, pupils. Everyone sit down. Boys at the back, you better listen in class. Why do the boys get put in the back? Wait. You can choose your own seat. I want you guys to fight for your own seats, actually. More than anything. Even the featured chat is too big right now. Jeez. What am I doing? There we go. That's a bit more. Yeah. Let's see that with smaller things. Drink some honey and lemon. Yeah, okay. Now it's more manageable. I'll even put you guys over here. Yeah. Featured chat next to the normal chat. We don't have any preferences around here. Oh, God. But it does cut into other things. Shit. That's fine. Mayanya P. Sorry. Thank you so much for donating with allowance. Good morning, Ku-sensei. Oh. Good morning, Ku-sensei. I'm P and my cat called Maya. I'm here. Please, you're here. I'm a big fan of Féileacán. I know butterflies can represent them, but since I'm afraid of bugs and have an irrational fear... Oh, 1 out of 2. We'll see 2 out of 2 eventually. You can't, like, stick around. You don't like the Pupal thing. I've seen a couple of people like that. Some people can deal with the whole butterfly dog thing, but not the baby forms of pupals. Hi, Kuchan. So glad I can catch your stream. What's up, Hikari? I hope you're having a nice day. Hikari Nar. Since I'm new, do I call you Féileacan or a nickname everyone calls you they're comfortable with? Cú is good. Cú, Ku-chan, Ku-sensei. Just sensei. Any of those. But Féileacan is the other guy. He doesn't really hang around for streams. He'll mainly be around in story segments. But yeah. Ku-chan, anything around that will be good. Mayanyapi, an irrational fear of butterflies in particular. Oh no. I was wondering if you have any other flower and fairy animals that represent them. I'd love to make them ceramic for them. Sorry for the random super chat. That's fine. We were talking about it yesterday. Féileacan, probably a white Maine Coon. So a white cat with long fluffy hair. Particularly fluffy hair around the top and chest, and then less fluffy hair around the legs and body. And for me, a puppy. I don't know what type of puppy. People were saying something. A white Samoyed, I think people were saying. But just a dog in general. Just a white fluffy dog with slightly shorter hair. I don't know what type of dog yet. We'll find out. Noeen, thank you for the donation to the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day. White cat. Shizu? Very different personality, but I like the way that you're going with it. White Maine Coon, so precious. Yeah. I love bugs and butterflies especially. Me too. I think butterflies are beautiful. I can see why people don't like caterpillars, because they are much more bug-like. They're much more like wriggly. But yeah, butterflies I just think are always beautiful. Silly for me to only realize now GTC is Great Teacher Cú. Yeah, it's a reference to the old school anime Great Teacher Onizuka. How mentioned? Yeah, boy. For you. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. Good morning, Sensei. Thank you for being my sleeping aid lately. I've been struggling to sleep. I'm glad it's been helping. I hope you have a lovely sleep tonight, too. Thank you so much for being here. Sensei likes Maine Coons. I like cats in general. Cats are very low maintenance. Cats are very simple and easy to take care of. I like the two that come and visit my apartment occasionally. They just come in. If I have food for them, then I feed them. If I don't have food for them, they look at me. One of them will let me pet them, and then both of them will leave. I prefer dogs, but I'm not one of those people who's like, dogs are great and cats suck. I like both. Maine Coons are awesome because they're huge and fluffy, and honestly, I would prefer having a lynx. If I could have a pet of any type of feline, it would be a lynx, because they have cool looking ears, man. Snowada Starora. Hello, Ku Sensei. I'm now one of the bibbies. Oh, God. But anyway, I'm here listening to your stream before sleep. Your voice is my lullaby. I hope you enjoy it, and do let me know if my music is too quiet or too loud or anything like that. I'll try to adjust it as we go, but thank you for donating the Feileacans. Claudines, Kuchan, I'm on a con looking like one of your students, and I didn't eat the cabbage beside me. Like pupils thought. Don't be afraid, my fellow pupils. Peace is possible. Was that Marfu that you were planning on eating? Because that's the only reason I could think about talking about, like, oh, I didn't eat the cabbage. But it's cool that you're dressing as one of the pupils. If you're dressing like in the Harmony Park uniform, or if you're doing your pupil sona. Either way, I hope you're having fun at the convention, and thank you so much for being here. And 60 Leung, have a nice day. Thank you. You have a lovely day too. Boom, boom. You know, after reading Danmei's, I'm afraid to call anyone sensei. Man, those poor Shizuns in Danmei. They have a fun time, though. But a lynx can't meow. A bit hard to understand their love languages. Oh. I don't need to understand their language. As long as they're not ripping my face off, I think I'd be doing okay with a lynx. So that's fine. Everybody like, don't eat Marfu. To be fair, that's what caterpillars do. Caterpillars eat lettuces and cabbages and other vegetables. So Marfu is a bit in danger of being a cabbage. The bibble has expanded. Yes, unfortunately, the bibble keeps expanding. We have to just ignore it and pretend it isn't there. And there's another bibble. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Izu, Kuchan's beauty mark. Oh, this one? Right on time for 12 a.m., Sensei. We all want to say we love you and can't wait for today's class. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. We'll start in a minute. I just like doing a little like just chatting section for like the first 10 to 15 minutes to warm up and get to know everyone. Especially today, since we're, you know, I mean, today's pretty much all just chatting. We're just going through movies. I've already got this ready, where we're going to be looking through movies. And I loaded up Memories of Matsuko already and just rating them and talking about them as we go forward. I'm allergic to cats and dogs. I love dogs. Oh, that must be painful. Welcome, Havoc Heaven. Thank you for donating the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day. But yeah, it sucks when you love something, but you're allergic to it. Thankfully, I don't have anything like that, but I know a lot of people that like are allergic to pollen or allergic to cats or dogs, and it's just like, oh god. I knew one person who was allergic to peanuts and still ate peanut butter because they're crazy. It's genuinely like almost killed them a few times, and they would just have the pen ready to go, and it's like, dude, are you good? It's like, is it worth it? Hardy, thank you so much for donating the allowance. Sensei, I never actually congratulated you for your debut. Congratulations. We're going in spring here down under, which I think is fitting, and excited for movie talks. Yippee. Thank you so much. Thank you for donating the allowance. Also, we seem to have a lot of Australian pupils, which is very interesting to me. I see Australian dollars getting donated so much, and I was just surprised that it picked up in Australia for some reason. I expected like America, the UK, and Asia. I didn't expect Australia. We have a lot of Australians in the pupil community. So thank you. I hope you're having a lovely day down under, and I'm glad you guys are getting into spring, because we're heading towards winter. We're heading into autumn, but there have already been days where it feels like winter here, as well as days where it still feels like summer, and it surprises you with extreme heat. We have a bunch of Canadian pupils too, actually. I've been very surprised by it. Just pictured Ku Sensei and Feli as a cat dog, because you mentioned both a Samoyed and a Maine Coon. Also, good morning, everyone. Hope you're all well. Oh god, not like joined like a cat dog, right? Like the cat and dog pair is good. Joined would be a problem. I mean, he's already inside me, and I'm inside him when he controls, but yeah. Which is really the best demonstration of our versatility, actually. You have a core audience, Ku? True, we have an amazing audience. I'm very happy. Irish people, Europe, Portuguese. So yeah, we have a bunch of pupils from Europe as well. And I know we have a bunch from Americas, because I have been paying attention to like my analytics and stuff too. and a ton from Asia. I was just surprised by the Australians. There's a lot of Australian donations that come in, and I'm like, oh, cool. Sensei, what do you mean by saying Feli only reacts to banana favorite food? I suspect you're making a dirty joke, but I have no proof. I am not making a dirty joke whatsoever. It's just 100% honesty, like banana flavored food, not actual banana stuff. The name got cut off of this one. I really need to make these bigger in the future. Yes, I share a 2-single bedroom with the cabbage Pupal, and Pupals would pity him because they think I might eat him. But I'm more afraid because he is a man and I fear men. So we're both brave, but it's all peaceful. That's sweet, actually. I love that you guys have overcome your fears. Does that work? Yeah, okay. I made it bigger now. So now we can actually see the tops of things. Thank you for donating the allowance, Claudines, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Now names shouldn't get cut off even with a full message. Ararina, Ku-sensei, random super, but got any name suggestions? I'll maybe do something with it for a certain pup bug, OC. Also twins or siblings with an age gap. Twins or siblings? Go for names that like work in tandem with each other then. I don't know. Chat, we got any suggestions? What kind of like name are you thinking of is the main thing? Like, do they... I would go based off of like their features or their personalities. I like that kind of thing. Like, I don't know. Sun and moon. Stars and cloud. I don't know. Just put it in Latin or in any other like archaic language and then it sounds fancy too. Fred and George. Mimi and Kiki. Oh, Mimi and Kiki is actually adorable. Neo and Theo. Hell yeah. What? Tax season? No, we're out of tax season. We're free for now. Féileacán. Féileacan's cute. Aries and Elias. Oh yeah, you could also go for like god names. God names are fun too. Swagger pupils. Oh, yo, we got some swaggerpinos in chat too. I don't know my katakana. I'm really sorry. I can't read this one. Kuya? I think the second bit is Kuya. Hi, Ku-sensei. Just wanted to say I really enjoy hearing your voice when I'm writing or drawing. It really calms me down. Sorry if the grammar is weird. No, that was absolutely perfect. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here. Oh, there are a couple. Oh, it's Sakuya. Thank you, Gabrielle. Sakuya, thank you so much for donating to the Feileallowance. And Cam Girl, going to love the debates of movies. Hope we all have fun today. I have 5 cats and one is a Maine Coon. Ooh, I thought Maine Coons were more like rare than that. I thought they were hard to get, but it seems like a lot of people do have Maine Coons. For some reason, I thought they were like almost still slightly wild and dangerous. I'm one of the swaggerpinos, ready to face another sleepless night. Feel free to fall asleep to the stream. It's all good. Also, Shop Puno Tagai. I hope you're all having a lovely day. It's a boy and a girl twin, maybe Artemis and Apollo. Oh, Artemis and Apollo is a sick one. Crystal and Crimson. Aww. Okay, final super chat, and then we're going to dive into the thing. We'll still be able to read super chats during the thing, but I might miss quite a few because we'll be bouncing between talking about topics and then bouncing back to read the chat. Havoc Kevin, since this is my first stream, I guess I have the opportunity to say that Feli's avatar is so pretty. It's so tempting to make fan art. Aww. Thank you so much. I think this look is very pretty as well. It looks gorgeous. He doesn't show it off as well as me, though. He doesn't put enough, like, movement in. Same for, like, yeah. He never shows off his body enough, either. But we're going to be sticking like this today. Just for a little bit. Lenny and Lily, I don't want children anyway or have pets, so take them. You're just like, this is what I would have named my children. Take them. They're yours now. Kozuri. Morning, Sensei. Hope you're doing well today. I'm so excited to catch a live since I keep missing them at work. Kisu kisu. Thank you. Thank you for donating the Feileallowance, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Sophia Almeida. Hey, Kutan. Hope you have a great day. A quick question. Who are some of your favorite movie directors? Big hug from Portuguese Pupals. Wow, that's actually the perfect segue, so thank you very much for that. One of my favorite directors happens to be... Can I point that far to the right? I can't unless I do this. Tetsuya Nakashima. who has done such movies as, I've not used this website before, so we're going to be exploring this together. Let's see if this actually leads to a list of his movies. It does. It even has a picture. So yeah, The Confessions, one of the best movies I've ever seen. Oh God, having the pointer and the pointer is kind of confusing. 1 second. Maybe I'll turn that off. Maybe we don't need that. Properties. Do not capture my cursor. What the fuck? And that blew up everything. Okay, do capture my cursor. Hello? Wait, I broke it. Hello? Do I need to reset you? What happened? What happened? Bella? What happened, Bella? I'm so confused. I crashed it. What if I reset filters? Transformation? Reset transform? Nope, that made it completely disappear. Hey! Chat, you guys broke everything. And yes, I am blaming you for this. Genuinely, what the fuck? Did I just... Yeah, no, I've just made this impossible to do my stream. How did that... I just turned off the cursor. What in the shit? I love breaking things. I don't. I wanted to enjoy this stream, and now I can't, like, put it back on. Oh my god. Just by clicking on things. It's still open, so what the shit? Oh, is it because the name changed? I think it's because the name changed. Let's see. Properties. Tetsuya. Okay. Now I see. There we go. Okay, we figured it out. It's because it has to capture a very specific name to make sure it doesn't accidentally capture other windows. Okay, we're not going to capture cursor. I've learned my lesson. Anyway, welcome to a Féileacán and Cú stream where Cú-sensei learns new things about how stupid he is. Anyway, Confessions, one of my favorite movies ever made. I'm trying to like point at it. I can't quite reach it, but you get the general idea. A great movie about a teacher who goes into school one day and basically says to her students, "Oh, my daughter died a few months ago, as some of you know, and one of you children in class killed them." And then proceeds to be a psychological thriller about the teacher getting revenge on the student that killed her child. It's so fucked up. It's so good. The World of Kaneko, also very fucked up. That one is about a teenage girl who goes missing, and her father, who's a piece of shit detective, is asked by the mother to look for her. And it turns out she was doing all kinds of crazy shit, like selling drugs and tricking other people into moonlighting as prostitutes and bullying and abusing people. And it's just crazy, absolutely wild. Memories of Matsuko, which is what we were just on, is my favorite film of all time, tied with Millennium Actress. So yeah, Tetsuya Nakashima, one of my favorite directors of all time. This one was also pretty good. I can't remember the English name, but it was pretty good. And I've heard Kamikaze Girls is amazing. I definitely watched that when I was younger. I can't remember what it was about anymore. Anyway, Memories of Matsuko. Favorite movie of all time, tied with Millennium Actress. We're rating that a 5-star. Immediately. Nice and easy. Next up, I'm going to dive into my other favorite one. Millennium Actress. If I remember how to spell it. Millennium Actress. Perfect. I know how to spell Millennium. I'm not crazy. And we're not going to turn off our ad block because then it turns on a bunch of silly videos. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about what Memories of Matsuko is. Frick. I'm good at this, I am. Destiny of Shrine Maiden. Wait, what? Why is it called that? While combing through the belongings of his recently deceased aunt, Matsuko's nephew, Sho, pieces together the crucial events that sank Matsuko's life into despairing tragedy. Okay, that is actually a pretty good synopsis of it. It doesn't really give anything away. It's another one that's very crazy. This director does a lot of movies where everything goes wild. But yeah, if you see like it goes through her entire life. It's also capturing my cursor again. That's fine. It goes through her entire life. So it starts when she was a high school teacher, back when she just graduated university, back in like, I think the 1960s, and follows her all the way to like the modern day for the time of the movie, which is, yeah, just the turn of the millennium. And she has a very tragic life. She ends up in prison for reasons. She ends up working at a soap plant. If you don't know what a soap plant is, don't worry about it. Feel free to Google it. She has a crazy life. And it's also a bit of a musical. There's a lot of music involved with it. It's very good. It's very entertaining. Full of pain and sadness. It'll make you cry your eyes out, and it'll make you think about life. What? Aiku-chan. I suddenly saw a video of you in TikTok, and I was shocked and impressed. Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm glad to hear you were impressed. Welcome to the stream. Today we're just talking movies, but yeah, I hope you enjoy it. So yeah, this is my other favorite movie of all time, Millennium Actress. The magic of movies. The mystery of memory. Documentary filmmaker Genya Tachibana has tracked down the legendary actress Chiyoko Fujiwara, who mysteriously vanished at the height of her career. When he presents her with a key she had lost, a key, which she wore around her neck. He had thought she was gone forever. The filmmaker could not have imagined that it would not only unlock the long-held secrets of Chiyoko's life, but also his own. That's a slight lie in the synopsis, but okay. But Millennium Actress is beautiful. If you can't tell, I love stories that go through a character's entire life. And once again, as you can see, this one's about the actress's entire life, starting from when she was like, I'm going to say 13. I don't know that for sure, but roughly. She was a very young teenager. And then she went on to become an adult. And at the end of the movie, she's like 80 years old. Satoshi Kon is such a legend. Yes, he freaking is. So yeah, this is Satoshi Kon. He has done pretty much everything he's done is a masterpiece. I've never heard of Good Morning or whatever this is. Ani Kuri 15. I have not heard of either of these. I have 2 new things to watch, apparently. But Millennium Actress is one of my favorite movies of all time. Tokyo Godfathers is incredible. Paprika is amazing. And Perfect Blue is probably one of the best films of all time. So, yeah, Paranoia Agent's also pretty good. It's a cute little horror thing. You like films that make you cry, huh? Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, Satoshi Kon died pretty early in his life. He was working on another movie, which is never going to get to see daylight. But I think that would have been a masterpiece as well. Literally all bangers, yeah. What website is this? This is called LetterboxD. It's just a way for people to like collect the movies that they've watched, give them a quick little rating. So yeah, these 2 were both 5-star. But yeah. It's just a way to collect movies. I figured this would be the easiest way to show some visuals and be able to go through them and just have a chat. With that said, and after this, I can probably share my LetterboxD thing and just keep adding movies to it. But yeah, from now on, it's got to be up to you guys. Suggest some movies. We'll look it up. I'll give it a rating. I'll talk about it. I won't just be like gassing up my 2 favorite films anymore. Feel free to just be like, did you see like Superman? Did you see Weapons? Anything like that. That's the first time I heard somebody say it as LetterboxD. How else would you call it? I mean, I haven't been here before. The Princess Bride. Oh, hell yeah, Shadow Eyes. The Princess Bride. We're just starting with full-on 5 stars, huh? The Princess Bride is incredible. Let's see what it says for the synopsis. It's as real as the feelings you feel. God, I love that. In this enchantingly cracked fairy tale, the beautiful Princess Buttercup and the dashing Wesley must overcome endangering odds to find happiness amid 6-fingered swordsmen, murderous princes, Sicilians, what the fuck? And rodents of unusual size. I'm sorry, this synopsis is already fucking sending me. 6-fingered swordsmen, murderous princes, Sicilians? It's like, wait, what? Why are Sicilians dangerous? That's just dudes from Sicily. But even death can't stop these true lovebirds from triumphing. To be fair, if you've seen the movie, you know that there is an evil Sicilian. It's just funny seeing that lined up with everything else. It's like, oh no, Sicilians. Obese rats, yo. And we already got a mention of Fata Morgana. Anyway, yeah, no, Princess Bride is hilarious. It's this really cute. Let me put on a more like comedy theme as well. There we go. It's a really cute romance story mixed with fantasy. There's like a lot going on in it. It's a wonderful time. Yeah, it's about that guy, like it said, Wesley. He falls in love with this girl who is apparently a princess. I guess she is a princess, but he was originally a pig farmer. And then they meet up later in life. It's really cute. It's hilarious. If you've ever heard people quoting things like, inconceivable, it comes from this movie. There's a bunch of other things like, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Man says that to everyone and doesn't kill many people, actually. Twilight, I'm curious. Do we really have to do this? Okay, first off, Princess Bride, I think I would give that a 5-star. I think the only thing that slows it down is the grandpa telling the grandchild's story. Other than that, everything is like perfect in the actual film. And even that just adds to the idea of it. But okay, Twilight. I'm only going to do one Twilight because I only remember the first Twilight. And that should tell you enough about what I think about Twilight. Oh, God. Twilight. When you can live forever, what do you live for? When Bella Swan moves to a small town in the Pacific Northwest, she falls in love with Edward Cullen. Oh, that's him over there, by the way, the one with the crazy cheekbones. A mysterious classmate who reveals himself to be a 108-year-old vampire. Despite Edward's repeated cautions, Bella can't stay away from him, a fatal move that endangers her own life. But he's so sexy. I mean, if you watch Twilight thinking of it as a comedy, it's pretty good. Look, I'm not even going to lie. It's not a necessarily bad film. If I was going to honestly give Twilight a rating, 2.5 stars, which may sound kind of rude, depending on who you are. But I think that's a generous rating. Not generous as in like, oh, it's generous to Twilight. It doesn't deserve that. I just mean I think that's a generous rating as in there's a lot of bad movies. That's an average rating as in like a 5 out of 10. So that is essentially just like, it's okay. I put it on. I was entertained. The baseball scene was really good. Some of the ideas of the vampires are pretty good. You know what Twilight pissed me off with? The fact that this motherfucker is a vampire who doesn't burn in the sun. You know what happens when he goes into the sun? His skin sparkles like diamonds. Oh no, the sun, my greatest fucking weakness. All it does is make him fucking glitter and expose him to humans. Like, why are you going to ruin vampires? They've got to have weaknesses. In this one, they've got like the dark gifts that you get in like the Vampire Chronicles. But they're just like, no, we didn't want to give them the sun weakness because we also want them to be in the light. It's like, no, that's one of the best things about vampires is them doing the whole like, I've not seen a sunrise since 300 years ago. I'm not sure how much longer I can live in the dark. If you're gonna like romantify vampires, the Vampire Chronicles is the best way to do that. Because the way that the Vampire Chronicles did it was basically saying like, vampires in that story basically became an allegory for anyone that feels outside of human society, which worked. It was people that had lost religion. It was people that had lost faith. It was people in the LGBT. The whole thing about like Louis and Lestat. You know what? We're going to fucking vampire. We're going to interview with the vampire. Interview with the vampire. This is what Twilight did to me. I'm like, you know what? No, I'll show you a good fucking vampire movie. And this isn't even the best version of Interview with a Vampire. Anyway, Twilight, 2.5 stars, 5 out of 10. It's okay. It's got a fun time. It's got great music. I honestly do like both of the main actors as well. And it has some other actors that are really good in it. But it's just, it's a cute little shoujo kind of story. It's like two boys going after a girl. One of them's a vampire. One of them's a werewolf. Both of them are badass. Both of them are way too sexy. Anyway, what's the best version? The original book of the Vampire Interview with the Vampire by Anne Rice. Anyway. Interview with the vampire. Drink from me and live forever. A vampire relates his epic story of love, betrayal, loneliness, and dark hunger to an overly curious reporter. So, Interview with a Vampire tells the story of Louis, who was very religious back when he was alive. He had a wife, he had a child, both of them died to a plague, and he basically wanted to die as well. He was wandering around, flashing his money in bad areas and waiting to get murdered because he was sick of life. He was depressed. And then he gets picked up by this sexy man, Lestat, who is surprisingly played by Tom, what's that dude's name? Tom Cruise. So yeah, it's Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt back at like the height of their careers when they still were. I mean, they still are. They still are both fine as fuck. But this was when they were like the pretty boys of their age. Anyway. Tom Cruise is Lestat, who is also known as the Brat Prince. He's a vampire who enjoys being a vampire. So he enjoys ripping people's throats out, torturing humans, making them know that they're going to die before they die and torture them. Oh my god, yaoi vampires? Yes, no, legitimately. They even adopt a daughter. Actually, Interview with the Vampire is well known to be a allegory for gay relationships at a time where gay relationships were not allowed. Louis is like this overly religious figure who doesn't want to be a vampire. He's depressed about becoming a vampire as well and doesn't want to hurt other people. Lestat loves it and cherishes it and is constantly trying to guide Louis around and telling him, "Come on, Louis, be more fun. Have fun. Torturing humans is lovely." And then to keep Louis trapped in the relationship, he saves a young girl who's about to die of plague named Claudia. And they adopt a little girl who is like, I think, like 8 years old? I think she's like 8 years old in the novel. In the movie, she's played by Kirsten Dunst, who is like 13 at the time. But yeah, in the book, she's like 8. She's tiny little baby or something. She gets turned into a vampire, so she never gets to grow up. So she ends up becoming like 100 years old and still trapped in the body of an 8-year-old that hasn't gone puberty, which drives her a little insane and makes her like crazy lustful for blood and pissed off at humans that actually get to age. So there's all kinds of interesting psychology in it. It's really freaking good. But yeah, the main allegory throughout it is the idea that vampires in Anne Rice's stories are outsiders. They're people that are disconnected from humanity. And so a lot of people that are like LGBT or neurodivergent or any kind of scenario where you feel disconnected from society, maybe have other issues, connect with the vampires and Interview with the Vampire, because the different versions like all have their own issues that they're dealing with and how they feel disconnected from humanity. So it's actually really good, the books. The movie's pretty good as well. I'd give the movie like a 4.5 out of 5. It's good. It's not perfect. And there's also a TV series which started airing a few years ago, which has just gone up to the second novel, The Vampire Lestat. But yeah, good series. I like those books. Pan's Labyrinth. Ooh, we can do Pan's Labyrinth. Oop, I missed that. Then saying you might like Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's actually on my list of favorite movies as well. I really like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Oh god, the outfit designs are crazy. We'll do Pan's Labyrinth first. And then we might do Bram Stoker's Dracula. But Bram Stoker's Dracula is another good version. Pan's Labyrinth. I don't know how to spell labyrinth. Labyrinth. El Labirinto del Fano. Oh, I actually remembered that. Yeah. El Labirinto del Fano. I was like, I think that was the Spanish name for it. But yeah, Pan's Labyrinth is a beautiful, dark fantasy film. I got my whip out. Whoops. Pan's Labyrinth is a beautiful, dark fantasy film in which this little girl finds out that she is actually a princess of a monster realm. I guess a fairy realm. Let's just read the synopsis. What am I doing? Innocence has a power evil cannot imagine. Oh, that's cute. I like that. In post-Civil War Spain, 10-year-old Ophelia moves with her pregnant mother to live under the control of her cruel stepfather. Drawn into a mysterious labyrinth, she meets a faun who reveals that she may be a lost princess from an underground kingdom. To return to her true father, she must complete a series of surreal and perilous tasks that blur the lines between reality and fantasy. So yeah, basically, she lives in a horrible, shitty situation. Her father is her stepfather who adopted her, who's married her mother and made her mother pregnant, is a piece of abusive shit, who, is part of the war effort. She's just a 10-year-old girl trying to get by, and some fairies start to try and talk to her and basically tell her, hey, no, you're not just a normal little girl. You're the princess down here. You have to complete these objectives to come back and rule as the princess again. So it's really good. Dark fantasy, so it's got like a lot of dark imagery, and the fairies in this, I'm not sure if they were supposed to be based around like Irish mythology, but it really lines up with the Duena Shi, because that's literally called the people of the mounds. So it's the idea that there were fairies that lived around in Ireland, and then they went and lived underground in the Shi, the mounds. So it really lines up with it, and I'm not sure if they did that on purpose or if it was just a general idea of mythology in general and spirits just disappearing. Real fairies in mythology are scary. Yeah, they are. And these ones are very scary. They even have the moment where she's warned not to eat the food, which is also like an Irish mythology thing, where you just don't eat the fairy food. If you eat the fairy food, you get stuck in their realm forever. Part of the movie actually shows, yeah, what happens when you take food from fairies? Bad things happen. Yeah, exactly. Don't eat the food. It will look absolutely magical, but you do it and you can't leave. It's just a rule. Feels like she is hallucinating because of her situation. There is actually that imagination version as well. There is the idea that maybe it is all fake and none of it is real, and she's just imagining it as an escape from reality, which is a beautiful imagination version of it as well. Labyrinth with David Bowie. Yo, okay, first, El Laberinto de Fauno. I'll give that one 4 stars. Do I give that 4.5? Am I being too generous? No, I really like this one. 4.5. I'll give it 4.5. I like that one. Okay. Labyrinth with David Bowie. Labyrinth. Stop. I will never support you on stream because you spam me too much on stream. Labyrinth, where everything seems possible and nothing is what it seems. So for one thing, this is made by Jim Henson. And if you don't know Jim Henson, he's the one who did all of the Muppets things. Yeah, all of the Muppets things. So most people know him for the things that he did for children. He did like, yeah, the Muppets, the Jim Henson Company run like so many different things. But yeah, he also made Labyrinth and The Dark Crystal, which are 2 like strong, intelligent, dark fantasy films. The Dark Crystal traumatized a lot of people. Because when it came out, everybody was like, oh, it's Jim Henson. It's the Muppet guy. It's going to be so cute. It's going to be so child friendly. And then you look at what The Dark Crystal is, and it's like, ooh, it's pure dark fantasy right around here. Oh, that does not do it justice. I'm surprised they don't have images of the Skeksis. But yeah, it's pure dark fantasy in a really well done high fantasy world. Really interesting, deep story and intricate world mythology. Another world, another time, in the age of wonder. On another planet in the distant past, a Gelfling embarks on a quest to find the missing shard of a magic crystal and restore order to his world, before the grotesque race of Skeksis find and use the crystal for evil. So yeah, straight 5 out of 5. That was perfect. I love that film. The world building is good, and it's since gone on to have like a spin-off series on Netflix, which tragically got cancelled after 1 season, even though they already made all the puppets and brought back the Jim Henson Company, and it was amazing. But yeah, unfortunately, they didn't continue. They also have a bunch of comic books and mythology-based world-building books around nowadays as well that are really good. But anyway, Labyrinth was also made by Jim Henson. So yeah, the guy who made The Muppets and Sesame Street made 2 dark fantasy films that were more for like teenagers or young adults. It got cancelled? Yeah, unfortunately. Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance only had the 1 season, and now it's gone forever. But yeah, Labyrinth is an interesting one because it's kind of creepy, honestly. When Sarah is forced to babysit her half-brother Toby, she inadvertently summons the Goblin King, played by David fucking Bowie. Sexy as fuck. Also wearing incredibly tight pants with a codpiece. So you see way, way, way too much. Anyway, he whisks Toby away to his castle at the center of the labyrinth. Sarah enters into a bargain with the Goblin King where she is given just 13 hours to solve the labyrinth and rescue Toby, or else lose him forever. Yeah. We see just enough. Oh, you see the whole outline of everything. Yoshikage Kira. I don't know if he's worse or a similar level to Yoshikage Kira, but yeah, basically he kidnaps this girl's baby brother. She's only 16 for one thing, and basically he wants her to abandon the real world and come live with him and become his goblin queen. To be fair, he's a bit of a tragic figure himself. They never really go through it during the movie, but they go through it in like future comics and spin-offs and stuff, that he was a human who was traded by his mother to the goblins and just given away and abandoned. So he's got a bit of a tragic backstory as well, but yeah. He's trying to kidnap this 16-year-old girl to become his queen and live with him forever. It's weird. But it's David Bowie. So at the same time, you're watching it and you're like, I'd come with you. Like, Jareth, my goblin king, I'll come rule with you and live in the Muppet world. Oh, man. I just looked it up. You weren't lying about the pants. Oh, yeah, no. And he flaunts it a lot. Like, there's a bunch of dancing scenes, for one thing, so you see everything bouncing around and stuff. But there are also times he just randomly, like, lifts up one leg and struts forward. He was just straight up saying, like, yeah, this is what I'm packing. I'll come with you, I bet. I mean, yeah. Again, I wouldn't give this one 5-star. It drags a little bit in the middle, but a solid 4.5 out of 5. It's a fun movie. It also has great music. David Bowie released some music exclusively for the film. Like, Dance Magic Dance is amazing. I might quote Dance Magic Dance occasionally, because it starts with, like, David Bowie speaking to a goblin and just being like, you remind me of the babe. What babe? The babe with the power. What power? Power of voodoo. Who do you do what? Remind me of the babe. It's really catchy. And then it becomes like a good song. And there's like the Falling Down song and the Fire song. There's a bunch of songs in it. It's good. Good music. It equals auto watch. Oh, hell yeah. Any musicals are damn good. Can we talk about Repo? Which Repo? That depends. You know what? I'm waiting for you to tell me which Repo. Mikhailo, you let me know which Repo you mean. We'll jump into Lord of the Rings after that, because, yeah, it's so good. Okay, good. The genetic opera. Okay, yeah, we can definitely talk about that. That's something not many people know about. But there's a different film called Repo. Let's see if that... Yeah, of course that comes up first. God damn it. The genetic opera. There we go. Repo the genetic... Go away. Oh my god, that face is already terrifying. I love that guy. So Repo the Genetic Opera, for one thing, the main character is played by Giles from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, who I think's name is Anthony Stewart Head. I was close. I was very close. Anyway, the guy in this costume right here, is played by Giles from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This is a musical. It's a really creepy one. But I like it. I like the music in it, and I like the story. Not Your Parents' Opera. By the year 2056, an epidemic of organ failures has devastated the planet. The mega corporation GeneCo provides organ transplants on a payment plan, and those who can't fulfill their plans have their organs repossessed. In the middle of this, a sickly teenager discovers a shocking secret about herself, her father, and their connection to GeneCo. Sounds cool, right? It is cool. But yeah, basically, this guy in the costume is what's known as the Repo Man. And what he does is literally he goes, if somebody hasn't paid back their debt to GeneCo, who gives people organs to use, he will show up and he will cut out their organs. Like, that's it. He shows up, he cuts out their organs, and he takes them back to GeneCo to be rented out to other people. I love Zydrate Anatomy so much. Oh, it's so good. Like, yeah, this is very, like, dark comedy kind of thing. It's silly and over the top. The Zydrate Anatomy thing is a man literally explaining the drug that they use to get multiple surgeries, and it's a gravedigger who literally makes his money by digging up dead bodies and stealing the drugs that are still inside of their body. It's just very funny. Zydrate Anatomy is a very good song. So is the one that's actually opera, the one that's sung by the more mature woman. I'm a sucker for Moulin Rouge. Moulin Rouge is great. This guy is really fucked up. He's one of the ones who actually works for the company. I think he's one of the direct descendants of the head of the company, actually. But as you can see, what he likes doing is cutting off people's faces and stapling them to his face. Yeah, not great, not great. He also... One of his most famous lines in the musical is during the middle of the song. He talks about how he'll do whatever he wants. And he's talking about, like, everybody gets fucked by Luigi. If there's a hole, I'll fuck it. If there ain't one, I will make one. And then he just starts stabbing a woman. And it's like, oh God, it's blah. So it's very, very dark. It's very over the top. They lean into the silliness and the comedy of it. But at the same time, the world is disgusting and full of horrible, horrible people. I'm surprised they used that as the header image. That's confusing. Charming type? Hell yeah. The hell are you watching? A dark comedy. Come to think of it, what is it rated? Is it an 18? I don't know. 3.1. It doesn't actually show the ratings on this page. That's surprising. Anyway, for my ranking of it, I give that like a solid 3 out of 5. The music's good. It's silly. It's fun. It's over the top. The costumes are amazing. It also has Paris Hilton starring in it. In probably the most perfect Paris Hilton role. Like, I didn't like her in House of Wax, but in Repo the Genetic Opera, she just plays a rich, drug-addicted heiress. So, you know, she's being herself, other than the drug addiction, I think. I don't know. Anyway, she does the role well. Hey, Sensei. Hello. It's 6.4 out of 10 on IMDb. Yeah, that's pretty good. Luigi from Repo the Genetic Opera is just Luigi from Mario Bros. Don't say... This is Luigi! That ain't Luigi Mario. No, that's horrible. Google says it's rated R. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. I just remembered Dead Poet Society. Oh, dude. Okay. Dead Poet Society. You guys are bringing up top tier movies from the get-go. For one thing, pretty much anything starring this man right here, Robin Williams, is gonna be like at least a 4-star, as far as I know. In fact, we're about to go through a list of his movies just to find out, but I'm pretty sure everything he made was pretty decent, maybe other than Popeye. Popeye might have been more like a 2-star. He was their inspiration. He made their lives extraordinary. At an elite old-fashioned boarding school in New England, a passionate English teacher inspires his students to rebel against convention and seize the potential of every day, courting the disdain of the stern headmaster. So yeah, it's just about a really good teacher in a very, very posh, over-the-top school, making them know, like, poetry is cool, poetry can be fun, and life doesn't just have to be maths and science and becoming a lawyer or a doctor. You can go on to embrace your passions. Do art, do music, do poetry. But yeah, he just teaches them how good poetry can be. Sad he's no longer in the world. It really is, man. Yeah, this is a straight 4.5 star. I'll give this one a 4.5 star. But now I do kind of want to go through the Robin Williams movies real quick just to see. Because Robin Williams was a one-of-a-kind actor. Fuck, yeah. Dead Poet Society, easily 5 star. Aladdin, probably like a good... I'd say 4 star. Aladdin was good. Night at the Museum. Okay, now that one's kind of cheating. He's not like a main character in that. I'd give that one like a 3 star. It's a fun time. Jumanji, 3 star. Okay, not everything's a 4 star. I did lie. Mrs. Doubtfire, probably like a 3.5 star. Insomnia. Insomnia is pretty damn good. I give that one a 4 star. Robots 3. Artificial Intelligence, probably like a 4. God damn it, where are the best ones? He had so many better movies in this. I'm surprised these are the ones they've listed first. What the hell? What Dreams May Come is all the way down. That's fucked up. What Dreams May Come is a straight up 5 star, and I am disappointed it's that low down. That's one of the best movies of all time. It's about him dying and going to heaven and exploring the world and creating his own version of heaven. And what the fuck is that so low for? Oh my god. Bicentennial Man I also really like. I'm aware it's not a great movie. I'd still give that a 4 star. Hook is amazing as well. Hook is a straight 5 star. That's like Peter Pan grown up and he goes back to Neverland. Anyway, Robin Williams is incredible. Also, World's Greatest Dad. He made a movie called World's Greatest Dad, which is a very fucked up, dark drama movie in which his son commits suicide by autoerotic asphyxiation, and his son was kind of a dick and a piece of shit. So he just covers it up and then ends up like sharing his own writing and pretending it's his son's to get attention. Horrible movie. Like, horrible idea for a movie. Great movie is what I mean. Like, horrible theme that he just like uses his son's suicide to sell his own books, essentially. But man, is it such a good character study, and a man that just wants to publish a book and, you know, just lost his son and is still grieving and fucked up about it. I hope no one ever tries to do a remake of a movie Robin Williams was in. You mean like when they remade the live-action Aladdin? They made a live-action Aladdin and it was just like, why? Why? It wasn't terrible, but it was unneeded. They don't need to make any of those live-action Disney movies. I've never seen Hook or World's Greatest Dad, but hearing you nerd out is just wonderful for me. Keep being you, Kuchan. We love you. Ah, thank you. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do this. Like, I can talk about movies for hours and hours, so we're just going to be doing this for a long time. Will Smith. I don't even mind Will Smith, but Will Smith cannot be Robin Williams. Will Smith should not have been the genie. They could have found other people that would have been a better fit for the genie role as well. Fern Gully. Oh, yeah, he was also in Fern Gully. Fern Gully was an interesting one as well. Fern Gully and Aladdin were the reasons that Robin Williams ended up hating Disney for a long time. Because when they released Aladdin, basically the animators on Aladdin liked Robin Williams so much, they loved his stand-up comedy so much, that they actually built the genie around him. They did storyboards to his stand-up of the genie telling the jokes, but then like transforming to do like improv comedy in the middle of his jokes. Robin Williams loved that so much that he said to the Disney studios, I'm going to do this role basically for free. All that I ask you is don't use me as merchandising for it. Don't use me as advertising for it. Just make the movie about it being a Disney movie. I'm doing this for the kids, and I'm doing this because you guys basically built this role for me. And what did they do? They slapped his name on everything. They used his voice lines from the movie to sell toys. They even did like McDonald's ads involving him where it was like, starring Robin Williams, you can get the genie if you buy a McDonald's Happy Meal. And at the same time, he was also recording a movie called Fern Gully, which is a serious movie, well, a serious animated movie for kids still, but it teaches them about like environmentalism. He was making this movie at the same time. He was playing this little bat guy. I think his name was Bat-Air, and he ends up doing a rap in it. It's so silly and over the top, but Fern Gully's a wonderful movie. I'm giving this a 4.5 star too. This movie is all about like these cute little fairy creatures living in the forest, and humans come in and start cutting down their forest, and there's an evil monster that is just straight up made of crude oil. So it's a movie that's all about environmentalism and how humans are basically destroying all the natural beauty in the world. Him and Tim Curry were amazing. Yeah, Tim Curry plays the bad guy in it. It's great. But yeah, Disney Studios actually was so pissed off at Fern Gully coming out in 1992, the same time as Aladdin, and being another movie with Robin Williams' voice in it, that they would do things like when Fern Gully was trying to record voice lines in studios, Disney would book the entire studio building for weeks at a time to make sure that they couldn't get into the recording studio. They were trying to sink Fern Gully. Big, massive, multi-million-dollar mega corporation Disney went out of their way to just be like, no, we don't want you to have Robin Williams this year. We're going to keep you away. They did everything they could to sink the movie, which also made Robin Williams very pissed off, which is why after that, he didn't work with Disney again for like another 5 to 10 years and even made fun of them when he got his Oscar for being Genie in Aladdin. He said something about like, I forget what he said. He said something about parasites, and then he talked about, I think it was Bob Eisner at the time, the head of Disney at the time, being the biggest parasite. Do you blame him? No, I don't blame him. I think he's a fucking legend for it. He straight up did that role for basically pennies on the dollar. Barely got paid anything for it because he wanted it to be a memory for his children. He wanted to be in a Disney movie, and they went out of their way to fuck his other films up that he was actually more pleased with. Ah, it's so fucked up. Anyway, next film. Did I even? Yeah, I did rate Dead Poet Society. Cool. Excellent clap back to Disney. Yeah, and fighting with Disney at that time was dangerous. They're so ungrateful. Yeah, no, they thought they could destroy him, and he just kept going. Ooh, have you seen Lady Hawk? I love Lady Hawk, actually. That's one I don't hear many people talk about either. Lady Hawk. It does have an E in it. Yeah, I did spell that right. At first, I was like, oh, did I fuck up? Lady Hawk's a cool one. It's an old school fantasy, so like classic fantasy. Yeah, 1985. No force in heaven will release them. No power on earth can save them. Captain Etienne Navarre is a man on whose shoulder lies a cruel curse. Punished for loving each other, Navarre must become a wolf by night, whilst his lover, Lady Isabeau, takes the form of a hawk by day. Together with the thief Philippe Gaston, they must try to overthrow the corrupt bishop, and in doing so, break the spell. So this is actually a really fucking cool storyline. So yeah, basically at night, he becomes a wolf. In the day, she becomes a hawk. They are lovers, and they were cursed so that they would never be able to be with each other. And yeah, Robin Williams was also a huge Zelda fan, based in legend. That's actually why he named his daughter Zelda. Zelda Williams is literally named after Princess Zelda. And that's why Robin Williams actually appears in Breath of the Wild. After he passed away, they didn't give him the name Robin Williams, but there's a character that very obviously looks like Robin Williams wandering around Breath of the Wild. Which is funny, because I clicked on that one thinking you guys were talking about the connection between this film and The Legend of Zelda, which does actually have a slight connection to Legend of Zelda. Lady Hawk is actually slightly connected to The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. They've talked about the fact that the idea of Link turning into a wolf and being able to unable to transform back, like essentially in the Dark World, was partly based on Lady Hawk. So yeah, that was actually interesting that the double connection to Zelda in a row happened. But yeah, Lady Hawk's great. The costumes in this movie are amazing. I'll give that one like a 3.5 star. It's really damn good. It's not perfect, but it's a fun time, and just the storyline alone is good enough, but then the costumes on top of that are so good. Oh shit, that's neat. Yeah, it's great. What do you think of The Lovely Bones? It got unwarranted hate. What did they get hate for? The book is still my favorite and amazing, but the movie was something magical yet tragic and dark. I've never actually read the book, The Lovely Bones, but I remember the movie. The movie was good. I'd easily give that one like a 3.5 maybe? Let's see. Lovely Bones. Go away, you. Yeah, The Lovely Bones is a very tragic story. A lot of my favorite ones are filled with sadness and pain, so. The story of life and everything that came after. After being brutally murdered, 14-year-old Susie Salmon watches from heaven over her grief-stricken family and her killer. As she observes their daily lives, she must balance her thirst for revenge with a desire for her family to heal. So yeah, this one is actually really tragic. It's about, how old was she? 14 years old, and she gets murdered by a serial killer. And then it's her in heaven, kind of, in the afterlife anyway, her own version of heaven, looking over her family, watching them try to move on and deal with it, and at the same time, watching the fact that the serial killer is still in that community and still around. And Stanley Tucci was so creepy in that. Yeah, he was. It was 2009. Yeah, because isn't that, what's her name? Yeah, it's Saoirse Ronan. Saoirse Ronan, the Irish child actress. So yeah, she was baby back then. Now she's like grown up. I read the books but forgot what it's about. Yeah, it's really sad. Who hates The Lovely Bones? Yeah, no, I'm interested in that. I wonder why people hated on it. I think it's because they skipped a few things from the book. I kind of forgot. It's been a long time. Okay, so it's just a bad adaptation. Gotcha. The book is really hard to read twice, mainly because the murder scene is so much more stretched out, with her actual assault written in. Oh, God Christ. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. It happens. You get books like that. Sometimes you want that in because you want to show just how devastating a feeling is. A lot of the time, you just want to, like, skip over things like that because you know, like, yeah, no, it's one of the most horrific things you can imagine. You don't need to describe it. But sometimes the author, like, really wants to drive home, like, how long something goes on, how painful something is, how horrific it is. And it's not for everyone. There are times I can't read scenes like that. Like, I can read graphic torture, no problem whatsoever, but Jesus Christ, that kind of scene would be heavy. That might be the type of thing where it'd be like, yeah, I think I'm taking a break. I'll come back to this book in a few days. But yeah, I think the movie was pretty good. I'd give that 3... I think 3 stars. 3 stars is fair. I enjoyed that one for sure. I remember, like, crying my eyes out at it, being really emotional. I never ended up reading the book. But the book was amazing because the author wrote it as a means to give missing girls a voice and a happy ending. Yeah, it's a kind of an inspirational one in that way. And there's nothing wrong with, like, having scenes like that written into a story. It's just, yeah, there are going to be times where you have to be like, oof, that's a bit much. Especially because it was a child. Yeah, exactly. Kind of saw it as a quasi-parallel to that other movie with the young boy being helped by a serial abuser's killer's past victims via haunted wall phone. Oh, isn't that called like Black Phone or something? I know what you're talking about. That came out recently though. Like that wasn't super old. Like yeah, that one came out in 2021. The Black Phone. That was cool though. That was a very interesting idea for a story. I didn't enjoy it that much because they advertised it as if it was going to be a horror movie, and then it is more of like a mystery and drama kind of thing. I'd give that one, like, again, a 3 star is about right for me. But Black Phone has a cool thing. The film has a sequel now. They have a sequel to Black Phone? That's crazy. Finney Blake, a shy but clever 13-year-old boy. Also, do I know that child actor? Mason Thames. Mason Thames. I do not know that child actor. I thought I knew his face. He kind of looks like 11 in Stranger Things. That's actually... Now that I realize it, I'm like, that's why I thought I knew this face. I was thinking of 11 from Stranger Things. Anyway, Finney Blake, a shy but clever 13-year-old boy, is abducted by a serial killer and trapped in a soundproof basement where screaming is of little use. When a disconnected phone on the wall begins to ring, Finney discovers that he can hear the voices of the killer's previous victims. And they are dead set on making sure that whatever happens to them doesn't happen to Finney. Sorry, I just laughed because it was like, and they are dead. And it's like, yeah, you already said they're the victim. It's like, oh, I'm so silly. But that is a cool idea for a storyline. I think it could have been implemented a lot better. It's basically him trying to escape from the kidnapper and the kidnapper, you know, trying not to let that happen and then exploring the kidnapper. It's an okay movie. Oh. What are your thoughts on explicit exploitive movies like 120 Days of Sodom? Things like that and like Martyrs. I feel like that. Martyrs. I Spit on Your Grave, maybe. Would Human Centipede count as that, or is that more like schlock horror kind of thing? It depends on the type of mood I am. I am the type of person who likes to like scare myself every now and then. And also, yeah, I think they can have artistic value. I think it depends on how they're filmed and how they're shot. I haven't actually watched 120 Days of Sodom, but I have heard it's really, really heavy. I haven't even watched Martyrs. I would like to watch Martyrs at some point, because I've heard that one's like really fucked up, but it has like a much deeper meaning. For things like I Spit on Your Grave, it's a bit exploitive, but at the same time, it is a good like revenge thriller kind of thing. It's just at the same time, did they really need 20 minutes of graphic abuse at the beginning kind of thing? Martyrs watch along, pleek. Oh, probably not. If we're going to do watch alongs, it's probably going to do things more focused towards like my personal interests. Like I said, the only thing I'm thinking of possibly doing a watch along to right now would be Lord of the Mysteries when it finishes airing. Vomit Gore trilogy. I've heard of that one. A friend of mine told me about that one. I'm not interested in that one. I think that's the thing. Sometimes I actually want to be scared. So I have checked out some of these movies. But I haven't actually... I can't think of any that like particularly stuck with me in any big way other than just like, ew, that was gross. Human Centipede. Wasn't there one like the Serbian something? Oh god, Salo? Salo as well, yeah. Salo I think I watched, and Serbian film. They're all like just, ugh. I don't know. For me personally, I watch them, I'm grossed out, and then I'm like, ugh. It's the same feeling as like accidentally coming across like serious gore. Tusk. Tusk is pretty fucking crazy. Tusk is about a dude who gets sewed into a giant walrus costume because the person who kidnapped him wants a walrus pet and just like does horrible like human experiments to make him fit into a walrus costume and have to swim around and shit. It's crazy. Serbian film, that's a hard pass. Yeah, exactly. I think it just depends on the mood you're in. For me, I watched those like back when I was a very young adult, and so I was just like, I want to see some really fucked up shit. And I saw some really fucked up shit. And nowadays, I just don't feel like obligated to watch any of those. But I think you can do much more interesting things with dramatic filming than actually going all the way to show every single instance of pain and gore and violence. I think you can get across the message in much simpler, like artistic ways that can make you feel that kind of pain. The edgy phase? Yeah, exactly. The edgy, I can stand it. I'm not scared of anything. I had nightmares just from the ad as a preteen. Oh, for which one? Have you ever watched Whisper of the Heart, Sensei? Oh, the anime film? That's the one with the cats, right? Whisper of the Heart. Let me see if I remember this correctly. Yeah, it's the one where the girl gets taken into Cat World. I did watch this. I don't remember it too much, so I guess I didn't like it too much. I found someone I like. Shizuku lives a simple life dominated by her love for stories and writing. One day she notices that all the library books she has been previously checking out by the same... have been previously checked out by the same person. Seiji Amazawa. That one was pretty cute. I remember like her being taken away by the cats originally, and then the cat in the top hat who actually has a human body. I don't remember much about it beyond that, so I don't think I can rate this fairly right now. That was made in 1995? I didn't realize that was that classic. I thought that was like a 2009 maybe kind of film. I definitely watched that one like when I was well into my teens, so I thought that was like pretty fresh at that point. That movie really held up for its time then. That's kind of crazy. You're confused. Oh, wait, that's another one. Oh, wait, The Cat Returns is a different film. Whisper of the Heart and The Cat Returns are different films. Wait a damn minute. The Cat Returns. Go away, you. Oh. 2002. Young Haru rescues a cat from being run over, but soon learns it's no ordinary feline. It happens to be the Prince of Cats. This is the one I'm actually remembering, which shows you, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I've watched Whisper of the Heart as well, because I remember the cat in the top hat. The Baron. Oh, the Baron does appear in... So the Baron's in both. Oh, yeah, he's right there. Okay. That's why I was getting confused. Maybe... Have I seen Whisper of the Heart? Now I'm not even sure. But I definitely watched this one. But yeah, this one is the one I was talking about where I was like, it didn't stick with me. I don't remember it too much. So Whisper of the Heart is very grounded. Is Whisper of the Heart the one that starts with Country Roads, Take Me Home? No, that's a Ghibli film. That's a Ghibli film that starts with Country Roads. Shit. Oh, it is. It is. Oh, then I have actually seen it. I have seen Whisper of the Heart at some point then. Okay, so that is a completely different film from what I'm thinking of. Because that one was very grounded. That one, I don't remember cats being in it. I remember the romance. I remember the girl falling in love with the boy. And isn't that also the one where it's like war is coming? They're constantly like flashing flags at people at the ships out in the ocean and stuff. Isn't that is Whisper of the Heart? Okay, that's a really good movie, actually. I remember that one. I didn't remember it because of the cat. The cat threw me and made me think of The Cat Returns. That's a solid 4 out of 5. That's a really good one. It's about the novel she wrote, the plots. Oh, okay. And that... Oh, oh my God. Up on Poppy Hill is the one with the flags. God, I'm confusing all of these films together. I know I'm also slightly mixing in... Oh, God, what was the other Ghibli film that was about the past? The days of... bleh. What's the one where the woman's already like 40? Oh, Only Yesterday. I think it's called Only Yesterday. And she goes back to her childhood home, which was like more rural and stuff. Yeah. Only Yesterday. Made the same year I was born. This one's really cute. I like I've said I really like stories that take place through like a person's entire lifespan. And this one, not really through the entire lifespan, but at this point, like when she goes back to her childhood home and starts thinking about all her childhood memories, she is like probably 40 at that point. I'm going on a trip with me. Aw, that's a really beautiful poetic way to put that. In lyrical switches between the present and the past, Taiko contemplates the arc of her life and wonders if she has been true to the dreams of her childhood self. So yeah, I find that one really beautiful. It's just her as a grown-ass woman going back to her childhood home, remembering all the things that she went through while she was a child. And yeah, just exploring her childhood home, remembering how important things were when she was like a 10-year-old girl that were like, boys, and shit like that, where it's like, oh man, I was so serious about like my friend group at the time. Now I realize how silly that was. That one's brilliant. I love that. That's a 4.5 star. There's another one. Oh God. Favorite Ghibli movie? Oh, I'm a basic bitch. Princess Mononoke all the way. Princess Mononoke followed by Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. But yeah, Princess Mononoke, straight 5-star again. Mononoke. I was like, did I put a double no? Whoops. There we go. Yeah, Princess Mononoke, fucking fantastic. 10 out of 10. The fate of the world rests on the courage of one warrior. Ashitaka, a prince of a disappearing Emishi people, is cursed by a demonized boar god and must journey to the west to find a cure. Along the way, he encounters San, a young human woman fighting to protect the forest, and Lady Eboshi, who is trying to destroy it. Ashitaka must find a way to bring balance to this conflict. So it's a really beautiful story that's all about like revenge and hate and how hate can turn us into monsters. Because the general idea is the monsters, like the spirits in this world, basically get corrupted by humans taking over their forests and, you know, stealing their world, and then they turn into demons instead of like benevolent gods because they want to defend their home, and they're corrupted by hate and malice. And how that can also happen to humans, essentially. If humans hate too much, then they just don't care about anything else, and they'll kill each other, and war will spread, and hate and bloodshed, and straight 5 out of 5. Brilliant animation. Some really good memes came out of it, like the princess trying to stab him in the throat and him just being like, "You're beautiful," while looking up at her, almost being murdered. It's so good. The small forest spirits are cute. Yeah, they really are. The little like leaves that shake their heads a little bit and be like, Did you watch Makia? Okay, Makia is amazing. That's another director we can talk about as well, because I really like the director of that film as well. She's done a bunch of anime and some films. Makia, Makia, when the promised flower blooms. I'll even change the music for this one. That's how much I like this film. Makia, when the promised flower blooms. Makia is a member of a special race called the Eorf, who can live for hundreds of years. However, Makia has always felt lonely despite being surrounded by her people, as she was orphaned from a young age. She daydreams about the outside world, but dares not travel from her home due to the warnings of the clan's chief. One day, the kingdom of Mezart invades her homeland. They already have what is left of the giant dragons, the Renato, under their control. Wow, this is a fucking novel synopsis. Holy shit. They already have what's left of the giant dragons, the Renato, under their control, and now their king wishes to add the immortality to his bloodline. They ravage the Eorf homeland and kill most of its inhabitants. Caught in the midst of the attack, Makia is carried off by one of the Renato. It soon dies, and she is left deserted in a forest. Now truly alone, save for the cries of a single baby off in the distance. Makia finds the baby in a destroyed village and decides to raise him. They didn't need all this information. Basically, Makia over here is an immortal with these other bunch of immortals, the Eorf. Her kingdom gets attacked by humans who want to kidnap some of the elf girls. They're essentially elf girls. They don't have elf ears. Okay, the immortal girls. They want to kidnap the immortal girls and make babies with them so that they can be like, haha, we have immortality in our bloodline. It's fucked up. It's fucked up and sad. And Makia, like, gets away thanks to a Renato, one of the dragons. The dragon dies and leaves her alone. And then she finds this baby boy. And I say baby boy despite the fact that he's a grown-ass man there, because again, you know how I love movies that go through long time periods. Makia stays the same age, looking like essentially a 14-year-old girl, but she raises this human baby. He ends up looking older than her, essentially. And yeah, it's just all about her dealing with the fact that it's basically, like, if you've watched Frieren, it's like that, but in movie form. It's her being immortal, raising a child, loving this child as if it's her own son, and the child slowly growing up and realizing, oh, this isn't really my mother. At the same time, I love her. At the same time, how do I feel about her? And she has to deal with the fact that he's eventually going to die because he's mortal and she's going to go on living. And yeah, it's a lot connected. Like, that's why I wanted to talk about Marie Okada, because Marie Okada has a lot of interesting things that she's dealt with her mother through her creations. And I really love directors who are working through, like, their biggest psychological issues, their biggest, like, emotional pivot points in their life through their artwork. What's his name? Satoshi Kon did that as well, because Satoshi Kon was constantly dealing with the idea of, what type of person he is, like if he has the right kind of personality, like how attached he is to the world, what he actually wants out of life. He explores that through Paprika, through Millennium Actress, and through Perfect Blue, where every one of the main characters in that movie is dealing with some level of feeling dissociated from reality and feeling like they don't know what their legacy is going to be, what they're going to leave behind. So you can kind of, through these kinds of directors, see what kind of issues they were dealing with in their personal life. With Maria Carter, it's deep, deep, deep mother issues. Because I'm pretty sure she directed... Okay, they don't have it in this list. But she also has a documentary out that tells the true story of her and her mother. Basically, her mother was dealing with a lot of psychological issues of her own, did not act like a mother. At one point, came at her with a knife and tried to stab her. So yeah, she always had to deal with the fact that she like had a mother that lived with her and that was supposed to protect her, but always felt like somebody who was dangerous to her. And she put that in a lot of her things. Maboroshi, I can't remember if Maboroshi deals with that, but some of her anime do. Like Nagi no Asukara, Alolin Asukara. Oh, that was Maboroshi. Maboroshi's a fun one. The urge to fall in love will destroy the world. A factory explosion plunges a small town into a timeless freeze, leaving teenage Masamune and his pals to grapple with a quickly collapsing reality. That was a fun one as well, because that one basically, like, this girl comes from another world. The real world is like fusing with a fantasy world, and they have to decide what they're going to do. The main character is a boy who falls in love with this girl, but she's technically not from this world and not necessarily real, and that's a good one. I'm gonna give that one a 4-star. Maria Okada I really like. She makes really emotional, devastating series. If you saw, she did the anime series Nagi no Asukara, Alolin Asukara, and what's the one with Menma? The whole like Menma Mitsuke Anohana. The flower we saw that day, I don't remember the name of it. So yeah, all of her ones are peak, like if you watch these, you're going to cry your eyes out. They're just fully on emotional. She directed Anohana. Yeah, she directed Anohana. She's directed a bunch of different anime. All of them have been really good. But Makia, I'm giving that one a straight 5-star. That one's beautiful. All the characters are dealing with different emotional issues. Because there's like the other girl that was a part of the Eorf as well, who ends up being kidnapped by the humans and forced to marry a human. And it's devastating. They're all dealing with like different trauma going on because of the shit that the humans are doing to the Eorf. And Makia's just wrapped into it while trying to take care of a human baby. It's so good. Anyway, do you like Mononoke, the miniseries, if you don't mind me asking? I remember liking that when I was younger. I didn't keep up with it, and I haven't watched the movies yet, so I know they've got movies. She wrote Anohana, not directed. Ah, thank you. Yeah, she wrote it. But what's about Tokyo Godfathers? We talked about that when we went through the Satoshi Kon list. I like it. Tokyo Godfathers, I feel like Tokyo Godfathers is a 4.5 out of 5. Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, and Paprika are all 5 stars for me. Satoshi Kon is one of the best directors that ever lived. Have you watched The Green Mile? I have. That's classic. Green Mile. Was that originally written by Stephen King? It was. That's crazy. Stephen King is everywhere. I don't know how he pumps out so many interesting stories. I don't like his writing style. I will say that. Stephen King makes some of the best, most interesting storylines I have ever heard of. Like, the fact that they're still adapting things that he wrote like 30 to 40 years ago and are still intriguing people to this day. Like, they just released The Long Walk, which was based off of a short novella that he wrote like decades ago. But yeah, he makes so many interesting stories, but I cannot get into his writing. Every time I try to read one of the books, I'm like, why are you spending 2 to 3 pages on this? And it probably makes sense by the time you get to the end of it. But like, I've tried to read The Stand multiple times. And every time I try to read The Stand, like the first chapter, I get it. You're just building up like pace. And so there's a long period of them just exploring the military base before it gets taken over by the disease. But then the second chapter continues to be like pages and pages of like description of other things. It's just, it feels like J.R.R. Tolkien's writing. And I'm like, I don't need world building this intense for a film that's going to be like a supernatural thriller. So it's just not for me, but I know he's like one of the most prolific writers and everybody loves him. So for me, it's just like, it's too much going on in the description before we actually get to the interesting stories. It doesn't, and he's not good at endings. He also has some crazy things. I saw somebody say earlier, Like when I was talking about how he manages to come up with so many plot lines. Let's see if I can grab that one, because that was funny. I can't. It's already disappeared. But somebody said drugs. Oh, there we go. Drugs mostly. Yeah, no, it's a well-known fact. He was also traumatized as a child. As a child, he did find a dead body, which inspired some of the other things he wrote. But he dealt with mortality at a very young age. But yeah, it's a well-known fact. He has told the story very often about the fact that he, like especially for It, while he was writing It, he basically doesn't even remember writing It. He went into a hotel room. He took a bunch of very heavy drugs for several days in a row, basically blacked out, woke up, and the book was done. And that's where we got things like the Universe Turtle and the interesting relations between the Loser Club. He did some fun stuff for him. Don't do drugs, kids. But yeah, Stephen King did while he was younger. Anyway, he was doing lines to write more lines. I don't know if he was doing lines. I think he was doing more like brain expanding stuff, but I don't know. Not really about a movie, but have you read Terry Pratchett's books? Yes, I have. Some of them. Very good writer. I like his writing style. Wrong stream for that though. Anyway, The Green Mile. How can you write coherently under influence, bro? A lot of people do. Like in the 80s, it was a well-known fact that pretty much everyone was on cocaine. Like everyone in the film industry, everyone doing like high stress jobs. In the 80s, they didn't realize how bad that shit was for you. Pretty much everyone was on cocaine back there, or like hallucinogenics and stuff. It was crazy. There's also, oh God, who was the writer? There's some writer who like, let me find this guy's schedule. There's a writer who had like a specific daily schedule, which was absolutely crazy. It was all about like taking drugs and smoking things and all kinds of other stuff. Writers, daily schedule, drugs. I don't know. Let's go with that. Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah. Hunter S. Thompson's daily routines of drugs and booze. Oh God, I just need to go through this guy's schedule because he had a daily schedule which was absolutely mind-boggling that he survived doing this for any amount of time. So, a day with Hunter S. Thompson. 3 p.m. Wake up. 3 p.m. 05. Chivas Regal in the morning papers and Dunhills. Dunhills are cigarettes. Chivas Regal is a type of alcohol. 3:45 p.m. Cocaine. 3:50 p.m. another glass of Chivas and another Dunhill. 4:05 p.m. first cup of coffee. 4:15 more cocaine. 4:16 orange juice and another cigarette. 4:30 p.m. cocaine. 4:54 cocaine. 5:05 cocaine. 5:11 coffee and Dunhills. Anyway, it just goes on. The entire day is how much like crazy amount of drugs he does. He starts like taking drugs to counter out the drugs so that he can start doing work. And oh God, it's just crazy. I don't know how he survived that for any amount of time, and apparently it worked for him. It's like a meme song. It really is, dude. And then he ends up like, his night finishes at something like, I don't know, 4 a.m. And at that point, he just like gets in the jacuzzi to try and apparently sweat it all out. And it's like, if you're trying to sweat that all out, why are you putting it into yourself? Where is he now? I'd imagine dead. I don't know, but I'd imagine. Anyway, Green Mile. Very interesting movie. Paul Edgecombe didn't believe in miracles until the day he met one. A supernatural tale set on death row in a southern prison where gentle giant John Coffey possesses the mysterious power to heal people's ailments. When the cell block's head guard, Paul Edgecombe, recognizes Coffey's miraculous gift, he tries desperately to help stave off the condemned man's execution. So yeah, it's Tom Hanks, America's uncle. Everybody love him. And, oh God, I forgot the guy's name. He passed away recently, didn't he? David Morse, who was a very good actor as well. But yeah, he was accused of murdering 2 children. And I won't spoil how that turns out, but he is accused of double murder, double homicide, and is left on death row. This guy doesn't believe he did it and is trying to prove to people that he didn't do it because he's such a sweet man who wouldn't hurt anybody. But this guy also has the magical power that whenever he like grabs somebody, he's able to take their illness away from them and basically free them. So a magical man who just wants to care for other people accused of murder and is on death row going to be executed pretty soon. He passed away 2 days after I watched this movie for the first time. Damn, that's powerful. Yeah, he was really good though. He played a lot of good bad guys in different movies as well, but that was great. I'll give that one like a solid 4-star. It wasn't like perfect, but it was a good time. The storyline was amazing. The acting was phenomenal. There are so many people you ended up hating so much during it. The Shawshank Redemption, I actually haven't watched, surprisingly. I know that one's like brilliant. I've seen so many parodies of it, I almost feel like there's no point in watching it anymore. Like, I've seen so many parodies of people breaking out of prisons at this point and doing the whole like jumping up in the rain, raising their arms up. And it's like, I've basically seen Shawshank Redemption without ever having seen it. The Neverending Story. The Neverending Story was cute. That's a cute little fantasy movie with some really deep, sad parts too. Never-ending story. Oh, boop. The Never-ending Story. A boy who needs a friend. A world who needs a hero. In a land beyond imagination. While hiding from bullies in his school attic, a young boy discovers the extraordinary land of Fantasia through a magical book called The Never-ending Story. The book tells the tale of Atreyu, a young warrior who, with the help of a lucky dragon named Falcor, must save Fantasia from the destruction of the Nothing. How dare they mention Falcor and they don't mention Artrax? Artrax is right up here. Like, one of the best horses in fiction. How dare you mention Falcor the Luck Dragon and not Artrax, Atreyu's noble steed? Oh god, that shit traumatized kids. But yeah, anyway, it's a cute movie where a kid is being bullied. I don't know why there were so many movies made in like the 80s where a kid was like having a story read to them. I guess it was an interesting way to connect a fantasy world to the modern world. But yeah, anyway, he reads a story about this hero named Atreyu. It turns out the story is kind of linked to his world. Like, the story starts speaking to him specifically, mentioning him by name and saying that he has to finish the story to fix everything and to help them. And it's an interesting storyline, but it's a very cute, like, fantasy thing. And I like that it doesn't take itself very seriously, as you can probably tell by the fact that literally the world is named Fantasia. It's like the fantasy world is like, it's got some fun bits in it, but mostly it's just like, it exists. It's here. It's a cute fantasy world for the kid to escape into. Pure escapism and a fun time until the pain and misery start hitting. But yeah, Atreyu always gets through it and keeps fighting forward. Can Artrax become a magical girl? Yo, I wish. The Princess Bride had a similar thing. Yeah, we talked about that one earlier, actually. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, a lot of 80s movies had like a child reading a book. I remember there was like the Bookmaster or the Page Master or something, which was a similar thing as well. That one was like a mixture of animation and live action, which was pretty cool. Anyway, Neverending Story, I'd give a 4.5 out of 5. That was damn good. Had a little bit of foul fantasy in it as well, where the book characters come into the real world, and that gets fun. Oh my god. The Neverending Story. Yeah, how dare it come to an end? Bridge to Terabithia. Man, why are you trying to make us cry? Oh, and the Dark Crystal we've already mentioned. Join the Uma Musumes. Yeah, I knew that was what people were referencing when they said about becoming an anime girl. I don't think they do fictional horses, unfortunately. Bridge to Terabithia. Otherwise, it would be cool if they did have, like, some crossovers. Like, they could have crossovers with, like, The Legend of Zelda. They could put Epona in there. They could have a crossover with, like, Shadow of the Colossus. Put... what was his name? Agro. Agro. They could put Agro in there. There's a bunch of, like, fictional horses they could throw in that would be really sweet. The Last Unicorn. I don't know if the Last Unicorn would be able to count as a horse. It kind of cheats when you're a magical creature. It'd be like a Pegasus. It's like technically a horse. Oh, Shadowfax. Shadowfax from the Lord of the Rings could be in there too. Oh, and Black Beauty. Oh, hell yeah. Agro Best Girl. Agro would be amazing. Anyway. Oh, Arthur Morgan's horse. I still haven't played Red Dead Redemption. I do want to do that someday. This movie was traumatizing as a kid. Yes, it was. The Bridge to Terabithia. For one thing, Josh Hutcherson, who has since become a meme, he was, what's his name in the Hunger Games? Not Gale, but the other one. Peter. Yeah, he was Peter in the Hunger Games. This is him when he was a little baby. Bridget to Terabithia. This one's actually really tragic, but really beautiful. I love this movie. This is, yeah, definitely up there. Discover a place that will never leave you and a friendship that will change you forever. Jesse Aarons trained all summer to become the fastest runner in school, so he's very upset when newcomer Leslie Burke outrun... Isn't that also Saoirse Ronan? No, that's Anna Sophia Robb. Okay, I've never heard that name in my life. Sorry, for a second I thought that was Saoirse Ronan as a kid as well. I'm sorry. He's very upset when newcomer Leslie Burke outruns him and everyone else. Despite this and other differences, including that she's rich and he's poor, she's a city girl and he's a country boy, the two become fast friends. Together they create Terabithia, a land of monsters, trolls, ogres, and giants, where they rule as king and queen. For one thing, God, that poster is so beautiful. My God. They cooked on that shit. Everything in the world being like blue and then the light shining, the water getting a bit light and creating the Bridge to Terabithia logo. God damn, that's a good poster. I've never seen that before. But anyway, it's a very cute movie where these two kids, they're both like kind of slightly outcasts from school because she's new to the school, so she's being bullied by everyone. And he just doesn't have anything particularly going for him. His whole thing was trying to become a fast runner and he got destroyed at that. But yeah, they're kind of outcasts at school. They create a fantasy world. They go out into the woods because they're neighbors and just like start creating a tree fort and deciding a world and creating a story. It's so good. Did you see I Kill Giants? Yes, I'm going to grab that to remember that for later. Because I was about to talk about like this genre of movies. Because I feel like this one, Pan's Labyrinth, I Kill Giants. Oh God, there was another one I was trying to remember. There's another one where kids create a fantasy world. A Monster Calls. Those four really feel like they're in the same genre movie of where like kids... Yeah, Monster Calls. Thank you, Ray Ray Burb. I'm glad you got that. Yeah, they create like escapism fantasy worlds to run away to, and it's like the whole movie, like this one very clearly tells you it's always a fantasy world. But there are other ones where it's constantly like, is the fantasy world even real? Or is this just a kid that is so troubled that they're trying to create any kind of fantasy to escape into and it's never quite real? Spiderwick Chronicles, yeah, that's a similar one. I think the monster world is real in that one, but still. This one's a 5-star. Keep in mind, if you watch this one, you're going to cry your eyes out. That is all I will say about that. But yeah, it's a very cute story of like two outcasts who don't have any other friends, creating a fictional world to escape into. And sometimes he brings his little sister and they become much more outgoing. It's basically like role-playing brings them together, makes them more confident and makes them happy. It's so good. I Kill Giants. We'll do that one after because somebody said they had never heard of A Monster Calls. A Monster Calls is really cool. It's a British movie. Go away, you. I think Liam Neeson is the voice of the monster in it. Lewis McDougall. I guess I was wrong. I guess it isn't Liam Neeson. But this one's another one where it's a kid who is dealing with a lot of trauma and needs to like escape it. Yo, Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is kind of in that genre as well. Yeah, because like the fantasy worlds in that are probably mostly fake as well. Where she's just escaping from the reality where she's having to dance in front of grown-ass men. Ugh. Anyway, A Monster Calls. 12-year-old Connor encounters an ancient tree monster who proceeds to help him cope with his mother's terminal illness and being bullied in school. So yeah, the kid is not having a good time. There's this giant tree monster, which he's scared of as first, but basically starts giving him life lessons. It turns out that the tree monster, despite being this huge, terrifying, hulking, terrifying thing, I said terrifying twice, is actually just like a wise older man kind of thing. So it's like a stand-in for a father for him, like a role model for him. And yeah, there's almost a feeling there of like, is he just completely inventing this character? Or is it like, I don't know, some homeless man who lives at the park that he's imagining as like a tree monster, when really it's just a disgusting, like monster looking man who's just trying to be gentle with him and trying to teach him, hey, your mother's going to pass away. Death happens. You can deal with the bullies at school. Talk to them. Fight back. Show them that you don't like this. Don't let them walk all over you. It's a really good movie. It's a really good movie about this poor kid who's dealing with shit that a kid should never have to deal with. And just like how he gets through with it, like with this imaginary monster that gives him more confidence and stuff. Wood, I mean, he's literally made of wood, so yeah, probably. Probably. Anyway, I Kill Giants actually really connected to Sucker Punch. And we will do Sucker Punch after this, because Sucker Punch does get a bad rap, considering I think it's a pretty good movie. I Kill Giants is really cool. For one thing, you can instantly tell that this shit was based off of a comic book. So yeah, this is based off of, I think it was a graphic novel, because I think it was a Western comic book called I Kill Giants. There's this girl who wears her little bunny ears and has her giant hammer. Sophia, a new high school student, tries to make friends with Barbara, who tells her that she kills giants, protecting the way her hometown and its inhabitants who do not understand her strange behavior. So yeah, it's like constantly you're not sure what's going on is real or not. It has really good fantasy scenes where they will like show the little girl actually pull out a hammer with her little bunny ears and take on the giants. It's cool. It does remind me of Sucker Punch. I watched this once. I really didn't think about it much since then. Real life magical girl? Yeah, it's a real life magical girl. I think I would give this one like a 4-star. I can't give it any higher than that simply because I don't remember it. It may even be like more of like a 3-star because yeah, I watched it. I remembered it. I was like, that's good. As soon as somebody mentioned I Kill Giants, I was like, yo, I haven't thought about that movie since like a couple of months after I watched it. It definitely had like no fanfare whatsoever. So I remember just like finding that one and being like, yo, this poster looks badass. And then yeah, it was sick. And then yeah, Sucker Punch. I want to jump into that one because that one was fun. Isn't that one made by Zack Snyder? Yeah, directed by Zack Snyder. So it's directed by Zack Snyder, who went on to make like so many comic book films. He made 300, which was really freaking good. And then also Sin City. And then like a lot of the DC ones. Very, very good. Not Saltburn, Sucker Punch. I did see Saltburn though. I'll grab this because I want to talk about that one too. That's cool too. But Sucker Punch is a really good one. Very like, it was definitely influenced by like anime, as you can tell by like the schoolgirl uniforms, the katana, the guns. Like you see this shit and you're like, yeah, this is basically an anime. It's actually based off of a comic book, but yeah, similar inspirations. You will be unprepared. A young woman, institutionalized by her abusive stepfather, retreats into a vivid fantasy world where she envisions a plan to escape. Gathering a group of fellow inmates, she embarks on a quest to collect 5 mystical items, blurring the lines between reality and imagination. So yeah, another one that's kind of fucked up. Probably also reminds you a little bit of like Frambo, if you've played Frambo. It's the general idea that this was set in the past where people could just be institutionalized, which for some reason they're bringing back for basically no reason other than like, oh, she's acting kind of weird in my opinion. Like, oh, she's acting hysterical. Like, yeah, just horrible shit. And yeah, there is the ever-growing threat throughout the movie that she's probably going to get lobotomized. So have part of her frontal cortex destroyed so that she just can't think and put together thoughts whatsoever anymore. Fun times. So yeah, she escapes into a fantasy world. Like she constantly is asked, despite being what, a 14-year-old girl, to quote unquote dance for the men that come to visit the institution. So yeah, she's basically being forced to strip in front of grown men so that she can distract them, so that the other girls can go on missions to collect things so that she can break out of the asylum. It's a really horrible story to think about that makes you really sad, but she escapes into these fantasy worlds where they have like katanas, guns, giant mech suits and all kinds of things, and instead of just doing what they have to get out, they're basically like murdering enemies and trying to break out. It's, yeah, classic case of dissociation, and they play it in a really interesting way. Zack Snyder's always been incredible in an action scene. This one's full of crazy action scenes. I'd give that one like a 4-star. I think it could have done better of leaning into more of like the character trauma going on. If it went more into like the emotions of the characters, it very much focuses on like the action scenes and the fantasy things, which was probably a choice because they didn't want to lean too heavily into some of the stuff that may have been more fucked up. But I would have preferred some of the more fucked up stuff. Like I would have not preferred like seeing that side of things, but seeing the emotional like pain of it. Seeing what the girls are dealing with, because they do it a couple of times, enough that you like get the inference of what's actually happening to them, but they don't heavily lean into how much it is traumatizing them and how they're dealing with it and why the fantasy world is so like important to them. But I mean, yeah, they must have paid a fortune to do like all of the different effects and stuff. So they wanted to show those off, which is fair as well. Was that Saltburn? Saltburn I will grab too. In a very, very different direction. This one's a much more recent one and a much more realistic one. Saltburn. We're all about to lose our minds. Struggling to find his place at Oxford University, student Oliver quickly finds himself drawn into the world of the charming and aristocratic Féileacan, who invites him to Saltburn, his eccentric family's sprawling estate, for a summer never to be forgotten. For one thing, what is this actor's name? Barry Keoghan. Barry Keoghan is freaking amazing. And it feels like between the years 2021 and 2023, he was all over the place. His acting is freaking incredible. But yeah, basically, he's a poor guy who's going to this rich, fancy, aristocratic school through like really good grades, being really intelligent. And yeah, he was really good in the Eternals as well. We'll talk about the Eternals after this as well, actually, because I really like the Eternals. But also, thank you for donating to the Feileallowance and for bringing up this movie, because it's really cool. It basically like follows this character's obsession with the main rich kid. Like, all the other kids are like super rich and aristocratic. It's mainly based around the main guy, the pretty boy's like family. But yeah, he goes to stay with them at their estate called Saltburn just because he manages to help this kid one day get to class early when he was gonna like run late because his bike broke or something. So they become friends. But then this guy, you'd think it would be like a Prince and the Pauper kind of story where he would slowly like get to see more rich things and be more excited and be happy. But no, they take it in a much more realistic direction, which is really fucking cool. What ends up happening is this guy becomes like obsessed with the rich kid in an almost like romantic sex. No, there was definitely a sexual way to it. My man ends up drinking his bathwater at one point. So yeah, he becomes like sexually attracted as well as obsessed with the other guy and basically tries to make sure that he never has to leave Saltburn and can just join the family. A lot of crazy sexual tension, a lot of other crazy stuff going on, but basically this kid starts to lose his mind a little bit and you're like, oh, maybe there was a reason this kid didn't have any friends before after all. It wasn't just the rich kids looking down on a poor child. It was just this guy had some serious issues and was dealing with his own stuff. Not the cemetery scene. Oh, I didn't even bring up the cemetery scene. Yeah, no, there's a lot of messed up shit. It's a very interesting character study. I'll give that one a 4-star as well. Maybe even a 4.5, honestly. Yeah, you know what? 4.5. I enjoyed Saltburn. Saltburn, it just kept spiraling. It starts off and you're like, oh, this could go really bad. And as it goes on, you're like, oh, this went really bad. This is going worse. How is this going worse? It just keeps getting worse. And you keep like wanting to look away and being unable to look away because the acting in it is so fantastic. Oh yeah, I said we were going to do Eternals next because of Barry Keoghan as well. Eternals. So Eternals is a Marvel movie, but it doesn't feel like a Marvel movie. It feels like it should have been a series for one thing. Yeah, this is an interesting one though. Eternals. In the beginning. The Eternals are a team of ancient aliens who have been living on Earth in secret for thousands of years. When an unexpected tragedy forces them out of the shadows, they're forced to reunite against mankind's most ancient enemy, the Deviants. I am a deviant. What are you going to do about it? But anyway, the Eternals is absolutely incredible to me. I'm going to give that a 4-star immediately. It's about, yeah, these immortals who have all like influenced mankind's evolution throughout the years. Like she's Circe from Greek mythology. He's Icarus, also from Greek mythology. I forget who a lot of them are. This is definitely Athena, Gilgamesh. I think she's Sprite. And I forget most of the rest of them. But yeah, yeah, she's just called Athena, but she's Athena. But yeah, they've all like influenced human mythology and evolution and all kinds of things. They've been on the planet for like 5,000, maybe 6,000 years. They've lived that whole time and they've been forced not to get involved with mankind constantly killing each other. So it deals with the fact that they're immortals who should be superheroes who just haven't been doing anything, have been following their god's orders. Their god is like a super giant thing out in space who, I won't spoil what he does, but like he does what, you know, all-powerful gods tend to do. He doesn't see mortal life as particularly important. So It's a very cool story, which if they had made it into like a 6-episode miniseries, probably would have been fucking fantastic, because it sprawls like thousands of years. You get to see them in like ancient Sumeria. That's what I mean. They could have done like so many different timelines. You definitely see them in like ancient Sumeria and I think in India at one point, and then they jump to the modern day. But yeah, if they had done like a full-on like 6-episode series, a 6-hour kind of thing of like exploring the different timelines they were in, giving these guys like the proper connections that they should have had to everything, and then showing like the modern world and how fucked up it was, it could have been fucking marvelous. As it was, it's still like a 3-hour, maybe 3.5-hour film, but it still doesn't feel long enough, and it doesn't like connect to everything enough. It also has one of my favorite actresses in it. What is your name? Gemma Chan. So Gemma Chan plays the main woman in it. She was fantastic. I first saw her in a British TV show called Humans, which is all about robots, surprisingly. But it was called Humans, and it's all about like very realistic human-looking robots. She was the main one, and she's one who actually has emotion. So basically, imagine Detroit Become Human, but better. Imagine Detroit Become Human, but actually focused on the robots' human interactions and how messed up it becomes when the humans want to stop them from feeling interactions and just treat them as property and shit. Anyway, loved her in Crazy Rich Asians. I haven't actually seen Crazy Rich Asians either. But yeah, Gemma Chan is incredible. She's an amazing actress. She deserves way more roles. I was so happy when she got casted in The Eternals, because before that, I only knew her in Humans, and I was like, damn, she was amazing in Humans. And yeah, when she was in Crazy Rich Asians and then this, I was like, sweet, now she's going to be super popular, and she's disappeared again, so hopefully she'll be back. Sensei, have you watched Changeling starring Angelina Jolie? I don't actually know the name of that one. I do love Angelina Jolie, and yeah, it was surprising that she was in this one as well. Connor theme starts playing. Hell yeah. No humans. Wait, somebody said something I wanted to grab, but I can't find it anymore. Damn. That's aggravating. Speaking of comic book adaptations, Constantine. Yo, Constantine's one of my favorite DC heroes. So we will talk about this movie, and I might get a little bit of hate for it. For one thing, isn't he played by Keanu Reeves in it? Yeah, he is. So Constantine is a very interesting DC superhero. And of course, as soon as you bring up Constantine, they bring up the advert for Superman. But yeah, let's do this. John Constantine has literally been to hell and back when he teams up with a policewoman to solve the mysterious suicide of her twin sister. The investigation takes them through the world of demons and angels that exist beneath the landscape of contemporary Los Angeles. So a cool scenario. Basically, Constantine is a wizard. He has traveled through hell. He has like met with angels and demons, and most of his stories involve him dealing with demons and magic and trying to investigate what the hell is going on. There's a sequel. Wait, there is a sequel? Really? I never heard about a sequel. But anyway, Constantine is really good. There's like a animated movie that's more him. For one thing, I don't like that he's not British in this. I don't know if Keanu Reeves was trying to do a British accent or if he was just being Keanu Reeves. Because Keanu Reeves Keanu Reeves is not the best actor. I love Keanu Reeves. However, he is always Keanu Reeves in everything he does. He can be like a little bit silly when it comes to like Bill and Ted. He can be himself. But yeah, no, it's always very much Keanu Reeves. Like, he excels when he's doing the same thing, which is like a stoic, badass action star. Ever since he hit like The Matrix and then did things like John Wick, that's Keanu Reeves. That's just who he is. He's like Nicolas Cage in that regard. I would say Nicolas Cage is a slightly better actor, because you always know Nicolas Cage is Nicolas Cage, but he has a bit more range. But both are incredible at what they do, because they bring to life a role. They just also always do it as themselves, if that makes sense. It's like when you cast Keanu Reeves, you're casting Keanu Reeves as someone. You're not casting the character. Nick Cage, yeah. Nick Cage in Longlegs was insane. Exactly. Nick Cage in Mandy. Nick Cage in that one where everybody's dreaming of him. Nick Cage is a fucking stellar actor. Like, one of the best actors of our time. And the fact that he doesn't have like much vocal range doesn't change the fact that he can like be very different characters. Nick Cage is a meme. He is kind of a meme. Yeah, that's true. Same as Deadpool. Oh, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. Ryan Reynolds, he's always... Well, Ryan Reynolds, I think, has less range than any of the other ones either. Because Keanu Reeves can do comedy. He can do action. He can do drama. Nicolas Cage can do comedy, drama, action. He just leans more heavily into the drama. He can also do very convincing like horror and very emotional stories. Whereas Ryan Reynolds, he's tried to do some serious stuff before. Even in the most serious stuff he's done, he's always very much like laughing and loosey about it. And I love Ryan Reynolds, don't get me wrong. He's an amazing dude. A good actor, but he is very much like, he's not like acting. He's himself. He's himself through and through. That's a bit more than even Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves, it's just, he always has the same vocal range. He always has the same facial expressions. Nick Cage, a similar thing. Similar vocal range, similar facial expressions, but they do play the characters. Ryan Reynolds, they need to write characters for him. Ever since like Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place. I'm pretty sure he was in his young 20s at that point. With Nathan Fillion. He hung out with Nathan Fillion back then too, which is kind of crazy. Nathan Fillion's amazing. Anyway, yeah, no, he's always been like the same person in everything. You put him in an action role, he's like the jokey comedy action guy. You put him in like a drama role, he will make jokes about everything and be like the comedy part of the drama. Anyway, we're supposed to be talking about Constantine. This movie's okay. For one thing, Satan is played by... Was it Rachel Weisz? Yeah, Rachel Weisz. No, Tilda Swinton. Tilda Swinton plays Satan. No. Oh, it wasn't Satan, was it? Who does she play? Is it Michael? She plays one of the angels. One of the badass, like, archangels. But Tilda Swinton fucking kills in that role. It was Gabriel. Thank you. Okay, it was Gabriel. Thank you. Satan is played by a different dude who just, like, oozes oil and shit. Yeah, thank you, guys. It's Gabriel. Tilda Swinton fucking rocks it in that role. Keanu Reeves does okay as Constantine. Constantine's a good film. I'll give it like a 3-star. It's okay, but you need to understand, I really love Constantine as a character. He's a British, like, magician detective. He's very much like I also like, one of my favorite book series is the Dresden Files, which is Harry Dresden. Like a realistic guy in modern day. I think he's in like New York essentially. But yeah, a realistic like modern day guy doing investigations into like the paranormal while doing magic. So Constantine is like the comic book version of that. He rubs shoulders with like Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman and all those kinds of people. He has to deal with that despite just being a man with magic. It's really interesting how he deals with his shit and how his story goes on. Love the Dresden Files. Oh yeah, the Dresden Files are great. But yeah, Constantine, great character. The movie was okay. The movie was okay. Tilda Swinton was amazing. Some of the storyline was great. I wanted better. Oh my god, everybody shouted at me that was Gabriel. Sorry, guys. I feel like there was another... there was something I was going to go off of from that one, but I've lost it along the way. Sensei, have you seen Truman or Free Guy? We were actually talking about the Truman Show before we actually started the stream. We were talking about the Truman Show just in text in pre-stream. So let's do that one. Free Guy I quite like. Free Guy was a fun little comedy. It played into the idea of like a video game world pretty well. Oh, I've already rated this one. Okay, this is one of the few ones that I've actually rated before this. So yeah, one of my favorite movies. Very cool. 4.5 stars from me. Basically, the Truman Show, it starts off pretty simple. I mean, this isn't a spoiler because it dives into this within like the first 10 minutes. It turns out that his entire world is a TV set. His entire world is a TV set and he's being recorded at all times. He basically, if you've ever seen the show Big Brother, where they would have cameras all over the compound and be able to like film everything that they were doing, it played off of that. It played off of the idea that reality TV was becoming huge. And how long was it going to become before we just started like straight up showing people's whole lives at the whole time. So ever since he was a baby, this guy has been on camera. It's called The Truman Show. They just watch him grow up. And so it's kind of like a streaming service kind of thing, a 24-hour airing thing. And then once a day, they do like a 1-hour show that keeps up, that like brings up all of the best points. So he's become like an icon and a legend to him. He's just like a normal insurance salesman in his own little small world. And then he starts to notice things around him that just don't feel quite real. It starts with like a TV light set falling down from up above him and him being like, where did that come from? And people are telling him like, oh, it fell out of a plane or something. And then he starts to realize that everyone in the town knows all of his catchphrases, even if he doesn't remember them particularly. And there are buildings that he tries to run into and they're all like locked up and he can tell they're kind of fake. And then he realizes, I don't think this world is real. So yeah, secret subathon, pretty much. Yeah. It's funny because at this point it was just while like reality television was becoming big. But nowadays you look at this movie and it's like, it's basically what streamers do when they do a subathon. Like if you look at some of the biggest streamers, like, I don't know, Kaisenat does this kind of thing where it'll be like a 24-hour live stream for a full month where he'll even record himself like sleeping and have entertainment going on in the background while he's sleeping. But yeah, the Truman Show looked at that as if it was like a dystopian kind of thing where it's like, oh God, imagine if we did that for somebody's whole life. And it's like, we're heading in that direction. I knew him from Bruce Almighty. Oh, Jim Carrey's fantastic. Actually, one of my favorite roles Jim Carrey's ever been in is the one with the puppets. Let me see if it has TV shows on this. Go away, you. He was also amazing in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. He was the Mask. I forgot that. Sonic, he's amazing in. Bruce Almighty was great. Dumb and Dumber is just dumb, but it's fun. Liar, liar. Okay, this probably doesn't... Oh, he was in Yes Man? I forgot about that. Ace Ventura. He's a great comedian. Damn it. The number 23. Like, Jim Carrey actually does genuinely very good, interesting, dramatic roles as well. He's someone who started just doing silly ones, but then did like some horror, some drama, and did it really well. Damn it. I don't think they have the TV shows on this one. But there's some sort of TV show, I forget what it's called, but basically he's like in a Jim Henson kind of role where he's somebody who does a puppet show for kids, but he's just lost, I think his son died. His son died, and then he has to go on and continue being this happy, fun kind of guy, like a Jim Henson kind of guy, or like a... Oh, what's that guy's name? Would You Be My Neighbor? That guy. Anyway, he does a talk show. Oh, the show is called Kidding. Thank you. Yeah, it's called Kidding. So yeah, he basically has to get up in front of a bunch of kids every day and do a puppet show. And he gets like very depressed about the fact that he has to pretend to be happy and keep telling all these silly little stories when really he wants to be talking about more deep things. Mr. Roger. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. He's basically Mr. Roger in that, but with a puppet show, which is why I connected it to Jim Henson. So he starts making the puppet show, despite the fact that it's made for kids, start talking about things like death and other serious topics and bringing in his own emotional issues into it. And so it becomes a very interesting study of like, can you teach those things to kids? And like somebody who's making that much money but wants to actually branch out a little bit, if you're too locked into being a children's entertainer, what kind of thing do you do? It's a shame it got cancelled after 2 seasons because it was interesting. It's starting to remind me of A Man Called Otto. Dude, I love A Man Called Otto. That one's also starring Tom Hanks. Man Called Otto. A Man Called Otto is based off of a novel, although the novel had a different name. I think it was A Man Called Olaf or Olafsson or something. But yeah, A Man Called Otto stars Tom Hanks, and it's basically a grumpy old man. Fall in love with the grumpiest man in America. When a lively young family moves in next door, grumpy widower Otto Anderson meets his match in a quick-witted pregnant woman named Marisol, leading to an unlikely friendship that turns his world upside down. So yeah, he's basically like a grumpy, slightly ignorant old white man who... His wife has passed away. He's lived in this one place for a long time. They're trying to get him out of there because they want to basically bulldoze everything and make it cheap, low-income housing. And he's holding on. And yeah, he's just a grumpy old man who slowly gets brought back to life by the new family that moves into his life. He basically becomes a babysitter for these other kids and helps the family out. So like Up. It's like Up, and it's like one of my other favorite films, Gran Torino. But yeah, like it's a very traditional story where it's like grumpy old man gets brought out of his grump and depression by children and other lively people, gets brought into actually enjoying life again. I give that one a solid 4.5 out of 5. That one's a lot of fun for sure. I am actually going to dive into Gran Torino too, because I really liked Gran Torino. Gran Torino was so sad and fucked up. Boop, boop, boop. Gran Torino. Ugh, get out of here, you. Starring Clint Eastwood, who used to be known for his, like Clint Eastwood was always known for his Western movies, where basically, you know, strong, hardened Western cowboy would show up and shoot everyone who didn't, like, you know, fit society's standards. So it was interesting to see him do this movie where he I think he directed and wrote it as well as starring in it. Maybe he just directed it. Cast, crew. Director. Yeah, he was director, producer, not writer. Okay, so he was director and producer as well as being the main star. He did the Yeehaw movies. Yeah, he did. Ever come across somebody you shouldn't have fucked with? Disgruntled Korean War veteran Walt Kowalski sets out to reform his neighbor Tao Law, a Hmong teenager who tried to steal Kowalski's prized possession, a 1972 Gran Torino. So it's basically a grumpy old man who you don't fuck with, ex-Korean War veteran. This one, unlike in A Man Called Otto, is just outwardly slightly racist, but it's mostly based around ignorance. He, like, hates the fact that there are foreigners moving into the houses around him. But then he starts to actually meet this kid who tried to steal his car. They force him to basically make the kid pay him back. So he makes him do a bunch of, like, household chores for other old people in the area. And then he finds out the kid is actually kind of cool. The family's very nice, and they're being mixed up in a whole bunch of, like, gang stuff. And he tries to help them, essentially. It's a very cute movie. And especially from somebody who used to make movies, like, a lot of those Western movies basically turned into white savior kind of stuff around, like, the 70s and 80s, where they started, like, turning from cowboys and Indians and cowboys and other things. But yeah, they were always kind of exploitive, but then they went very much into that. And now we're killing hippies or people who don't agree with the American government kind of thing. So to see Clint Eastwood come back and direct this one where it's basically an old white man who was that kind of person become more worldly and open up a bit more, that was really good as well. I'll give that one a 4.5. Batman and Jason Todd. Oh, I love Jason Todd. Jason Todd's badass. In fact, the best DC animated film under the Red Hood stars Jason Todd. This is the best animated DC film. I will have no objections. People can object if they want. They will be wrong. That's a solid 5 out of 5. Because it's one of the best adaptations of a comic book storyline put to movie thing. It cuts out a lot of the Red Hood storyline, but it does it in a streamlined way that actually makes it pay attention really well. Like, you can watch this film, know nothing about Jason Todd, know nothing. Like, when I first watched this film, I didn't know there were multiple Robins. I was just like, yeah, Robin's always Robin. And then I watched Under the Red Hood and I found out about Jason Todd, who is a Robin who straight up gets murdered by the Joker. And I was like, wait, there were multiple Robins? And then I found out, like, yeah, there's Dick Grayson, Jason Todd. There's a couple other ones. One of them's actually Batman's biological kid. And they make an entire Bat family eventually. But anyway, Jason Todd is a Wood. Yes, he is. Especially when he's played by motherfucking Jensen Ackles. Jensen Ackles, Dean from Supernatural, and Soldier Boy from, what's that superhero one? Anyway, he's Soldier Boy in the superhero one. He's sexy as fuck. He does the voice of Jason Todd in this. It's great. One part vigilante, one part criminal kingpin. Red Hood begins cleaning up Gotham with the efficiency of Batman, but without following the same ethical code. The Boys! Thank you, guys. I can't believe I didn't remember that. I'm really looking forward to the final season of that. I've enjoyed it. It's been getting progressively worse as seasons went on, but I still enjoy it each season, so I'm looking forward to how it ends, if nothing else. But yeah. Under the Red Hood, I won't spoil much, but what I will say is it's one of the best stories in Batman, in my opinion. I did spoil the fact that a Robin gets killed. That's more backstory than anything else. Like, a Robin gets killed by Joker, and the rest of this is just based around the fallout of that. Because Batman has his ever-going code of, I will not kill anyone. So it's the general question of, dude, even if the Joker straight up killed your child's sidekick, you're gonna hold back? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, then there's this other dude that shows up called the Red Hood, who is like a more efficient version of Batman. He deals with the criminals, but he uses guns and he makes sure he kills the criminals so they stay down. Jason Todd is a very interesting character, and so is Red Hood. Jason resented him? Damn right. He killed your freaking son! Exactly. Have you ever seen any Mel Brooks movies? Yeah, I actually really like some of the Mel Brooks movies. The Producers and Young Frankenstein. Young Frankenstein, did I have that on my list of favorite movies? I don't know if I did, but I love Young Frankenstein. I still need to watch Blazing Saddles, because I've heard that's really good. But yeah, I really liked... The Producers was damn funny, and Young Frankenstein is amazing. Young Frankenstein has so many, like, quotable moments in it. Young Frankenstein. Also, I'm really sorry. I grabbed that super chat that mentioned 1 liter of tears, and I never actually searched it yet. I do remember I need to click 1 liter of tears. Fucking but yeah, no, Young Frankenstein is just a comedy version of Frankenstein. Frankenstein Jr. Comes back to Frankenstein's mansion and tries to like finish his dad's job of making a Frankenstein, but it's just pure comedy. It's silly. It's full of ridiculousness. It's it plays into all of the horror movies from that age. So it has like parts of Frankenstein, but then it also has like parts of Dracula for sure, with Dracula's castle. And as you can see with him wearing this outfit, they also get a bit King Kong of it, because he brings Frankenstein back to the real world, tries to basically turn him into a movie star. It's silly and over the top. Mel Brooks was an incredible comedian. We mentioned docu-say? Damn. Is 1 liter of tears even... I thought that was a drama. I didn't know that was a movie. Because I have heard of that one. I did watch that, but I can't remember it. Oh, 2005. Ichirito no Namida. It's a Japanese television drama. Oh, so they do have some TV shows in this one. About a girl who was diagnosed with an incurable degenerative disease at 15, but was able to continue her life until her death at the age of 25. That reminds me, there was another one that Mira Harama starred in, which was all about a character having ALS as well. But I definitely watched this. Oh yeah, it's got Ryo Nishikido. No wonder. I loved Erika Sawajiri back then as well. So yeah, it had 2 of the idols that I actually recognized the names of. I definitely watched this. It was a crying one. The best I could compare this to from nowadays, if you didn't watch like classic J-drama, it reminds me a lot of K-drama nowadays, like When Life Gives You Tangerines. I watched When Life Gives You Tangerines recently, and it's the same kind of thing where it's basically... I guess I'd call it crying porn. It's like how you can have like food porn, you can have like revenge porn. It's crying porn. It's like basically everything the movie is about trying to make you cry. Yo, Ip Man. I love it, man. The OST was so nice. Yeah, it is. Ip Man. Ip Man, is that my favorite martial arts film? It's definitely up there. Between Ip Man and maybe New Police Story with Jackie Chan. The Mirahara movie was Koizora. Surprisingly, no, he did a different drama. Koizora was great, don't get me wrong. I liked Koizora. I preferred the live action movie to the drama because I like Mirahara. Mirahara was a great actor, and it's a shame that he committed suicide a couple years ago, which sucks. But yeah, he was a great actor. I watched pretty much everything he was in, like Bloody Monday and some of the other dramas. But yeah, Koizora was a different one. He did a different drama, which I forget the name of, but in that one, he straight up had ALS, and you watch him slowly lose mobility. So it's not like Koizora, where it was a pure romantic one where he pushes the girl away and then you just see him like passing away, essentially. It was a slow like progression of ALS, which was much more painful, to be honest. But Ip Man, really, really good movie. Semi-biological account of Ip Man, the first martial arts master to teach the Chinese martial art of Wing Chun. He also was the person who taught... Let me make sure I get this right. Didn't he teach Bruce Lee? I think he taught Bruce Lee, because a lot of the martial arts masters at the time refused to teach Bruce Lee because he was part American and they didn't like that. Whereas Ip Man was okay with it. But correct me if I'm wrong about that. I am not infallible, and I just think that's the case. But, oh yeah, okay, so he was Bruce Lee's master. He did teach Bruce Lee, if nothing else. I don't know if the rest of it is true or I'm misremembering it. But yeah, he taught Bruce Lee, if nothing else. And this focused on his life when he was actually living back home. So yeah, the film focuses on events surrounding Ip Man that took place in the city of Foshan between the 1930s and 1940s, during the Second Sino-Japanese War, directed by Wilson Yip. The film stars Donnie Yen in the lead role and features tight choreography by Sammo Hung. It has some of the coolest fucking choreography I have ever seen. Wing Chun is an interesting martial arts by itself because it focuses on like a lot. It's all like self-defense and it's lots of like small little punches because I think it was made originally for women to defend themselves. Correct me if I'm wrong about that as well. But I know for a fact they put it in the movie, the fact that a lot of people make fun of him at different points because they're like, Wing Chun, isn't that for women? But yeah, it was designed basically for women to like do little like damaging punches just to get away from men if they're being attacked kind of thing. But anyway, it's a lot of really fast, quick punches to like the face, neck, and throat just to disable someone. And he does it masterfully. There's a point where like he blocks somebody's punch, punches them in the face, and then as they're falling to the ground, he smacks them like 6 times in the throat as they're falling, just to make sure they can't breathe when they start to fall. It's so fucking cool. And this one's very emotional because obviously it is set during the time period where Japan actually occupies China. They take over his city and they make it so that they're only getting like a tiny bit of rice per day. So he's basically starving at the same time. There's a point where Japanese soldiers are fucking around and pointing guns at his child in the street at one point, and that's when he really loses it. So incredibly emotional, incredibly high stakes, beautiful choreography in martial arts. Just an amazing movie all around. And there were several sequels. I didn't really like any of the rest of them as much. There's one that goes back to his past. There's one that deals with him in America when he like fights a boxer. There were some interesting ones. Ip Man 1 though, that's a 5-star. That shit was fucking legendary. My other favorite martial arts films, New Police Story with Jackie Chan, but I think everyone's heard of that one, so I'll instead talk about Dragon. I think it was called Dragon. Return of the Dragon. This one, 2011. Because this one is actually wuxia. Yeah. Because this one, they're like superhuman level ability kind of things that are so cool. Boop. Blood always leaves a trail. A sinful martial arts expert wants to start a new tranquil life, only to be hunted by a determined detective and his former master. So yeah, this one's really badass because it's wuxia rather than basic martial artists. So if you think like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Hero, it's that kind of thing. Isn't this Donnie Yen again? It is Donnie Yen again. That's so funny. So yeah, 2 of my 3 favorite martial arts movies are Donnie Yen. But yeah, basically they're superhuman rather than just being martial artists. They have like the whole chi thing and cultivation and becoming more than human, being able to like fly slightly and reverse gravity by lightening their bodies and being able to move faster and hit harder than they should. It's great. But basically this guy used to be a martial arts master. He used to be like a bad guy, in fact. But he retired and moved to a quiet town to settle down. But then he gets attacked by somebody and accidentally murders them. And this guy who's an investigator comes in to investigate it and realizes, oh, there's a crazy like god level martial artist in this town. And so it's part investigation thriller where he's like looking up the fact that this person who managed to kill somebody else clearly punched harder than anything else and was able to like fly through the air and avoid leaving footsteps because he was so light and shit like that. It's really, really cool. It's part investigation, it's part wuxia, and incredible martial arts throughout. I love that one. An icon for real? Hell yeah. Chocolate, the Thai movie? Oh, I think I watched Chocolate. Isn't that's the one starring the girl, right? Because I think... Oh, what was the other Thai movie with the guy that really liked punching people with his elbows? But I think I remember... Yeah, I did watch Chocolate. She's sweet, but deadly. This one's fucking bad. Ong Bak, yeah. I think I watched Ong Bak and then a bunch of people suggested this one. I'm not sure if it was directed by the same person or if it's just the same fighting style, but yeah. Chocolat. Zen, an autistic teenage girl with powerful martial arts skills, gets money to pay for her sick mother, Zin's treatment by seeking out all the people who owe Zin money and making them pay. So yeah, badass, awesome girl. Really good martial arts. So fucking cool. I'd probably give that one like a 4-star. I had a lot of fun with that one. Ong Bak was the one that like really blew my mind as well though. Ong Bak was sick. Yeah, I do know Ong Bak. Yeah. Who was the star of that one? Because I think he went on to do a lot of other things as well. Ong Bak starring Tony Jaa. Yeah, Tony Jaa went on to do so many other movies. But Ong Bak was cool as well. It's just Very basic storyline. It's just, the storyline is basically here to get you into the amazing martial arts. No computer graphics, no stunt doubles, no wires. When the head of a statue sacred to a village is stolen, a young martial artist goes to the big city and finds himself taking on the underworld to retrieve it. So yeah, very simple storyline. It's a revenge thriller. He goes in and beats the shit out of the bad guys. It's a fun time. That one I'll give like a 4.5 star. That was good. The martial arts in that are absolutely wild. Have you seen any Stephen Chow movies? Yes, I have. I'm trying to remember which one I like more. Oh yeah, no, definitely Kung Fu Hustle. I was trying to remember whether it was Kung Fu Hustle or Shaolin Soccer. But yeah, Kung Fu Hustle, I fucking love. That's an immediate 5 star. That's like a comedy martial arts one. It's so freaking good. In the 1940s, it's the 1940s, and the notorious Axe Gang terrorizes Shanghai. Small-time criminals Sting and Bone hope to join, but they only manage to make lots of very dangerous enemies. Fortunately for them, Kung Fu masters and hidden strength can be found in unlikely places. Now they have to take on the entire Axe Gang. It's so fucking funny. So basically, yeah, there's this guy and his brother, I think sworn brother rather than actual biological brother, but they want to join the Axe Gang and be gangsters. They bully a bunch of people and get beaten up a lot by themselves. And then they end up the enemies of the Axe Gang. But thankfully, they happen to be in this tiny little village area where everybody is secretly a badass, like wuxia level martial artist as well. There's like a guy who can play an instrument that summons like mystical wraiths and all kinds of crazy shit. It's incredibly funny and incredibly like good martial arts. So it's a lot of things. So the English dub for this could never take it seriously. Even with the original dub, like it's just pure comedy. It's great. Kung Fu Hustle becomes better when you know of all the wuxia references in it. Yeah, exactly. When you've seen, like, not even just wuxia, but shansha as well. Like, even just watching some of the danmei I've watched will prepare you enough for Kung Fu Hustle. When you see, like, the character fighting with the Guqin, and it's like, Lan Wangji. Ong Bak was crazy intense in a good way. Yeah, it was. Oh, shit. Old Boy? Old Boy was good as well. Also, let me just real quick see if I know any of the other movies by Stephen Chow, because I remember Shaolin Soccer was amazing. The God of Cookery is pretty damn funny. He mainly does comedy ones. But yeah, those 3 I know very well. Shaolin Soccer and The God of Cookery. They're all really good. Old Boy is another one of the best movies ever made. Cool. It's a Korean film, and it's part of the Vengeance trilogy, which I believe was 3 films all made by the same Korean director. Isn't he also in CJ7? Yeah, that came up when I clicked on the thing. Old Boy's peak? Yeah, it is. Old Boy. Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you weep alone. With no clue how he came to be imprisoned, drugged and tortured for 15 years, a desperate man seeks revenge on his captors. So yeah, basically, it's this guy who's a father. He's not a particularly good father. He's constantly like out getting drunk, not really paying too much attention to his daughter. He gets kidnapped one night when he happened to get very drunk and get locked in the drunk tank. Gets kidnapped by somebody and gets locked in a room for 15 years. For 15 years, he literally can't leave the room. He ends up like training and swearing that he's going to get vengeance someday. But by the end of it, obviously he's thinking like, maybe I'm never going to get out of here. Anyway, he gets set free and he's like, why the fuck did that happen to me? So now at the age of like 45, somewhere around 45 to 50, knowing that his child out there somewhere, but he's more like, no, I need to get revenge on whoever kidnapped me and find out why they did it. Because he made a long list of people that may have been like willing to hurt him, but he's like, why would anybody go that far to lock me up for 15 freaking years? So he tracks them down and you find out exactly why it happened, and why it happened is just absolutely insane. Some of the plot twists are some of the best things I've ever seen in my life. God, Park Chan-wook, what else have you directed? I need to know. Handmaiden! Okay. Handmaiden is also one of the best films of all time. Lady Vengeance is great. He's a cyborg, but that's okay. That's good. Oh my God. He's made a bunch of sick movies. Let's go. But yeah, Handmaiden is another straight 5 out of 5. This one. Yuri. I love this one. 1930s Korea. In the period of Japanese occupation, a new girl, Suki, is hired as a handmaiden to a Japanese heiress, Hideko, who lives a secluded life on a large countryside estate with her domineering uncle, Kozuki. But the maid has a secret. She is a pickpocket recruited by a swindler posing as a Japanese count to help him seduce the lady to elope with him, rob her of her fortune, and lock her up in a madhouse. I'm not going to read more than that because that already kind of gives up too much. That kind of gives up like the first 30 minutes of the film. We're going to stop reading there. But it's incredible. It is a girl's love story. This is the pickpocket who is taken into the house as a handmaiden. And this is the heiress who is the rich Japanese lady. So yeah, basically, she's a pickpocket who's recruited by somebody else to like sneak into the house to make the heiress fall in love with her and basically run away with her or make her seem insane so that she can be locked in a crazy house, essentially the asylum, so that the husband can run away with the fortune. Beautiful visuals, lovely romance. Like the romance actually does end up blossoming. It's so wonderfully beautiful. A kind of intense sex scene, to be fair. If you don't like adult content, they have a very intense sex scene during that, which kind of blew my mind because I was like, damn, they really went all the way into this. Like they show everything. But yeah, wonderful movie full of like vengeance, so many twists. I did not know any of the twists that were going to come along. Sounds like my kind of movie. Dude, it's so good. That's straight 5 stars. 5 stars because of like the romance and the interesting, like you never really know where the plot line's going to go because it just keeps going further and further and further. Give me my Yuri. Oh, hell yeah. No prudes in this house? I hope not. But nah, it was a beautiful movie. I like the romance. I like the mystery. I sat on the floor watching in the movie theater. Don't ask why. Just wanted to see it so bad. For this one? Damn. Commitment. Let's go. Also, I just realized. Straight 5 star? Nah, you're right. Not straight 5 star. Not straight at all 5 star, and we love it. But yeah, Old Boy also had to get a 5 star because, man, that director makes really lovely things. Speaking of Korean movies, what about Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter, and Spring? I think I've heard of that one. Let me look that one up. Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter, and Spring. Because I've heard that title, but I don't remember it. So let me see. What you like, others will also like. An isolated lake where an old monk lives in a small floating temple. The monk has a young boy living with him, learning to become a monk. We watch as seasons and years pass by. I don't remember that one. For some reason, I think I was confusing it with Uncle Bong-hee, who can remember his past lives. It's Uncle something who can remember his past lives. But that one's all about a man that like has spirits visit him, and that one's really interesting. But I don't think I've seen this one, or if I do, I don't remember it. Any Filipino movies like Hero, Luna, or The Uninvited? I don't think I've heard either of those. I've definitely seen a couple Filipino horror movies, but I don't remember their names right now. So feel free to throw horror Filipino movies at me, and if I know them, I will tell you. The Grand Budapest Hotel. Okay, that's top tier as well. What's the name of the director of that one? Grand Budapest Hotel, because he does a lot of good stuff. Oh, Wes Anderson, yeah. Wes Anderson, most of his movies are pretty damn good. Oh, Ouija. I did watch Ouija. Feng Shui. I don't remember Feng Shui. The Witch, Part 1. I did watch The Witch. Wes Anderson. Yeah, Wes Anderson's amazing. This one is like a comedy. It's like very surreal. Pretty much everything Wes Anderson does is very surreal. But yeah, as you can see by the look of this hotel. The murder case of Madame D with enormous wealth and the most outrageous events surrounding her sudden death. The Grand Budapest Hotel tells of a legendary concierge at a famous European hotel. Between the wars and his friendship with a young employee who becomes his trusted protege. The story involves the theft and recovery of a priceless Renaissance painting and the battle for an enormous family fortune and the slow and sudden upheaval that transformed Europe during the first half of the 20th century. That really doesn't tell you much about the movie at all. It's really good though. It's a comedy. It's just over the top comedy. Every character is amazing. The actors are all brilliant. What other films do I love by him? Because I've seen so many of them. The French Dispatch, great. Asteroid City, pretty good. Isle of Dogs, incredible. Fantastic Mr. Fox, really good, a bit childish. I haven't seen the Phoenician Scheme yet. I'm looking forward to looking through that. He did these really short ones as well that were really good. Poison and The Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar, both of which you can find on Netflix. They're very short stories, but they are very good as well. But yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel is probably my favorite one of his. French Dispatch is a very close second. Isle of Dogs, Asteroid City, and Fantastic Mr. Fox are all shortly under that. And Poison and Henry Sugar are great as well, but they're very short, so I don't know. That's like a 4.5 for me. That's a good comedy. It's very, very surreal. I love surreal things. For filler movies, there's a lot, but Feng Shui is good when it comes to Scream. Yeah, I don't remember Feng Shui, unfortunately. Henry Sugar is great. Yeah, it is. I haven't seen Royal Tannenbaums either. I should watch that at some point. Dare I mention Dune? Okay, let's do this. For Dune, I haven't seen the original one. I haven't seen the original one or the miniseries, so I haven't seen either of the old ones. So if we're talking about the new ones, as you can see, I've already rated the original Dune as a 4-star. It's one of the few ones that I did rate before. Good movie, based off a very classic sci-fi book. It was great. However, Dune 2, where's Dune 2? Dune Part 2. That gets a 5-star. That gets a 5-star from me. That shit was fucking incredible. They managed to streamline the storyline in such a way that you get every bit of information you need while also constantly feeling like everything is changing in the movie. The music is incredible. The set pieces, like some of the cinematography in that, there are things in the actual movie where you can just like take a frame cap and be like, that's a poster right there. Continuously, like probably every 10 to 20 minutes. You can just take a screen cap of the film and be like, that should be a poster. They set it off. And Denis Villeneuve is one of my favorite like directors as well. We'll talk about him in a minute, but just the way they like structured out this movie and the way that they properly tell the relationship between these two is freaking incredible. I loved it. And, you know, it's hard to still care about a character that does the fucked up shit that he does. But they make you like him. They make you like Paul Atreides. And I know the shit that he does in the future as well. So his dark purpose, his dark and terrible purpose, I'm like, nah, you still cool. I kind of get it. Like, I get that you're trying to do good in your own fucked up way. But yeah, no, that movie was incredible. It's so streamlined. It's so fast. Everything is good. And Denis Villeneuve, I think, yeah, he did Arrival. So Arrival was another one of my favorite films. That's probably in my top 10. No, that's definitely in my top 10. It's probably in my top 5. Dude is such a worm. Yeah, okay, Crow. I see you. But Arrival is a straight 5 out of 5. Because that, oh God. Arrival, 2016. Why are they here? Taking place after the alien crafts land around the world, an expert linguist is recruited by the military to determine whether they come in peace or they're a threat. So this one is amazing. How to describe this one without spoiling it? For one thing, it has the best piece of music in any movie, On the Nature of Daylight, which is a beautiful piece of music which has been reused in so many different films. What was it most recent? There was something that was used in recent. Oh, it was also used in that one episode of The Last of Us. It was reused in The Last of Us TV show in the one episode with the gay couple, which was completely original on the show, where they completely fleshed out the relationship of the gay couple in the apocalypse, which was brilliantly acted, brilliantly directed, so fucking emotional. But they reused that song there as well, but this was the first place I heard it, On the Nature of Daylight. Anyway, the movie is about this woman who is a linguist. 12 alien ships come down to Earth and basically start to try to communicate with the humans. And the humans try to communicate with them and can't understand them. They're trying to figure out what they're saying. The linguist starts to work out their language, and the language makes her start to think in a different way. It is directed brilliantly. It's based off of a short novel, which like a novella kind of thing, which is really wonderful. And just the message that it has about like understanding another culture, another people, being able to lead you to be a more like worldly people, a more accepting person, a more understanding person. Like basically she goes out of her way to understand them and then begins to think on a different way from humanity. And it becomes really beautiful. But it's just a really good take on an alien arrival film, an alien invasion film, where the aliens show up, but instead of it being action and like, oh no, they're going to kill us, instead it's, what if aliens showed up? Like, how would the world react? And what if they were actually just trying to communicate with us? What if it wasn't they were trying to kill us and they were just, hey, what's up, guys? Would like different countries be fighting to try and become the aliens' favorites? Like, would they end up fighting each other? Would they end up working together? It's so cool. It pushes the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis to the extreme. Yes, it does. And that's the point where I'd think it would hit spoilers, so I'll stop there. But yeah. The Last of Us mentioned, dude, that one episode of The Last of Us TV show is honestly the best reason that Last of Us TV show exists. Anyway, alien movies go crazy. Yeah, I love alien movies. They've always been fascinating to me, including Alien itself. Concept of alien communication is so fascinating. Yeah, I love how it works in Arrival. I also love, like, one of my favorite parts of the Ender's Game series is when they deal with like trying to communicate with aliens. Because there's one alien species, which is one of the coolest sci-fi storylines I've ever heard, where the author had it so that the aliens communicate through chemicals. And so when they first get to this alien world and the aliens can tell that there are humans circling them, they just know there's aliens circling their planet. They start trying to communicate with them by sending them chemical signatures. And they find out that the chemicals that they're sending them are trying to like put them to sleep. And so at first they're like, does that mean they're trying to put us to sleep to kill us? Or does that mean they're trying to put us to sleep because they want to find out, like, they want to relax us. They want to soothe us. They want to make us more calm while we talk to them. There was another alien race where they found out like the alien race were cutting open people and like arranging their organs in like a ritualistic murder way. And the whole like plot line of that book is, why would the aliens do this if they were supposed to be friends to the humans? And yeah, it starts off with, in fact, we'll dive into the movie version of Ender's Game. Ender's Game is a brilliant story. I think I am going to have to spoil it to talk about how good this one is, unfortunately. I'm going to give the movie 4 stars. The movie was pretty good. I think it needed a bit more work, but the Formics was such a cool idea. That's Ender's Game. Ender's Game doesn't connect to those other aliens. The other aliens are much, much further in the storyline. The aliens that I talked about are long after the Formics, which are the aliens in Ender's Game. But Andrew Wiggin, essentially survives Ender's Game and then ends up going into space for thousands of years due to like the theory of relativity, like how it works on faster than light travel. He basically lives through thousands of years of the universe while staying young himself because he's traveling faster than light. So he stays young while the universe moves quickly. But yeah, no, Ender's Game focuses on the Formics, which are an alien race which basically acts like ants and look like giant ants. And yeah, he's a child at this point. At this point, they've been fighting the Formics for like decades. And so they've made it so that the whole world is based around training kids to become better military leaders in the future. And so Ender is, I think, like 10 years old at this point, and he gets recruited by the military because he's very, very smart and forced to like join a military academy and train to kill the Formics. He gets trained to actually be the overall like general who leads the entire battlefront despite still being a child. I think even by the end of the first story, like it only passes like 2 or 3 years. So he's still only like 12 or 13 by the end of it. And I guess I won't spoil the plotline of that one, but the big twist that you get near the end is fucking brilliant. Anyway, this is not a game. Based on the classic novel by Orson Scott Card, Ender's Game is the story of Earth's most gifted children trying to defend their home planet and the space wars of the future. So yeah, it's all based around while they're just like training for things. They're training to take on the Formics, so they're doing a bunch of like video game kind of things, which is why it's called Ender's Game, where they're piloting spaceships. They're basically playing tactics games where they're taking on aliens in space. Ender's Game is so good. It is so good. It's such a cool idea. They play Fire Emblem IRL? Pretty much. More like FTL. They play more like FTL. We're going to talk about Interstellar. Dude, Interstellar is incredible as well. Interstellar. I love space movies too, so you guys are hitting me with all the right ones right now. Interstellar by Christopher Nolan. Oh yeah, I've already like 5-starred this. This is one of the few ones that came up in my brain as well, where I was like, yeah, no, 10 out of 10. Interstellar. Mankind was born on Earth. It was never meant to be here. The adventures of a group of explorers who make use of a newly discovered wormhole to surpass the limitations of human space travel and conquer the vast distances involved in interstellar voyaging. So basically, the Earth is dying. It's been hit by what's called as a blight, so we're running out of crops. We need to get to space, and we don't have the ability to get to space. So this guy, who is a father who used to be a NASA pilot, but NASA basically closed down because they had to focus on actually saving humanity and not just going to space. He is a father with 2 children who's basically just become a farmer because that's all they need in the world anymore, is everyone to become farmers and keep farming food. He gets recruited by basically secret NASA. I'm going to call them SNASA. I don't think they call them that, but they should have called them SNASA. That would have been fucking hilarious. To go into space and to find a habitable planet for humanity to basically move to. So yes, NASA send him up to space. He has to leave behind his daughter, who's like 10 years old, and his son, who's like 14 years old. So it's tragic in that regard, because he knows he's going through a wormhole. If nothing else, he's not going to be back for like 6 years. And beyond that, like when he starts to hit what I talked about, like I think it's the theory of relativity. It's definitely like something to do with like faster than life travel, and also like the gravitational. In this one, it's based around like the gravitational pull that makes time fucky-wucky. But basically, like there comes a point where he realizes a lot of time is going to pass if he continues this mission. He needs to do it because he needs to save humanity, but he's basically having to abandon his family to save humanity, and it's really fucking painful and sad, and it has one of the best ending sequences I've ever seen, and one of the best visual representations I've ever seen of like 4th dimensional beings. Really cool idea for 4th dimensional beings. Like Arrival does 4th dimensional beings really well, as does The Outer Wilds, the video game, do a really good idea of what like 4th dimensional or even 5th dimensional space would look like visually to us as 3-dimensional creatures. But this one does it really well as well. Love, yeah, I love that line. Love is a quantifiable thing. That's so cute. Reminds me of The Martian. Part of it's very similar to The Martian, actually. The black hole that warps time and space. Yeah, based on just like how much gravity is pulling them. The soundtrack in this movie was made perfect for each moment in the movie. It's just amazing. Yeah, actually, this song, my cosmic horror song that Alec made. So that cosmic horror theme that I had commissioned from Alec, the 2 songs that I asked him to base the general sound around were multiple songs from Interstellar and the 1 song from Annihilation. At the end of Annihilation, when the main woman's fighting an alien, those themes went into that. And now that I've done that, so let's change the music. Let's go with just back to my main theme. There we go. That'll set a nice feeling. But yeah, that soundtrack, the soundtrack overall is incredible, but it has some great like cosmic horror feeling kind of vibes. And so we used that to like reference to when we created the cosmic horror theme for my story. I can feel the tension listening to this. Yeah, they do really good. In Interstellar, like they have a beautiful soundtrack, and you know what? I'll dive into Annihilation as well. I spelled that wrong, but that's fine. It figured out what I meant. Who was this directed by? Oh, Alex Garland. I really like Alex Garland as a director as well. So yeah, Tetsuya Nakamura, Alex Garland, Denis Villeneuve. These are some of my favorite directors. Christopher Nolan as well. Christopher Nolan's good as well. But yeah, Annihilation. Should I read the synopsis? Sure, let's start with that. A biologist signs up for a dangerous, secret expedition into a mysterious zone where the laws of nature don't apply. So yeah, basically there's this zone that appears called the Shimmer. It appears after a meteor crashes to Earth and starts like slowly spreading. And everywhere it spreads, it basically takes over more of the Earth. It just looks like this shimmering substance behind them. but everything inside the shimmer, the DNA of everything starts to get all mixed up. And so you start to have things like alligators growing the ability... No, alligators like growing legs and being able to talk using human vocal cords. You get like humans becoming mixed with mold, so they end up like growing into the wall, and trees growing out in human forms. It gets really interesting. So it's a really different take on the general idea of like what an alien can be. Where in this case, the alien isn't like super intelligent in the way that we think of intelligence, but the alien itself just wants to find a way to survive and is trying to figure out how to survive on the planet Earth, trying to figure out what to do to live there. But what it's doing to all the other life forms there to figure it out is fucking with everything. It's a really cool movie, and it's based on the book by the book of the same name, which is written in a really interesting way, because I mean they talk about like a biologist signs up for dangerous secret expedition. Basically all of the characters that go into the shimmer in the book, they're all just referred to as like the biologist, the soldier, the geologist, I forget what they're all called, but they're all just referred to as their titles, and their titles basically demonstrate what kind of characters they are throughout the film as well. Like constantly the biologist is talking about the biology of things, and there's like a philosopher I don't think there is a philosopher actually, but basically everybody's like using their own information as a specialist of some form to decide what they want to do as their next step. And basically it's an idea of like, this is how humanity would deal with an alien threat based off of like some of the smartest, most specific kind of things. Have you seen Aniara? If not, please do. It's amazing. I've never even heard of that one. But also Annihilation, 4.5 out of 5. Could have been better. Should have led a bit more into the cosmic horror, into some of the crazy biological wonders that were going on. Because I think the best bit of that film were like the early parts where you were trying to figure out what was going on and seeing some of the crazy genetic hybrids that have been built into it. What is Aniara? Aniara. La Odyssée Stellaire. Oh, I have seen this one. Yo, I forgot the name of this one, but this one's a 5-star. This one is so sad. This one is breaking. What about Shimmer-Kuchan? I talked about the Shimmer. Oh, wait, there's another movie called Shimmer? I was just talking about the Shimmer from a different movie. Anyway, Aniara. We'll be back. A simple trip to Mars will become the journey of a lifetime. This one's so fucking good. It's so sad. A ship carrying settlers to a new home of Mars after Earth is rendered uninhabitable is knocked off course, causing the passengers to consider their place in the universe. It's so good. So basically it follows this woman who works for the company, but I think she was someone like pretty low down when she started. But essentially, yeah, they get knocked off course by like a meteor, and they're like, at first they're like, okay, it's going to take us like several more years than we thought to get to Mars. But then they realize the damage is too bad and they're just going to be floating off in space for the rest of their lives. This horror movie or sci-fi? It's like a drama sci-fi. I would say it's not full-on horror, but it does lean into a lot of things. It basically makes everybody on board the Aniara realize, oh, this is our world now. We're not getting to Mars. We're not going back to Earth. We now live in this spaceship. This is where we live, and this is where we're going to die. And then it really, really starts to do interesting things where, like, it jumps ahead in time multiple times. Like, it starts off when they first go off course, and then it, like, skips just a few days at a time to show how society is getting a bit, like, weird in dealing with it. And then it will skip, like, years, and they'll realize things are getting really bad, and society really starts to break down. And then it starts to skip decades at a time and just tells you their entire lives on the ship. It's incredible. So it's a superior version of Passengers. Yes, it's what if Passengers was like serious about the whole idea of you're gonna die on this ship, except a whole group of people. And plus it has like the whole break apart between like the rich and the poor, where you've got the people who were working on the ship and weren't really gonna live there, and the rich people who were able to buy tickets off of Earth and survive on Mars. So mouthwashing. It is actually pretty similar to mouthwashing. Like Snowpiercer. It doesn't get as dystopian or as silly as Snowpiercer. I mean, Snowpiercer is built off of based off of a comic. So that one was always going to be a bit more silly. But yeah, it's similar to mouthwashing. It's similar to Snowpiercer. It's really good, but it's really realistic, unlike a lot of those other ones. Like, I really would suggest everyone give this one a try. It kind of reminds me of High Life as well, which starred Robert Pattinson. Let me grab that one as well, because that one was really cool. That one could have been much cooler, but it tells a very basic human story, like out on a spaceship. Oh, I thought you'd have Robert Pattinson in the front, but okay. So yeah, High Life is a similar idea about like people trapped on a spaceship that are never coming back. Oblivion awaits. A father and his daughter struggle to survive in deep space where they're left in isolation. So yeah, it's Robert Pattinson and his daughter out in space. Basically, they were criminals. People who had done like bad things on Earth. They were given the chance to get out of jail, but to get out of jail, they had to accept being shot into space, basically as an experiment to see what would happen with humans left in space and left in space travel for the rest of their lives. And so the story tells about these group of people. So Space Australia. So Space Australia, essentially. Yes. But throughout it all, basically, it was just supposed to be the criminals left up there. But yeah, then a pair of them actually have a child. And so it changes everything when suddenly there's been new life brought into this spaceship and you're like, oh, well, she doesn't deserve to be here. Like, this daughter doesn't deserve to die up here by herself, isolated from everything else. Like, how is that fair? And it gives like meaning for some of them to survive. And a lot of like the criminals who were just like looking out for themselves at that point are like, oh, maybe there's something more important here. So yeah, a lot of shit going on. Kind of like the premise of Bokura Planet. I haven't seen that, but that does sound cool if it's similar to that. Have you seen Butterfly Effect? We're going to talk about that in a minute. Oh, yeah, actually. Okay. High Life, I think like 4 stars. Yeah, 4 stars. I wouldn't quite give it 4.5. I wouldn't quite drop it down to a 3.5 either. So, it was good. Butterfly Effect. Butterfly Effect, I actually genuinely love. It's not the best movie. It is not the best movie, but it's one of the best premises there's ever been in a movie. I'm also going to grab this one for later because I do like Moon as well. I like my sci-fis. But the Butterfly Effect is really good. It stars, what was my dude's name? Ashton Kutcher. So Ashton Kutcher, fresh off of his fame of doing like that 70s show, and unfortunately that terrible show Punk'd, where basically kicked off the pranking epidemic on YouTube, where he would like prank big celebrities. But yeah, Ashton Kutcher, change one thing, change everything. A young man struggles to access sublimated childhood memories. He finds a technique that allows him to travel back into the past to occupy his childhood body and change history. However, he soon finds that every change he makes has unexpected consequences. So I know a lot of people that watch this channel have watched Link Click, the Chinese anime, the donghua, with Chen Xiaosi and Lu Guang, where they can travel back through photographs and mess around with time. It's basically that. In the Butterfly Effect, he can go back through time in the same way, but instead of using photographs, he uses his diary from when he was a child. Basically, throughout his childhood, he would constantly pass out and have out-of-body experiences where he would just lose time and then wake up in a weird position. Like one time at school, he was just drawing a picture and then he blacked out, and by the time he woke up, the picture in front of him was a picture of him holding a knife. And then later on, when he was at home, he was just hanging out with his mom playing games, and then he blacks out, he comes back to his mind, and he's holding a knife standing in front of his mother, who's like, what are you doing? So obviously she takes him to a psychologist to try and like help. But yeah, he basically grows up, he gets to like 19 years old, he's in university, and he realizes that when he reads back to those childhood memories, to the places where he blacked out, he can travel back to those memories and change what happened in them. And so it's called the Butterfly Effect, because if you don't know what the Butterfly Effect is, it's just the theory that a butterfly flapping its wings on one continent can cause a tornado in another continent. So it's the general idea that something absolutely tiny can spin out of control. So like he changes one thing slightly in the past and then it completely changes his future, and he has to keep trying to correct things and trying to make a better future for himself and his loved ones. It's actually really good, considering it's very schlocky. It gets very silly. It gets to the point where it goes way over the top with some of the characters and some of the silliness that goes on. I'm still going to give it a 4.5 out of 5. I had a fun time with it. And it does like lean heavily into like really fucked up emotional shit. Like there's a lot of themes that would have heavy, heavy trigger warnings. Schlocky, is that a word? Yeah, schlock. Schlock is basically a term for movies where things on purpose don't feel realistic. It's mainly used for like horror movies. Like a schlocky horror movie would be like the movies that use practical effects but don't take it too seriously. Just have like a character in a big costume like dropping spaghetti sauce out of its mouth instead of blood. It's like, oh, that looks so silly. Instead of campy. Yeah, it's similar to campy. Schlocky. It's like that. But yeah, schlock horror movies are normally like the silly ones like, oh, giant ants from outer space. And it's like very clearly just normal sized ants and like spliced next to humans kind of thing. Or like ants walking on top of like a bunch of models of cities. And it's like, they're invading. That kind of shit. It's like silly and over the top. Not realistic, basically. It doesn't take itself seriously, and it's fine with that. It's silly. B-Cream. Sci-fi, my beloved. Super bass taste. Have you seen Moon from 2009? Yes. Yes, I have. Moon is incredible. And it's another one where I can only recommend it in a very... Ooh. That's a beautiful shot of the moon. It's another one where I can really only recommend it a little bit and then just hope that everybody will give it a go, because the real recommendation would have to involve spoilers, and I'm not going to spoil this one because the whole plot line of the movie needs the spoiler to stay unspoiled. 250,000 miles from home. The hardest thing to face is yourself. With only 3 weeks left in his 3-year contract, Sam Bell is getting anxious to finally return to Earth. He's the only occupant of a moon-based manufacturing facility, along with his computer and assistant, Gertie. When he has an accident, however, he awakens to find that he is not alone. So yeah, I would just suggest watching that. It's very good. I'm going to give it 4.5 stars. The plotline itself mostly carries it, as well as the single actor, Sam Rockwell. That was Sam Rockwell. Holy shit. He went on to do a lot of things. It's directed by David Bowie's son. I didn't know that either. That's so cool. But yeah, it's a very cool movie in which a lot of dystopian stuff happens. Like, you can imagine he's been sent up to the moon to do a mining job for 3 years. It's already kind of fucked up in that regard that he's alone by himself up there for 3 years. And then, yeah, you find out he's secretly not alone and there's more going on than you thought. I have not heard of the Joy Luck Club, unfortunately. So I can't talk about that one too much. Try Princess. But I will look it up. Joy Luck Club. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that one a bunch. Yeah, 1993. I figured it was a classic one. Between every mother and daughter, there is a story that must be told. And now I immediately want to talk about everything everywhere all at once. Through a series of flashbacks, 4 Chinese women born in America and their respective mothers born in feudal China explore their pasts. Oh, that's actually a very interesting plotline. So yeah, it's daughters of immigrants and how their lives have differed. And I imagine how the relationships between them work out because of that. That is fascinating. I would definitely look into that one. That sounds cool. I can't rate that one, but it sounds like something I should watch. And I'm going to dive into Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, because that's what that made me thought of when it's about a mother and daughter relationship. So good. It's so good. The Joy Luck Club book fucked me up when it was required reading for high school. I thought it was unpleasant. Oh, that's not good. Oh, we're getting to the mother-daughter movies. Scrubs Hands. How many are there? I mean, there probably are a lot. Memoirs of a Geisha is pretty cool too. But yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once was probably the coolest surprise to me of 2022. Because it didn't have a lot of fanfare when it... Oh my god. It even has its own thing. Look at the little googly eye when you've watched it. Oh my god, that's so cute. It has its own unique thing on this website. Anyway. The universe is so much bigger than you realize. An aging Chinese immigrant is swept up in an insane adventure where she alone can save what's important to her by connecting with the lives she could have led in another universe. And as you can tell by this poster, it gets really wacky and wild. Basically, yeah. She and her husband and her daughter realize that they're part of a giant multiverse, and she manages to learn how to travel through the different multiverses. So she's able to figure out what would have happened to her if she, for example, didn't marry her husband and had a child, or if she, I don't know. There's a bunch of like silly things that happen, but it winds up in all kinds of different ways. There are like multiverses where people have hot dogs for hands. There are multiverses where everybody's just a rock. There are multiverses where she knows martial arts, or where she's an actress, and all kinds of different things. Laundry and taxes. God, yeah. Love the husband in this movie. Waymond is an inspiration to us all. Waymond is the best person ever. And yeah, it's Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Yeoh plays the main character, and she is an actual like martial arts star. She's been in like not thousands, but she's been in dozens of martial arts movies. She's a martial arts like master. And so she gets to play like a traditional housewife kind of woman, as well as a martial artist, as well as like all kind of like different fantasy scenarios. Same for Daniel Kwan. I don't know if sorry. Ke Huy Quan. Ke Huy Quan, I remember him from Indiana Jones. He was one of the kids in Indiana Jones. I don't think he was actually in martial arts movies, was he? Yeah, he was in Indiana Jones, a short round. And then no, he just he disappeared for a while. But yeah, essentially, he does a really good job doing the martial arts and doing the acting as well. And if you've ever seen the movie, then you know Waymond is love, Waymond is life, Waymond is best boy. Waymond has one of the best philosophies on life of all time, and just watch this movie. It's so good. I don't want to spoil it. He returned to acting. Yeah, and I saw he met up with the guy who plays Indiana Jones. God, why can I not remember his name? That's a rough one. Oh, God, he was also in Star Wars. People are going to hate me for that. But anyway, yeah, he met up with him on like a red carpet, and they like shaked hands and hugged each other. Harrison Ford, thank you. And it was like a big moment for like, oh, short round in India back together in your. And yeah, he's done a few more acting jobs since then, but I didn't really like Love Hurts. It showcased some more of his martial arts, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Michelle Yeoh is such a great actress. She is. And so is the girl who plays the daughter. The girl who plays the daughter, I'm not sure if this is her first role or one of her first roles, but she's freaking fantastic as well. Have you seen Kikujiro? It's a fairly soft piece by Beat Takeshi, who's probably most famous for Yakuza gangster movies. Yes, and the live-action battle royale. I actually prefer Takeshi Kitano as a director rather than an actor. But I've never heard of Kikujiro. 1999. Oh, so yeah, this is him actually working as an actor. I'm not sure if he actually directed it too. But Takeshi Kitano, aka Beat Takeshi, yeah, he started his career acting and doing a bunch of Yakuza movies. But yeah, he went on to become a fantastic director as well. He directed the live-action battle royale, as well as a lot of anime adaptations and other like Yakuza movies. It's been really good. Kikujiro, I love the soundtrack. Oh, okay. Let me dive into this one. Kikujiro. Oh, it is also directed by Takeshi Kitano. Damn. He's been directing a lot longer than I guess Battle Royale is actually a lot older than I remember too. Brash, loudmouth, and opportunistic. Kikujiro is an unlikely companion for Masao, who is determined to see the mother he's never met. The two begin a series of adventure which soon turn into a whimsical journey of laughter and tears, with a wide array of surprises and unique characters along the way. So it's grumpy man bonding with sweet, innocent child? I need to watch this. That has been added to my watch list. I love grumpy man bonds with sweet child, becomes less grumpy, becomes more happy. The soundtrack is by Joe Hisaishi. Oh, why do I know that name? He's done anime music, hasn't he? Who's Joe Hisaishi? What would I know him from? Oh, he's the Ghibli dude. Oh, my bad. For some reason I heard Joe Hisaishi and my brain went to History Maker, like Yuri on Ice for some reason. Joe Summer is also good. He does the Ghibli movies. Damn. So yeah, the music in that must be good. I'll have to watch that one. Thank you for the recommendation. Pupils and Sensei watching movies with deep, meaningful plots. And here's me watching Nerja/Nerja 2 for Obing and Dragon Daddy. Okay, now hold on though. Because you say that. But Nerja actually has a pretty deep plot. I still haven't seen Nerja 2 yet. The 2019 Chinese animated movie Nurja with, yes, Orbing. Nurja and Aobing, aka, yes, they are the Orbing. Dragon Daddy. Dragon Daddy is fucking amazing too, don't get me wrong. But yeah, no, let me dive into this one because I love Nurja. And Nurja has a really good message in it. It kind of feels like a superhero movie. So it's very like childish in its message, but it has a good message. Nothing wrong with Dragon Daddy appreciation. Yeah, I still haven't seen 2, but I saw the flash of him and I saw some of like the comic things when they were like introducing the characters, like the, oh, I like Dragon Mommy. Dragon Mommy and Dragon Sister. Ao Bing has a couple of different family members that are fine as far. Anyway, Nurja, fight your fate. A young boy is born in as the reincarnation of a demonic power into a society that hates and fears him. Destined by prophecy to bring destruction to the world, Nurja must choose between good and evil to see if he can change his fate. This one was actually really, really damn good. Dragon Auntie. Oh, hell yes. This one was actually really good. So this kid, he doesn't actually look like this most of the time. He looks more like a Labubu. Let's be honest here. That may sound offensive, but if you've seen what Nurja looks like in his chibi form, he looks like a Labubu. Am I wrong? He kind of looked like a Labubu. But yeah, he transforms into this when he gets like slightly stronger demon power. If you don't know what Nurja is based on, it's based on like an ancient Chinese legend. I think it's... He shows up in Journey to the West, but I think he's more involved in Investiture of the Gods, where essentially, yeah, the story is him as a child. He ends up fighting a dragon, which I believe was his father. And he fights the dragon, he rips out his tendon, and so basically disables the father dragon. And then because of that, he's punished and the gods try to kill him. And he gets killed, but then he also gets reincarnated. He gets a lotus body built for himself. And then he goes on to become a god himself, essentially. Ends up challenging, like, the water dragon, the demon king. And yeah, basically saving himself and a lot of the village and, like, defeating one of the big dragons and stuff. I can see it. This is a correct comparison. Thank you. He is a Labubu. It's a fact. The Nabubu. The Nabubu. You have to see the second movie. He's more Labubu than the first one. But yeah, no, sorry. We were leaning into the idea of this one actually having a decent story. Basically, it's because like throughout his childhood, because everybody knows he's got this demonic power sealed inside of him. Kind of like Naruto, actually. Everybody distrusts him. Everybody thinks he's going to turn evil. And because everybody just avoids him and hates him, he has no friends, and everybody thinks he's got to be evil. Obviously, he leans into that a little bit. The only way he can get attention is by being aggressive, by being a brat, by hurting other people. And so the general message of the film turns into one of, like, essentially, be nice to people. Maybe they'll surprise you and actually be nice. Like, if you're being horrible to someone because you assume they're going to be evil, they won't want to be nice to you. I was thinking Naruto. Yeah, think of it as like the original Chinese historical Naruto. But yeah, I really liked that film. I'd give that one a 4.5 out of 5. I still haven't seen number 2 yet, which I really need to because, yeah, I've heard that Orbing goes hard and that, yeah, Dragon Daddy and Dragon Auntie. Oh, fine as fuck character designs. It's like Naruto, but with alive parents. Yeah. I really like how the parents play into it as well. Sensei, did you watch Call Me By Your Name? I did. I didn't like it. I'm going to be honest. People love that movie. It was very slow for me, and I didn't like it. Call Me By Your Name. So yeah, this one is a pretty simplistic, like, romance story. Call Me By Your Name. In the summer of 1983, a 17-year-old Elio spends his days in his family's villa in Italy. One day, Oliver, a graduate student, arrives to assist Elio's father, a professor of Greco-Roman culture. Soon, Elio and Oliver discover a summer that will alter their lives forever. Oh, that's also Timmy Chalamet. Damn, I didn't realize that was Timothy Chalamet. But yeah, this one, it was very slow burn. I wasn't super interested in it. Isn't there an anime of the same name? There's an anime just called Your Name. That's a very different thing. But yeah, this one, I'd give this one like a... Honestly, for me, it was a 2-star. The yaoi couldn't carry it for me, guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I remember watching this one. It was like a slow burn romance, and I was like, that's cool. I'm getting a bit bored. I'm falling a bit asleep. I'm asleep now. Yeah. Love the setting and the atmosphere. The plot was fine, even for me who likes slow burn. The plot was fine, even for me who likes slow burn romance. See, I like slow burn romance. This one, it just didn't. The relationship did not interest me at all. The book is better in my opinion. Yeah, I've never checked out the book. Since you're a Fudanshi, I want to know what you think about Twittering Birds Never Fly. Okay, let's see if that appears on LetterboxD. I don't think it will. Twittering Birds Never Fly. Oh my god, it actually does exist. God damn, they put it on LetterboxD. I'm proud of them. They're brave. Does this website show the ratings? Because I'd imagine this one's R-rated. Apparently not. That's a shame. It really should like tell you the rating. Anyway, Twittering Birds Never Fly. The Clouds Gather, aka Saizuru. Yes. In the hyper-masculine criminal underworld, a masochistic high-ranking Yakuza and his newly assigned bodyguard become increasingly drawn to each other. Very nice, basic synopsis. Keep in mind, this one is incredibly adult. This one has graphic sex scenes in it, and not chill sex scenes. Very graphic, like fetish-filled, intense. I mean, they describe him as a masochistic high-ranking Yakuza. This guy right here, the more pretty one of the pair, not the big giant buff one of the pair. He likes... Maybe come back in like 30 seconds if you don't want to be a bit grossed out by some extreme fetishes. You've got 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. He likes it rough. He likes it degrading. He likes gangbangs. He likes to be pushed down to the ground by a shit ton of men at a time, taken and used like a plaything, absolutely destroyed and devastated. He sleeps with other Yakuza. He sleeps with police officers. He doesn't inform police officers, but that's how he gets on the good side of them. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we're done. We're done. And there's a lot of interesting shit that the pair get into because the big guy has a big, interesting idea about like sexual relations as well. He's a much more like soft and sweet kind of person, but in a very different way. They match each other's freak in a very odd, interesting way that makes them basically soulmates. They fall in love with each other over each other. It's a shame that they never actually continued it because Twittering Birds Never Fly, The Clouds Gather ends on a crazy cliffhanger. And they were going to make a sequel to it and continue the storyline because it's based off of a manga. But it ends on a crazy cliffhanger and they've never actually made a sequel yet, which is really aggravating. But yeah, no. It starts off cute and then it turns incredibly freaky and there's a lot of graphic sex in it and I love them. I love them because, yeah, this main character, he doesn't give a damn. He is very upfront about what he likes in life. He straight up tells everyone. He likes to tease people with it. People try to make fun of him for being like a masochist and some of the other stuff he's into. And he's just like, oh, does that make you uncomfortable? Do you think I'm weak because I enjoy these things? No, I will tell you all about these things. And it always creeps other people out and makes them like creeped out. And then he gets to just smile suavely at them and be like, yeah. Who's really the weak one? Me or you who can't even stomach hearing about what I get up to? It's fantastic. Shout out to freaky male leads. Oh, we love freaky male leads around here. He's so precious despite all the stuff he's been into. Yeah, because I mean, a lot of it comes down to the way he was raised as well. Like he was brought up in the Yakuza. He didn't really have anywhere else to go. He took control of his... Yeah, exactly. He took control of his trauma. He knows what he's about. He knows what he's been pushed into and he's still like, it's what I'm into. I'm a bit of a freak. I know I'm a bit of a freak. Everybody knows I'm a bit of a freak. It's fine. It kind of reminds me of the characters from Hell of a Boss, which I know, again, a lot of people can't stomach, but I love like Stolas from Hell of a Boss, where he's just like, yes, I love the freaky imp sex. What about it? Like, yes, I am a masochist. Yes, I am the bottom. I'm not ashamed of any of these things. Call me what you will. Yume Haya. You know, I'm pretty brave about what I play on speaker. I knew exactly where this was going as soon as I started reading it. But my grandfather just walked in and I have never turned down the volume so far. I'm glad you had time to turn down the volume. That's good. That is very good. You may hire. I'm glad you saved them from that. Because, yeah, talking about Saezuru or Hell of a Boss, Stolas, or I forget the main guy's name in that. But, yeah, any of them is a problem. There's nothing that panics me more than reading some stuff and my parents come around. I think the worst thing is when you're watching something perfectly normal, but then a strange scene, like, you know those series that are mostly normal, but they'll have like 1 or 2 strange scenes an episode. And it just so happens that every time somebody comes by, it happens to be in one of those points. It makes for some amazing clips when you happen to be streaming. But yeah, in real life, it's like, no, I swear this isn't like, I remember playing Cyberpunk 2077. And when that first came out, I'm being like, yeah, it's a badass Cyberpunk game. I'm going to murder some chooms and yeah, destroy. I'm going to burn this city, samurai. And then a family member happened to walk in on me right during one of the first missions, which happens to do with I forget what they're called in that world, but basically a robot prostitute. And it's part of the main story. You can't avoid it. You're going to them to try and find information. Anyway, yeah, of course, like out of all of the scenes to walk in on, it was the one that involved a safe word and you deciding when you wanted to get out of the sex scene. And it was like, the brain dances? Yeah, the brain dances. One of the very early on missions. And it was like, that was the first moment that somebody saw of it. And it was like, it's not even that type of, it's not a sex game. It's not a sex game. It just has sex scenes. And this one, unfortunately, like I could have avoided it. I'm not going to lie. But I'm just saying this game isn't what, that's not what the game's all about. I wasn't playing some like extra, I wasn't playing like Honey Pop or some shit. Anyway, yeah, Saezuru, 4 out of 5. Give me the sequels. Where the fuck are the sequels? Ignis, speaking of BL, Kuchan, have you seen the Batman with Robert Pattinson or the new Superman? Hashtag Superbat, dude. Some of the Superbat art goes crazy hard. In fact, Robert Pattinson's The Batman is the entire reason that I have this. Because Robert Pattinson's Batman is one of the sexiest characters to ever wear makeup, along with like the Crow and the running mascara goes fucking crazy. Anyway, I've seen a lot of Superbat art that involves like the running mascara as well. I like it. I'm a big fan. Anyway, the Batman. Specifically, the Batman, not just Batman. Now, here's the problem. Shit, I've already rated this one. The Batman, I was really excited for when it was announced and when they were talking about it. I was very excited for a more detective, like slow burn-based Batman. I was very excited for them to lean into the Court of the Owls and early days Batman, where he'd get the shit knocked out of him and be a bit less like badass and hardcore all the time. And now this is a hot take. Let's see what the other reviewers give it. It's got a 4.0 average, so people love this movie. I'm not a fan. It's a bit long. It's a bit slow. I felt like the Catwoman stuff was like unneeded sometimes. Like it didn't really connect to the story as much as it could have. In his second year of fighting crime, Batman uncovers corruption in Gotham City that connects to his own family while facing a serial killer known as the Riddler. They fucking wasted the Riddler too! The long but not Halloween. Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for the long Halloween. I was waiting for the Court of Owls. They teased it so much. You don't tease that good of a comic book storyline to do a haha gotcha, we're just fucking around. You don't do that. You don't. It was like if they would advertise like Under the Red Hood becoming a live action movie and then it turned out, just kidding, it's not even Robin. We're doing something completely... Fuck that. Fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. It had some really good moments, which is why it gets a 2.5 out of 5. Some of the early shots are really good. The Batman costume is one of the best I've ever seen. I like how realistic it is and how much he can actually move in it. I like how young Batman is and that he's still making mistakes. And I like him actually being the greatest detective, which is his whole fucking thing. Should they have thrown in an actual Ra's al Ghul rather than the Ra's al Ghul they had in the past? Probably. Ra's al Ghul would have been a better way to do a detective. The Court of Owls would have been a better way to do a detective and connect it to his family. Anyway. I didn't love it. And I haven't seen the TV series Penguin. However, you did say Super Bat and asked me about the new Superman. I'm pretty sure I've rated that one already as well. 4.5 stars. That's more fucking like it. Superman, I really enjoyed, and I love the idea that there may be a future universe where Superman and Batman of these two versions get to hang out. Because this Superman and that version of Batman are going to be really fun dynamic together. And both very sexy. It's by James Gunn too. Yeah. I actually really love Peacemaker as well, and most of the James Gunn movies. Like, I really loved the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise. But yeah, this whole like new take on Superman, which is really just the old take on Superman, where they're like, fuck it. He's a fun-loving guy. He's a nice guy, and he knows he's a nice guy. I loved his whole like speech that he has at one point where he's just like, maybe being a nice guy is what's actually punk rock. Now that nowadays everybody wants to be the badass. Everybody wants to be hard and unemotional and not care about anything. Being like a nice guy who genuinely cares about other people is punk rock in this world. Like, he's not afraid to wear his underwear outside of his costume. He's not afraid to be a big old goofy guy who doesn't even swear. He just straight up says, golly gee. Was almost asleep, but heard that. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, I loved this. I loved Crypto. I'm loving the whole like universe they're building up. I loved Guy Gardner because I love Nathan Fillion, and he should have been Hal Jordan. He should have been Hal Jordan. He should have been the Green Lantern if they were going to make a Green Lantern film. But now he's Guy Gardner, and he's pissing everyone off, and that works fine too. I also love the whole storyline and the fact that it somehow connected to the real world in such a crazy way and still got made. I'm surprised they made that movie. I thought at some point they would have to completely redo it and reshoot a lot of things because of the way the world's gone, but they kept it in, and I'm like, damn, you guys are brave. So yeah, no, I loved Superman. The one reason that it doesn't get a full 5 stars is because some of the dialogue is very heavy. It's very on the nose. You'll notice in a lot of the scenes, some of the dialogue is just full on like exposition. Like, you'll have characters basically show up and just be like, hey, I'm Guy Gardner, I'm the Green Lantern. They don't actually say that kind of thing, but it's on that kind of level where they just, and I get that they want to keep the storyline moving quickly. That's fine. I get that. But at the same time, they have way better scenes that show off the writing way better. Like when Superman and Lois Lane are having their fight, they do this like whole big back and forth where it's basically Superman not only expositing the entire like war situation he got into and his relationship with Lex Luthor, but also explaining his entire outlook on goodness and kindness and why he uses his powers and who he is. That's a good way to do a scene. Or a lot of the other writing is very much like, we needed to get this exposition across quickly so we could get to more interesting stuff. But I still loved it. So yeah, 4.5 out of 5. I'm looking forward to Supergirl. And I've never looked forward to Supergirl before. I've never looked forward to Supergirl showing up in a DC series before. But as soon as I saw this version of Supergirl, fucking drunk, hungover, bad dog parent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a fun time. Plus, yeah, James Gunn makes really funny films. Really funny and heartwarming films. The entire Guardians of the Galaxy franchise is incredible for taking strange characters, putting them in comical situations, but also emotionally heart-wrenching ones that really like keep them feeling real and human, down and connected to Earth. Also, who said, like, which side are you on? Which side for who? I don't think there are sides in the Superman movie. Like, wait, what's the side of what? Sutreife. Hey, Kutian, I was wondering if you've ever seen Let the Right One In. Oh, yes, I love that one. That's another vampire movie. Let the Right One In. I've actually seen both versions, but yeah, the original one is much better. Let the Right One In, aka Latatan Rata Komain. I'm trying to see. Oh, of Superbat? Which side would I be of Superbat? I mean, Batman, obviously. I like a dark, grizzled, dark knight detective. That shit's good. You know, a little bit of both. I guess that's the thing. I love the Superbat because I kind of play both sides. I love, like, the dark, brooding, like, aggressor, the man of the night. But then I also like, oh, I'm just full of hope. I just want everyone to be happy. Come to think of it, Féileacan's dynamic is kind of Superbat. It's its own form of Superbat. No. Batman's more tsundere. Batman's more tsundere and Feli's more kudere. But yeah, it's a similar thing of like optimistic, happy-go-lucky puppy and grumpy, grizzled, tired cat. Although bat in that case. Anyway, let the right one in. Ellie is 12 years old. She's been 12 for over 200 years, and she just moved in next door. When Oscar, a sensitive, bullied 12-year-old boy, meets his new neighbor, the mysterious and moody Ellie, they strike up a friendship. Initially reserved with each other, Oscar and Ellie slowly form a close bond, but it soon becomes apparent that she is no ordinary young girl. Fuck, did I spoil it by saying she's a vampire? I hope not. I mean, no, they kind of spell it out. She's 12 years old. She's been 12 for 200. It's not super obvious, but yeah, this is a vampire movie. So sorry, I spoiled that. My bad. But yeah, it's a child who's being bullied at school who becomes friends with a vampire. And the vampire ends up making him a lot more confident, making him a lot more happy, and also protects him from the bullies because, you know, vampire. It's a very good movie. It's dark, it's gritty, there's a lot of blood involved, there's a lot of violence involved, and there's good relationships built into it. It's really good. I like it. I'd give that one like a solid 4 out of 5. It's not amazing, but it's damn good. Damn good. Have you watched Sinners as well? Oh, yes, I have. It's not a big spoiler. True. Sinners, I think I already rated that one too, because I rated like some of the most recent things I'd seen. Yep, 4.5 out of 5. So, I don't want to spoil what happens in this one, but what I will say is there is an Irish character. And fuck, I can't spoil anything. Shit, fuck, balls. I can't talk about the Irish character at all. The Irish character is a lot of fun, is what I will say. But Sinners is a very interesting one, directed by Ryan Coogler, who I believe, I'm going to say this before I click it and then find out if people are going to hate me for getting it wrong. I believe Ryan Coogler also did Black Panther and the Creed series. Let's see. Oh, thank God. That would have been horrible if I was wrong. Oh, shit. And Fruitvale Station. Let's fucking go. Anyway, also starring Michael B. Jordan. Those two work together incredibly well. God damn, I didn't realize how many movies those two have done together. But Sinners is great. What the... I forgot I still had that button. I had that for my meet and greets. Sorry. Sinners dance with the devil. Trying to leave their troubled lives behind, twin brothers return to their hometown to start again, only to discover that an even greater evil is waiting to welcome them back. It's really good. You don't really need much more of a synopsis than that. It uses incredible music, which Ryan Coogler does in all of his films, but specifically in this one, it uses music across like decades and across like nationalities and genres. Like there's one scene in it that if you like, yeah, I don't need to spoil this one. This one isn't a big spoiler, so I can talk about this one. There's one scene where a character is playing music, and it's basically brought up the idea that they are musicians that can summon spirits from the past. And he plays so well that basically a bunch of other musicians show up from different timelines and join in along with him. So you get this really good, beautiful montage shot of it slowly moving around a club while he's playing his, like, I think he's playing a normal guitar. Yeah, he's playing a normal guitar and singing the blues. But then it slowly transitions into, like, soft rock and then R&B and then hip hop and then rock and metal. And it also, like, dips back into, like, some classical Irish music and some classical Chinese. I think it's Peking theater kind of music. You get, like, all of, like, history coming out to celebrate this guy playing music. It's really wonderful. It's really beautiful. And that montage by itself deserved awards because it was done so incredibly. But yeah, really, really good. And then they get, like, people doing, like, DJing and shit as well. Like, very modern shit wrapped into it as well. It was so good. Anyway, so weird hearing you speak Swedish as a Swede. Yeah, sorry, I probably butchered that. I can't do Swedish. Sinners is good. Watch it. I'm not going to spoil anything else other than just it's amazing. And the Irish character is actually incredible to me. Bit of a waste of what they could have done with him. I will say that. He's not the main focus of it, but he deserved more screen time. I was interested. So beautiful and a really good way to connect to the mythological archetype. Yeah, and I really like that Ryan Coogler actually did like, or the writer. Who is the writer? Crew. Writer. Oh, yeah, no, Ryan Coogler wrote it as well. Okay. Yeah, no, Ryan Coogler did a lot. Like, he did a deep dive into Irish history about it as well. Because I even forget the name of them. Was it the Fodlan or something? Fodlan? But he mentions, like, when he mentions the traditional, I think it's African. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. But he talks about, like, the people from Africa that were basically musicians that could summon history. He also mentions the Irish version, which I think were called the Fodlan, but please do correct me if I'm wrong. But basically, they were storytellers and poets that were like a respected class in Ireland. They weren't like kings, they weren't like nobles, but if you were known as one of these like poets, you could travel around different areas telling stories, basically like a respected bard. Nobody would hurt you, people would welcome you in their area and basically say, come on in. We welcome you, tell us your stories, we'll tell you some of our stories. You can turn them into songs and move on and keep telling. It was just a respected thing where it's like, this person isn't going to hurt you. They carry on the traditions and the stories of our past. And so they were respected and allowed to enter different like little societies, like different little townships, and given protection while they were there to carry on the stories to different places. Like a troubadour? Yeah, like a troubadour, like a bard, essentially. God, I really want to remember the name. It might have been like Feileacan or something. Let me Google this real quick. Irish storytellers. I'm so sure it began with F. Word. Oh, wait. No way. Was it Shawnee? Wait, no. Was it not F? I thought there was an F one that was like poets and storytellers. Maybe it was singers. Irish singers? Word. Shawnee. Shawnee for traditional storyteller. It was Shawnee. Ah, God, I am so far off then. I thought it was like failing. Ah, man. There's probably another word for it that's like ancient Irish or something. God damn it. It's also something connected to the Druids. Yeah, it is. Because they kept like all the mythology as well and was connected to all like the traditions and the festivals and stuff. And also towards ancient Greek bards. All of the research that went in on both historical and mythological aspects is amazing. Yeah, Ryan Coogler did a really good job. But I forget what the word is that he uses, but it was fucking cool. Went in this movie with my boyfriend and we yapped for an hour about the cultural background and the metaphor. Go watch along for analyzing about Sinner. Yeah, no, it's a really good movie. You think it's just going to be like a silly little horror one. It has so interesting. Philly! I think it was Philly. 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 Irish word. Philly refers to a member of an elite cast of professional poets, seers, and law keepers in ancient Ireland. That's what I wanted. Thank you. I was going insane because I was like, really? Shawnee? I was sure it began with F. But yeah, Philly. Philly were the ones who would travel around, who would like tell stories, collect stories. Yeah. Philly. Have you seen Get Out? I have. Get Out is really good as well. I think the other day we mentioned Get Out and Nope. With Nope, I'd give it like a 4 out of 5. With Get Out, I'd give it like a 4.5 out of 5. Both are good horror movies in their own ways, telling different stories. And I also mentioned the fact that I don't like Us so much. Us, I would give like a 2.5 out of 5. It was okay. It wasn't great. How about Split? I'm okay with Split. Split is another one where I'm like, this is an okay movie. What I will say is, yeah, James McAvoy cemented himself as one of the greatest actors of our time in that role, because he's basically playing 8 different roles at once and he's killing every single one of them. When he speaks as a little child, you really think he's a little child. Yeah, like some of the roles he does in that are crazy. And I know this movie has a bad rap because it also does like play around with the idea of different identities, DID, and in a very unrealistic like comic book way. And people didn't like that, but it is fiction. And for the fictional story, I give that one like a solid 3.5, I guess. Maybe 3. Yeah, I think like a 3. The 3, like the horror aspects were pretty good. The acting was amazing. And the fact that it did connect to... what was the original one? Because Glass was the one after. Glass was the third one. The first one, was it Unbreakable? But yeah, they're all in the same universe with M. Night Shyamalan movies. But yeah, this one, people weren't sure it was completely connected at first, and then they did the third one that brought them all together. It was Unbreakable, thank you. Unbreakable is a similar thing. Unbreakable, Split, and Glass, I really didn't like Glass. Unbreakable, I'd give like a 3 as well. Like, Unbreakable and Split were both okay. They were pretty good. You know, yeah, 3 is good. 3 is good. 3 is better than 2.5. It's like a 6 out of 10. It's not bad at all. What did you think of Train to Busan? Makes me cry. I think it gets too much hype, and I don't know why it gets too much hype. But Train to Busan, I really enjoyed. I'd probably give it like a... Like, I would give it a 4-star. I think it's really good. I think it's really enjoyable. It's just, people bring it up all the time as if it's a 5-star, and I'm like, there are better zombie movies, and there are better, like, father-child movies. At the same time, I'm not going to deny, I freaking love it. The action scenes are incredible, and it always makes me cry at the ending. Like, the emotional growth of this main character, and, oh god, the side character, the bigger man who's looking after his pregnant wife is pure love. He's amazing. And the emotional development between him and his daughter are incredible. But yeah, I'd give it like a solid 4 out of 5. There are other movies in the zombie genre that I'd prefer, but it's damn good. The zombies are pretty scary. Everything moves quickly. The one problem I have with it is they don't really have much nuance. Like, it's a similar thing to Snowpiercer, where it's like the characters are great, but they're all so over the top. There's no nuance. Like, I think the only character that really has nuance is him. He's the only one who has that moment of like, I'm a dick at the beginning, and then I slowly grow into like a great guy. But throughout it, it's like the other bad guys are just pure bad guys. Like, the kids are just pure innocent kids. And maybe the only other character that has some nuance and isn't just like good or bad is probably the train driver, who has moments where he doesn't want to be doing some of the shit that the rich guy's making him do. But yeah, solid 4 out of 5. It's fun. Do you have a favorite zombie film? God, I don't know. Name me some zombie films. Because the only one that's coming to my mind right now is Shaun of the Dead, and that's a comedy. So I don't know if that really counts as a zombie film so much as a comedy film which uses zombies. Trying to think. 28 Years Later was really good. 28 Days Later was pretty good. I think I preferred 28 Years Later. 28 Years, honestly, like the emotional moments between the child, the father, and the mother are amazing. Legend is really good. Warm Bodies is a silly little romance. I haven't thought about that in forever. Holy shit. Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is actually fantastic. Like, genuinely, the first few seasons are amazing. And then it just keeps going. Zombieland is incredible. That's another comedy one. It's amazing that some of the best zombie movies end up being the comedy ones. Zombieland. World War Z was pretty okay as well. Night of the Living Dead was good. That's a classic. World War Z was okay. I've heard the book version of that is really good, but those were the first zombies I was scared of. Wreck is really good. Wreck is like a Spanish zombie one. It's really chill. Train to Busan. We're literally on Train to Busan's page. Kuchan, did you watch About Time? Oh, we'll talk about that in a minute. Dead Snow. Dead Snow is really good. I guess I'm not really a fan of zombie movies, but there are definitely zombie movies I prefer than this. You know what? Let me do a quick Google search of zombie movies. Best zombie movies. I quite like Cabin Fever. That's not so much zombie as just like infectious disease. Dawn of the Dead's okay. Army of the Dead's okay. World War Z. Wreck is really good. The Cured, Biohazard, Shaun of the Dead, Resident Evil. Interesting. Warm Bodies was silly. Outside. Army of Thieves. The Girl with All the Gifts is pretty damn good. Carriers, Fido, Rampant, Paranorman. The Autopsy of John Doe. I don't know if that counts as a zombie movie, but they listed it. Maybe that's my favorite zombie movie. How about vampire movies? We've been doing those all over the place. But yeah, Silent Hill. Silent Hill's great. The first movie is actually genuinely good. I'm looking forward to Return to Silent Hill. They're finally doing an adaptation of Silent Hill 2, which they probably should have done from the get-go. But yeah, they're doing Return to Silent Hill, which is basically Silent Hill 2 made into a movie. So I'm interested to see how they do with that. They'll probably ruin it, but we'll see. Anyway, About Time. About Time is another one of my favorite movies. It's a romance movie. It's very cute. I will give that one a 4.5. It also has a very optimistic message about the end of it. And it's got like a cute little sci-fi plot that I like. About time. What if every moment in life can have a second chance? The night after an unsatisfactory New Year's party, Tim's father tells his son that the men in his family have always had the ability to travel through time. They can't change history, but they can change what happens and has happened in their own lives. This begins the start of a lesson in learning to appreciate life as life itself is. To appreciate life itself as it is, as it comes, and most importantly, the people living alongside us. So this one starts off like pure sci-fi and kind of wish fulfillment, because Tim gets his powers the moment he turns 21? I want to say 21. He gets his powers when he turns 21. And basically from that point onwards, whenever he steps inside like anywhere dark and closes his eyes, he can rewind time to go back into his body at any point in the past he wants to be in. And at first he is told by his dad, like, he can do anything with the power he wants within his lifetime, but he needs to be careful with it, because he's warned that other people in his family have done dumb things. Like his uncle got super rich, and so life became boring for him because he had infinite money and could do anything and just got bored with life. His father, he used it mainly to read books and spend time with his family and not have to worry so much about money, but also be able to become a very worldly person and have enough time to really spend with the ones he loved and exploring the topics he loved. And so Tim has to decide at 21 what he's going to use, like, essentially a superpower for. And he decides to go out and find love. It's very cute from then on. It becomes a romance movie. But the general ending message of it, and I will spoil this because it's not a spoiler from the actual movie, it's just the uplifting message of it is, it talks about the fact that we're all time travelers, and that as long as we think about the fact that we only ever get this day once, we can spend it as if it's our last time ever doing something, and we'll end up appreciating every day and every moment of our life much more that way. So it's a really beautiful movie that basically teaches you the idea of, like, appreciate life, appreciate the moment. You can go through the same day in two different ways. You go through a day one day and you're like worried and in a bad mood and your brain chemistry just isn't working and everything can feel horrible and shitty and like the world is against you. But if you did that exact same day in the same way and you were just like in the right headspace, which you can't always control because a lot of it is brain chemistry. But if you take the time to, I mean, it's a classic, but it's a classic for a reason. Smell the roses. You'll just notice that, like, the sky looks beautiful today. The way the light is shining through the leaves, the smell in the air, the feeling of like warm cotton pillows, shit like that. You just appreciate the small things and you're like, okay, this day sucked, but life is genuinely good and I'm happy to be here. Bit like Groundhog Day. It's very different from Groundhog Day, but yeah, similar message. Does Sensei watch any period era movies like Jane Eyre? No. I'm going to say no. I don't really... I'm not a fan of like Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, and those ones. I more prefer, like, if I've watched period dramas, they're more often Eastern ones, like The Handmaiden. Sensei, what do you think about the Madagascar series? It's okay. It's okay. It's not one of the childhood memories I remember particularly fondly, so I'd give that like a 3-star. Madagascar, I definitely watched it when I was a kid, and I can't remember many of the jokes other than like the little lemurs doing the whole like, I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. That one. I remember that, and I remember the giraffe who had issues with anxiety. That's about it. So it didn't really stick with me. Has Sensei seen Gattaca? Yes, I have. That's an interesting one. That's a cool dystopian future one. Dystopian sci-fi. Damn, that was in 1997? That's crazy. I didn't realize that was that classic. Isn't this based off of a book by... Let me Google this. I think this might have been based off of a book by Philip K. Dick. Gattaca book. Nope, completely wrong. Howard Mahmood. Fuck, my bad. I was completely wrong. I will shut up. I don't know why I thought that was another Philip K. Dick one. He did a lot of good sci-fi, though. Gattaca's a really interesting one, though, and it's not super well known, despite the fact that it has such a cool plot and gets referenced so much in other things. Gattaca. There is no gene for the human spirit. Vincent is an all-too-human man who dares to defy a system obsessed with genetic perfection. He's an invalid, one who assumes the identity of a member of the genetic elite to pursue his goal of traveling into space with Gattaca Aerospace Corporation. So yeah, really good. What about Neil Gaiman? That's an author. Like, we're talking about movies today. Anyway, Gattaca. Sorry, that distracted me real bad because I was like, I like Neil Gaiman, but that's a surprising one to bring up now. He does have some good movie adaptations. Anyway, basically, yeah, society has moved to the point where rich people can basically have their children's genes edited to make them essentially perfect. And by perfect, I mean, like, they can choose basic things like their eye color, hair color, shit like that. But they can also choose if they want them to be incredible, like, athletes and incredibly intelligent and stuff like that. So that kind of gene editing. And the main guy, Vincent, is just an unedited person. So he's a normal human who just wants to go into space. He has the abilities, he has the smarts, but because he has, I think it's like asthma or something, he has like some small thing that makes him unqualified. And so he starts renting a different person who's been gene edited's blood and using their blood and urine to pretend to become one of these like perfect people so that he can go to space. Oh, he has a problem with his heart. Thank you. See, I thought he had like something really simple, but that's actually pretty serious. But yeah, basically he just wants to go to space, and there's another person who was born perfect but then ended up physically disabled, who essentially sells his identity to Vincent. So Vincent can go on to become a spaceman while the guy just rests at home and gets money for it. It's an interesting story. It's an interesting story. Like designer babies. Like, yeah, like CRISPR stuff. Gene editing. Yeah, literally CRISPR. The stuff that people are worried that CRISPR may do in the future. Something that Black Mirror will have too. Oh, Black Mirror goes nuts on that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's just the basic idea that he's like, I'm fully qualified to be here. I have a problem with my heart, but I'm intelligent enough. I work hard enough. Why can't I be here? And him trying to get ahead. Equilibrium? Dude, I love Equilibrium. Also, Gattaca. I'm going to say 3.5 out of 5. It's a pretty good movie. Also, that poster is fucking iconic. That's gorgeous. Equilibrium. It's a really good sci-fi one as well. This is the one where they can see the future, right? Yeah, let's go with Christian Bale. Equilibrium. In a future where freedom is outlawed, outlaws will become heroes. In a dystopian future, a totalitarian regime maintains peace by subduing the populace with a drug, and displays of emotion are perishable by death. Oh, this isn't the one where they can see the future. That's the Minority Report. That's Minority Report. This is a different one. My bad. I was confusing these two films. A man in charge of enforcing the law rises to overthrow the system. Yeah, so this is the one where everyone takes medication to keep their emotions turned off. Christian Bale is one of those ones. I'm pretty sure he finds out his partner is not concealing his emotions anymore. And yeah, his partner like gets arrested and murdered and, you know, taken away. And then he starts to slowly stop taking his medication as well and starts actually feeling feelings and realizes this is what life is all about. Like, he starts to actually appreciate artwork and music, which have also become outlawed because music and, you know, anything artistic can cause emotion in people. So they've outlawed it and banned it and just started banning it. The Gun Kata movie, yeah, they invented a martial art called Gun Kata, which kind of influenced the kind of shit that like John Wick does nowadays in his movies. But it's basically an idea of knowing exactly where you're going to shoot and when you're going to shoot. And yeah, it's like Devil May Cry gunplay kind of shit and beating the shit out of people with guns in your hand. It's awesome. It's really good. I'd give that one like a straight 4 out of 5, honestly. I really liked that one. The other one was Minority Report, where they can see things before they happen. Are these ones done by Philip K. Dick? God, I feel like every sci-fi book was secretly written by Philip K. Dick. 13 Ghosts is a moon movie that becomes an amazing one with all the ghost backstories. Dude, honestly, I agree with you. Do you mean the original or the remake? Because I actually like the remake. The 1961 I haven't seen, so I don't know if that's better. But I actually like the 13 Ghosts from 2001 that was like over the top, like silly, like exploitive, like lots of nudity and dramatic gore and stuff. Yeah, I've never seen the original one, but 13 Ghosts was a really interesting one. Misery Loves Company. Arthur and his 2 children inherit his uncle's estate, a glass house that serves as a prison to 12 ghosts. When the family, accompanied by a nanny and an attorney, enter the house, they find themselves trapped inside an evil machine designed by the devil and powered by the dead to open the eye of hell. Aided by a ghost hunter and his rival, a ghost rights activist outs to set the ghosts free, and the group must do what they can to get out of the house alive. For one thing, the term ghost rights activist is fucking hilarious to me. They deserve a right to live. They're already dead. Shit. You know what I mean? Ghost right activist sounds amazing. Although if we could exploit the dead, we totally would. Anyway, the ghost backstories are so cool. Yeah, they actually are. I'm glad that the person who suggested this brought this up, because yeah, each ghost has like a tragic backstory that they have, and you only get to actually properly explore a few of them. But it was really good. Like the effects were done really well back in the day. There was really scary shit. It led into like a lot of the future. Like it was a big part of Scary Movie 2, I feel like. And yeah, like the ghost goggles that let you saw ghosts and stuff were really cool. And the fact that you could be right next to a ghost that can actually murder you and not know that they're right there. Like a woman even has a bath in a bathtub right next to a ghost, not realizing it. I think that's this exact scene. Is this woman, this ghost is in the bathtub while she gets in and has a bath as well. And then it's always like, oh, is she going to murder her? She's going to kill her? It was really good. I liked it. Good, silly little horror. I'd probably give that one like a 2.5 stars as well, which again is a good fine. It's a fine one. This movie traumatized me. I saw it at an inappropriately young age. I did as well. This came out in 2001. I saw it. So yeah, I would have been 10. The ghost backstories are so cool. They genuinely are. The fast camera take was so interesting, and the creative ways to kill people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had like a scene that was like full on like video game style as well in first person. It was sick. The original movie actually worked with giving viewers special glasses to let them see ghosts on screen. So you couldn't see them without it? That's actually so cool. Who in their right mind would keep ghosts captive? There's one thing you don't want to do, it's tick off the spirits. We do all kinds of things that are probably going to kill us very quickly for the sake of quick cash. I mean, that's not too far out of the realm of reality, is all I would say. What's your favorite horror movie of all time? That's a hard one, man. See, recent horror maybe Sinister. That's weird to think about. Oh, man. Because it's hard to think about, because the first movie that I can remember that ever scared the shit out of me was the American remake of The Ring. Because I watched that when I was a kid, and I remember literally having to sleep in my parents' bedroom. So yeah, the remake of The Ring came out in 2002. So I watched that when I was like 10 or 11 as well. And I remember being so scared I couldn't sleep in my own bed for that night. But beyond that, I think Paranormal Activity was really good. The one that's like all found footage. The Conjuring was really good recently. But I think the one that still sticks with me the most is Sinister. Sinister, which released in 2012. And never ever watched the sequel. Oh, or Grave Encounters. Grave Encounters is really good too. We'll get to that one in a minute. But Sinister is definitely one of my favorite horror movies. Once you see him, nothing can save you. The Cabin in the Woods. Okay, that's... You can't argue with me. I can, because it's one of the best horror movies, but it's also one of the best comedy movies. And it's more of a comedy movie than... It's more of a comedy movie than a horror movie, let's be fair. Anyway, true crime writer Ellison Oswald is in a slump. He hasn't had a bestseller in more than 10 years and is becoming increasingly desperate for a hit. So when he discovers the existence of a snuff film showing the deaths of a family, he vows to solve the mystery. He moves his own family into the victim's house and gets to work. However, when old film footage and other clues hint at the presence of supernatural forces, Ellison learns that what's living in the house may be fatal. The Terrifier? I don't even consider The Terrifier a horror movie. That's that's like a gore movie. It's like a silly, over-the-top gore film. But yeah, no, Sinister is really good. It starts off mainly with just found footage and feeling really real. Evil Dead. Evil Dead is a similar thing. It's pure gore. But yeah, Sinister does this whole thing where the guy will continuously find like little films, snuff films, and it ends up connecting to like an evil deity who is able to come to life through the films. Like when you see them, when you start to think about him, you give him power. And it's this really cool looking monster thing. And yeah, this guy's an idiot. Like he's a crime writer who straight up moved his family into this house, hoping to get the next big hit because he's desperate for more fame and recognition. Basically throwing his family into danger. Anyway, 4.5 stars. Very good movie. What was the other one we were going to talk about? Oh, Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods is great. Cabin in the Woods. Boop. Cabin in the Woods, again, I'd consider it more of a comedy, and it's better the more horror films you've seen. The more, like, scary stuff that you've already experienced, because it plays off of horror tropes very, very well. You think you know the story. A group of teens journey to a remote cabin in the woods where their fate is unknowingly controlled by technicians as a part of a worldwide conspiracy where all horror movie cliches are revealed to be part of an elaborate sacrifice ritual. Yeah, they don't even like try to hide that shit. They're fine with it. That's the other one I was going to mention. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. That drew my attention to it. But yeah, Cabin in the Woods is really fucking good because you keep thinking it's going to stop at some point and then it keeps going. Like it introduces the ideas of the horror movie tropes and you're like, oh, that's cool. It's making a joke about the whole idea that what if every horror movie is so cliche because it's actually a big elaborate ritual and so they're all connected and they all have to happen the same way with like the two kids who have sex and then get murdered quickly, and then there's like the jock who's dumb and runs into danger head first. There's the unbeliever who just denies everything is happening. There's like the virgin, as they call her, who is like a pure innocent girl who normally survives, a scream queen who runs away. Because it's always like teenagers who go to a cabin in the woods or teenagers who get away from society or find something. But yeah, it breaks down all of those tropes and makes it into a really intricate, beautiful storyline. And it just keeps throwing things at you. It brings in like kaiju and Japanese ghost spirits and all kinds of different like spirits from different worlds and Transformers and shit. Like it just keeps going further and further. Always has to be a final girl in these types of movies. Yeah. It's always like it starts like it's always like the final girl is like, oh, she's the nice girl who really doesn't deserve to be dragged into this. All of her other friends have like some sort of flaw, but she's just a nice girl, so she should get away. And it's like, yeah, no, it's fun that they took that and put it into a film and were like, yeah, this is why they all happen the same way. This is why they're all silly. That's a 5-star film. That's a 5-star film. The only thing that I was unhappy about was that we didn't see what happened with at the ending. And like they literally make the joke about it because you see so much more than you expect you're going to see. So it's already cool enough. But one of the characters even says, man, I wish we could have seen what's going to happen. And then it just ends. And it's like, oh God, they're even making fun of that. Like you don't have a big enough budget for that. I get it, but it's funny. Anyway, Grave Encounters. Grave Encounters is up there with Sinister. It's one of my favorite horror movies. I don't know. Between Sinister and Grave Encounters, one of these is my favorite horror movie. I don't know which one. This is a solid 4.5 out of 5 too. Grave Encounters is so good. It's set up like a found footage film, so kind of like the Blair Witch Project, but I much preferred this to Blair Witch Project. They were searching for proof. They found it. A crew from a paranormal reality television show lock themselves in a haunted psychiatric hospital. They search for evidence of paranormal activity as they shoot what ends up becoming their final episode. So this one's really cool because it also plays into tropes, but it plays into tropes of like the found footage. Well, not even found. It plays into the tropes of the paranormal investigator thing. So like long before paranormal investigations became like a YouTube thing where like YouTubers go out to haunted houses and record things and sometimes do some edits and stuff. Like there was a big push in like the early 2000s where they were like big budget TV shows would have like paranormal investigators go to haunted places and there would always be some psychic medium who would be there and always do the same kind of things of like, oh, I'm hearing a spirit. Spirit, will you speak to me? Oh, they're very sad. Oh, there's so much hate left in this house. Can you tell me your name? I'm getting a Margaret? Margaret. There was a Margaret who lost their life here. It was that kind of shit. It played off of, what is the term for people that do that but actually do it in like crowds and are good at just like reading people, the mediums. Anyway, there was a lot of shows like that back in the day. And this one plays off of those kind of people. Like these guys who are the main cast are making the show, but they know that it's bullshit. Cold readings, thank you. Cold readings basically just use psychology. Like people who do cold readings straight up admit that they're not actual mediums. Because I will not say that I don't believe in mediums. I have not seen valid enough proof of a medium to believe in mediums, but I can see ghosts, so, and I have a fucking death spirit inside me, so who am I to say that mediums don't exist? But at least when it comes to people that do cold readings, they admit that they pretend to be mediums. They play off of tropes, they do research on people that are going to be in their audience before they show up in their audience, and they use like very common names and psychological readings to just read people and tell them what they want to hear. But yeah, the guys on this show, they make the show called Grave Encounters, and they know it's bullshit. Like, the main guy is hoping to actually find evidence of ghosts and make an interesting show out of it. This guy is the one that plays the medium. So he shows up and does do that exact thing of like, oh, I'm sensing great evil in this building. Oh, there's a ghost here. It's unlike anything I've ever felt. And then they're like, and cut. And he's immediately like, wow, that was good. I got chills. I almost believed me. Like he's fucking around. He's a charlatan. But yeah, they have a lot of fun with it. And basically these guys end up in a haunted asylum, which is actually a real place. The funniest thing about this movie is it sets itself up like a found footage thing, and it ends just with like geographical coordinates on it. As if to say, by the way, the asylum actually exists. The asylum is a real place that they filmed in, and you can go visit it. It's like a big place for thrill seekers and urban explorers. But yeah, really good horror film. Lots of good jump scares. Really good like atmospheric horror as well that builds over time. Basically, they go in, they're supposed to stay there for 24 hours. And then when they try to come out in the morning, they open up the door and the door just leads to a brick wall. And so they start exploring and trying to find some of the other exits, and it ends up like looping back into itself and just expanding infinitely. And they can't even like open up the windows because the windows are blocked. So they're trapped there and they can't scream. It just stays night forever, even though they spend like 72 hours just staying by the door and waiting for someone to come get them, and then realize it's never becoming daytime, and it's like terrifying. Really, really good. Gonjiam. I liked Gonjiam too. That one didn't really scare me, but it was a fun little thrill ride. Gonjiam Haunted Asylum, which is a Korean horror film. A very similar idea. I wonder if this one was actually influenced by Grave Encounters, because it's a similar thing where they take a bunch of streamers. They take a bunch of streamers who are looking to be like big popular guys, and they say, hey, we're going to go spend a night in a haunted asylum, and they all take their little cameras and they have a live stream going on, and they go into a haunted asylum trying to open this one specific door. Where I think it's if you open this one specific door at midnight, you end up dead. But yeah, really good, like cute little haunted film. 2018. Experience the horror. The crew of a horror web series travels to an abandoned asylum for a live broadcast, but they encounter much more than expected as they move deeper inside the nightmarish old building. So yeah, that doesn't give you much to the storyline, and honestly, you don't need much to the storyline. This one's good because it also, while doing the Grave Encounters thing, it plays with a much younger cast. So it's people doing a web streaming series. And it's like you have the different like tropes that you get in streamers. You have like the ones that are pretty boys. You have the ones that are like gorgeous girls that have like as much cleavage as possible without getting demonetized on show. They play into all of their different personalities and get them to slowly realize, oh, this is a real ghost. Like there are real haunted things going on and a lot of our friends are dying. Maybe we should get out of here. And of course, there's the guy sitting in the tent who's like, nah, fam. Our viewers are skyrocketing. You go further into that place right now. That one, I'd give that one a 4 stars as well for entertainment. It didn't scare me, but I had a lot of fun watching it. They were sad. We've already talked about Bridge to Terabithia, unfortunately. Halloween. Oh, I haven't actually watched some of the newer Halloween films. I've only watched some of the classic ones. So yeah, I can't really talk about Halloween Resurrection. Havoc Heaven. The door leading to brick walls and grave encounters reminded me of Skinamarink. That's a very interesting movie too. Yeah, it also reminds me of like the first video game I think that did that was PT. But since then, a lot of video games have done that whole thing of like a place that you come through maybe changed when you get back to it. Like I heard Visage does it and Madison definitely does it. And some of the Resident Evils even do it. But yeah, very good. Skinamarink. Skinamarink's a hard one for me because Skinamarink is interesting. It's a good horror movie, but I've never managed to watch it without falling asleep. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I think I'm conditioned to fall asleep during things of that atmosphere. Because Skinamarink is like VHS horror. It's two kids. In fact, yeah, let me read the synopsis. In this house, two children wake up in the middle of the night to find their father is missing and all the windows and doors in their home have vanished. So yeah, they're trapped in their house. They're just children. And when I say children, I don't mean like 15, 13. I think one of them's like 8 and one of them's like 3. So they really don't understand what's going on. Like to a 3-year-old, when all the doors and windows suddenly disappear, you're just like, huh, this is strange. Like, I think you're too young at that point to really know what's going on. And meanwhile, the older brother is old enough to know, like, this isn't right. Where are my parents? Where is the outside world? And yeah, it plays into the idea that like a demon has like kidnapped their souls essentially, and they're trapped in this house. But it's just the atmosphere of it. The atmosphere of it, there's a lot of like shots where it's just a very long shot of the children like playing games and in like a low quality classic VHS kind of recording style. And it reminds me of all the like horror things that I fall asleep to, because mainly when I fall asleep, I do it listening to creepypasta readings on YouTube. So it's got like that same kind of feel of like gentle, quiet background noise with like relaxed visuals that are supposed to be scary because you're supposed to be getting terrified of the vibe. But for me, I'm always like, oh, that's creepy. Those poor kids. That's... White noise? Yeah, exactly. It just puts me to sleep. It relaxes me too much. At some point, I really need to force myself to sit the whole way through it, but I know it's a good movie. I'll give that one a 4-star. Oh! Actually, possibly one of my Does this be... Okay, so this is a horror film that isn't pure horror. But this is one of my favorite films for sure. Oh, if I can remember the name. I Saw the TV Glow. This one's very recent, so it may just be because it's recent, but I've already watched it 3 times, even though it came out last year. I Saw the TV Glow is a really fucking cool movie. Let's see what the synopsis for this one says. But this one got me. We mentioned 3 days ago, whenever we played What Remains of Edith Finch, when we were going through Lewis's story, I mentioned that last year I was dealing with some issues of being slightly unable to differentiate reality from fantasy and feeling like disembodied and taken out of my body for a little. I was dealing with a lot of mental issues. And this movie dropped at the exact fucking right time to play on all of that messed up mentality for me. So yeah, I Saw the TV Glow. There's still time. Teenager Owen is just trying to make it through life, aren't we all, brother? In the suburbs, when his classmate Maddie introduces him to a mysterious TV show. A vision of a supernatural world beneath their own. In the pale glow of the television, Owen's view of reality begins to crack. Dissociation can be quite scary. It's absolutely terrifying. It's that and the thought of infinity, and yeah, a lot like I was having a problem with dissociation paired with suicidal thoughts and just the idea of like infinity and the idea of like we eventually all end up at the same place in like a negative way. Derealization as well, yes. So yeah, a lot of that was playing in together. And I Saw the TV Glow sums that up so well. And it does it in a very interesting way. Because one thing that I will say about this film, it also plays into gender things. Because a lot of it is based around the idea that possibly one of the characters is transgender. And is basically refusing to admit to themselves that they want to be a woman. But yeah, it plays into that, and that's not even a spoiler. They beat you over the head of that immediately. Like, the first scene is the flag colors immediately like making the child feel very calm and enjoyable and happy, and then that immediately disappears, and we throw him into like regular high school where he just doesn't feel right. He feels out of sorts. He feels out of place. But they connect that into this wild form. Like, the show that they watch is called The Pink Opaque, and it's basically Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's two young teenage girls that fight monsters. And yeah, basically this girl is completely obsessed with that show because she's dealing with her own mental issues, and she uses it as an escape from reality. She becomes convinced that these two people in the real world aren't actually in the real world, and they are the characters in the show who have been trapped in a virtual world, which is the real world they think they're living in. And so the whole film plays out as like a big allegory to like trans things being trapped in the wrong body and being forced to live a lie. But it plays out so well just as pure like horror of like, what if this whole reality was a fiction and just existing here is slowly killing you in your real reality. It plays off of that so fucking well. It has so much good music. So I would really recommend watching this one, but not if you're having issues dealing with the same kind of stuff that Lewis was dealing with, like derealization, any of that kind of stuff. Like it can really fuck with you and trigger you more in that way. But I think just because this movie came along at a time while I was dealing with that, it was like the perfect horror movie to play off of shit I was already dealing with. I want to watch some of these films, but I want to keep listening to you talk about films. I love talking about films. I also buy physical media. I buy a bunch of digital media. I actually have a collection of like digital movies, and if they ever erase them, I will be very sad. But yeah, no, I actually do pay for my collection as well. The only physical ones I have are like the Lord of the Rings extended edition Blu-rays and a couple of others. But yeah, I Saw the TV Glow is a masterclass. You'll also fall in love with the soundtrack. You watch the film and you'll end up like listening to the soundtrack on a loop as well. The music is so good. It's so, especially if you're a millennial, like it plays into millennial things a lot, and like millennial colors and like millennial growing up. Like it plays into the things that we grew up with. Like I said, the show is basically Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which was huge at our time growing up, and a lot of the other things it plays into will just like hit different if you are a millennial. Anyway, thank you for donating the allowance. By the way, Kuchan, there's a new horror movie coming out from a dog's perspective. I know, good boy. Originally, it was just going to be released like digitally, and then people loved the trailer so much that they're now releasing it in cinemas properly and giving it a full theatrical release, which is unfortunate for me because I prefer to watch things at home, but that's fine. I will wait for it. I will wait for it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to good boy. Because yeah, it's a horror film where the dog is basically trying to protect his human from monsters. It's so cool. So cool. Oculus. I love how this is slowly just evolved into a horror movie discussion. Oculus is great as well, though. Who was this by? This is by someone who went on to do a lot of good stuff. Oh shit, Mike Flanagan. No wonder. Mike Flanagan went on to do all those really good horror Netflix shows. So he did the one that was based on Edgar Allan Poe. Fuck. What else did he do? Do they have those? Do they have? Oh yeah, The Haunting of Hill House, The Fall of the House of Usher, and Midnight Mass. So yeah, those three. If you want like good horror TV series to watch, those are amazing. Haunting of Hill House is about a family that used to live in a haunted house, and then they go back to it when they're older because the house is still trying to kill them. Really fucking good, really emotional. The Fall of the House of the Usher is incredible. It's based off of an Edgar Allan book called Edgar Allan Poe story called the same thing, but it also ties in, like every family member ends up tied into a different Edgar Allan Poe story. And then they also have Midnight Mass, which is a really cool one about like a priest who comes back from visiting a mysterious area, and suddenly he starts doing midnight masses instead of doing like regular daytime blessings. But then everybody who starts going to the midnight masses suddenly becomes much healthier and much more lively and much more full of energy, and people are like, well, something weird going on, and it leans into like creepy culty religious Catholicism, but also yeah, it's really good. I won't spoil anything more than that. I didn't know he did Doctor Sleep either. I wasn't really a fan of that adaptation. He also did Gerald's Game. That's crazy. And the Life of Chuck. This one is confusing to me. Like, he's done a lot of Stephen King adaptations, huh? Oh, no, Untitled The Exorcist film. I didn't know they were doing more Exorcist stuff, too. Before I Wake was actually really good as well. Shit, Mike Flanagan, you've been around. But Gerald's Game and Dr. Sleep are both Stephen King adaptations. Anyway, Oculus, what we came here for. Ouija's good as well. He's writing a Clayface horror movie for DC. That's going to be really interesting. A horror movie based off of Clayface can go hard. Because Clayface is a character that has to deal with the fact that he basically loses his original personality as well as his collection to humanity. That could be good. Okay, anyway. Oculus. You see what you want to see. A woman tries to exonerate her brother's murder conviction by proving that the crime was committed by a supernatural phenomenon. So yeah, it's just basically this mirror. Basically this girl, while she was this girl and boy, while they were children, their whole family was killed, and the police believed that they were killed by their father, while they believed that there was an evil spirit in a mirror. This mirror in particular, which actually made their father kill the family, and that it wasn't actually his fault. She went throughout her whole life believing it and wanting to prove it, but growing up in a stable household. He was a bit too mind-fucked by the violence that went on in that house and the stuff, so he got put into a psychiatric facility. And so obviously the doctors told him, no, that's not true. Your dad was a murderer, and you've created this story about an evil magical mirror to try and protect your young, fragile mind. So he gets out of the psychiatric facility at age 18, believing that, and believing that he was just, you know, not understanding the reality of the situation and their dad murdered their mother. Whereas she truly believes that the mirror is demonic and is trying to prove it to him. So they go back to their old childhood home. She's constantly trying to prove that the mirror is evil. He's trying to tell her it's wrong. It's really fucking good. The mirror does all kinds of horrible shit, like messing with reality and fucking with the both of them. There are points when they like leave the room and then they look through the window and see that they're still in the room, and they're like, are we in the room or are we out here? Are we imagining we're out here? Or are we just imagining that we're in there and we're still... Like, yeah, it's really cool. Anyway, 4.5 stars. I didn't realize that was Mike Flanagan. That's kind of crazy. Heard about that movie? It's so good. The Puppet Master. I don't think I've watched The Puppet Master. Mike Flanagan is incredible with his horror. The way he adapted Hill House is so faithful to the atmosphere of the book. Yeah, that's such nice atmosphere to it. I really wanted them to be a spin-off of The Haunting of Hill House with the woman that can see ghosts and can feel things through people's hands. I thought that was going to be a really good story. Also, lead actress is Karen Gillan, aka Amy. Yeah, Amy in Doctor Who, and also Blue Space Lady in Guardians of the Galaxy in the Marvel films. She's been in a bunch of things nowadays, but yeah, she started off in as Amy. Have you seen What's Inside? It was a good film when I watched it. What's Inside? Nebula, thank you. That's the Blue Space Lady. What's Inside? I don't remember the title of that one. It's What's Inside? 2024. Nobody's leaving the same as they came. A pre-wedding reunion. Oh, I have seen this one. This one showed up on Netflix one day, and I remember watching it and just being like, oh, this is such a cool idea, and they played it so well. Nobody is leaving the same as they came. Also phrasing. A pre-wedding reunion descends into a psychological nightmare for a group of college friends when a surprise guest arrives with a mysterious suitcase. Wow, they really don't give you anything with that synopsis. This is a 4-star. Solid 4-star. I can't believe that this was immediately released on Netflix because it was so good. I'm going to spoil it a tiny bit for you. I'm just going to set up the premise for you because I don't get why they didn't give you at least the premise of what the suitcase does. Basically, a group of friends show up together to hang out and spend some time together. The friends have had a bit of a falling out. Like, some of them aren't quite friends anymore. And the guy shows up with a suitcase, and basically anybody who's attached to it gets their minds switched with somebody else who is attached to it. So there's like all these like connecty things that they put on like their foreheads and stuff and their hands, and it switches each other's bodies. So they're all in each other's bodies. And he starts it off by pretending that they're going to play a game. Basically, they swap each other's bodies. and then they have to figure out who's in whose bodies. It becomes a guessing game, kind of like Among Us. It's a social deduction game where they're like, ooh, who is in my body? Who's in that body? And of course, because they're like a bunch of young adults, they all end up doing dumb shit. Like, oh, this is my partner in a different person's body. I wonder what that person's body would be like to have some fun with. Or, oh, this body has a strong resistance to this thing that I'm allergic to. Maybe I'll have a bunch of fun like eating cheese and not having a problem. It's just dumb shit like that. But then it spirals out of control and becomes like a proper like horror situation where they're dealing with much more. I won't spoil where it goes from there, but it's definitely worth a watch. It goes into some very interesting directions. Any non-mainstream psychological horror movie/game recommendations? We've talked about a few of them. I'm going to be honest, the dumbass, when you put me on the spot like that, I can't think of any. We've talked about a few as we've been going. Like I talked about like Grave Encounters. The one that we just talked about recently, I saw the TV Glow, is great psychological experience. For video games, I can't really think of any right now. We've been talking for so long at this point anyway. Another really good horror movie is Mother, and it's not the one people think it is. Jennifer Lawrence plays in this one. It's one of my favorite. I don't know what the other Mother is. I know the Jennifer Lawrence one. The Jennifer Lawrence one is, yeah, really good, like surreal. Is it really a horror? I don't know if it's a horror so much as it's a psychological thriller. There's another Mother movie? Mother. Oh, the Korean one. The Korean Mother one is actually pretty good as well. That one, she has... Let's see how they describe it. She'll stop at nothing. A mother living quietly with her son. One day a girl is brutally killed and the boy is charged with the murder. Now it's his mother's mission to prove him innocent. So yeah, the mother is taking care of the son. The son isn't able to explain himself properly. And so yeah, the mother is trying to prove that he's innocent because he was basically taken by the police and the police managed to coerce confession out of him. Which fucking sucks. So yeah, they're going to arrest this kid for killing somebody, even though the mother is damn sure that he didn't do it and he's just being scapegoated. But yeah, no, I know the Mother that you're talking about, the Jennifer Lawrence one too. The Korean one. Yeah, I didn't even think about the Korean one at first. I thought mainly about the Jennifer Lawrence one. The Jennifer Lawrence one is crazy. It's actually a Christian allegory. Damn, that was some underwear. Seeing is believing. A couple's relationship is tested when uninvited guests arrive at their home, disrupting their tranquil existence. So yeah, this one is a really interesting one. Jennifer Lawrence, like, it's... how to explain this without spoiling everything? You know what? I don't think I can explain it without spoiling everything, so I'm not going to explain it too much. I'm just going to say Jennifer Lawrence is trying to take care of her house. She's a housewife, a mother. She's looking after her husband and trying to just take care of the house. She's not actually a mother, which is funny enough as well. She just wants to be pregnant. But anyway, the husband is a writer and a creator, and some people show up on their doorstep and he invites them in, and then he keeps inviting more people just to stay at their house, and they keep like destroying the house and ruining everything, and she's just doing her best to keep everything together, be a nice wife, but at the same time, you know, they're destroying her house, which she's trying to keep tranquil and keep harmony of. So yeah, I wouldn't really consider that a horror movie, but it's more like a psychological thriller that fucks with you and makes you think, why is she letting this go on? Why is he doing all this crazy shit? And yeah, by the end, you start to see some of the allegories that are mixed into it, and it's like, wow, you made a movie out of that. That's crazy. They did a really good job of tying so much together. The horror of having a husband who hates you. Oh yeah. There have been some really good movies done like that recently. There's a new movie that just came out on streaming, at least, called The Werewolf. The Wolfman. I haven't watched The Wolfman yet, but I've seen that it was directed by the same director who did The Invisible Man. And The Invisible Man, like the new Invisible Man, they took it in a really nice direction about like just people not believing women when they're in abusive relationships. And then the new, like The Wolfman, they seem to be taking it into the direction of like what happens when your husband, who you loved and trusted to look after your family, suddenly turns into a monster. So it's very much, again, the director's hitting again at the idea of like a woman trapped in an abusive relationship, where just every couple of weeks, once a month, the man will turn into a different creature and start doing damage to them, which is a very good way to do an allegory for like a drunken abusive husband. So I'm very interested to see The Wolfman. I haven't seen it yet, but just watching the trailer, I was like, oh, same director as The Invisible Man, and its abused wife again. Like, this is going to be good. They did really good with The Invisible Man, so I'm looking forward to that. Paulie! I highly recommend a Polish film movie called The Law. It's a twist on the tale of the Little Mermaid. I think I might have watched that one. If it's the one I'm thinking of. The Lure. 2015. Yeah, I did watch this one. This one is wild. Two mermaid sisters who end up performing at a nightclub face cruel and bloody choices when one of them falls in love with a beautiful young man. That movie is actually really good. You did? Yeah, no. This one's really good. I won't spoil much more of it than that. I think they said enough. I mean, you can see... I mean, you can see exactly what the secret is. They don't try to hide it, like what the sisters are up to. But that one was really damn good. I think sirens and mermaids can make like really good horror, especially when it becomes the question of like, what if one actually falls in love, but their nature is to just naturally kill the men that get attracted to them. Sirens, furies, mermaids, all of that can be done really well. But yeah, The Law is really good. It reminds me of a different vampire film, actually, called Blood and Chocolate. Let's see if that's on here, if I remembered that correctly, if that's the title. Is this the one? Yeah! Wait, maybe? Was she a werewolf? I thought she was a vampire. Wait a minute. Anithi? No, apparently, yeah. Huh. She was a werewolf. What's the vampire one I'm thinking of? Maybe it's a different one than this. A young teenage werewolf is choose between honoring a family secret and love for a man. I think that is it. Well, they were definitely immortal anyway. But that one's pretty damn good as well. Anyway. I love the book Blood and Chocolate. I'm not sure if I'm thinking of something different. Have you watched 1921's Destiny? Is the movie called 1921's Destiny, or is it a movie called Destiny from 1921? 1921's Destiny. Because either way, I don't think I've seen it. Okay, so I guess it's just Destiny. I definitely haven't watched any films from 1921. Is it the one with the moon? Oh no, I have not even heard of this. The only like really classic movie I could even think of having known some knowledge about is just whatever the one was where there's the moon who gets like a rocket ship slamming into its eye. I have never heard of this. I have never seen this. Death is... Oh, it's the one where the man hangs out with Death. Is this the one where he plays a chess game with Death, or is that a different movie? Because I've definitely heard of this storyline. A young couple stays arrested in a small village. The man is abducted by Death and is sequestered behind a huge doorless, windowless wall. The woman finds a mystic entrance and is met by Death, who tells her 3 separate stories set in exotic locales, all involving circumstances similar to hers. So I'm not sure if it's the same one, but I know there's also the really classic movie about the man who tries to beat Death by playing a game of chess against him. But yeah, I didn't know this one by name whatsoever. Oh, that's a trip to the moon. Oh, okay, thank you. Suspiria is so good. Suspiria is really good. The classic, like, original Suspiria. The remake of Suspiria wasn't anywhere near as good, but the original Suspiria was really good sci-fi. Lake Mungo, really good horror too. I think we're going to stop talking now. My throat is running out of energy, and we have been going for almost 5 hours. So I think we're going to wrap up the stream pretty quickly. Have you seen God on Trial? Nah, I haven't heard of that one. Love horror movies because they're so realistic about human nature. Yeah, you can take something that's like a simple human thing and twist it into a horror scenario, because that's what it feels like for some people. Like, I saw the TV Glow does a really good job of dealing with, like, yeah, the depersonalization and the detachment from reality. Like I said, The Invisible Man does a really good job of dealing with, like, a woman who's dealing with spousal abuse. So many things like that. There are so many horror films that just play into the idea of, this is horror. This is horror in real life. This is why it's fucking terrifying. But turns it into, like, a fantastical horror situation rather than just the basic idea. Have you talked about Lord of the Rings? No, although all of them are 5 stars. I have the extended edition. That's the only physical collection of movies that I have. It's incredible. I watch it like every couple of years, even though it's like a what? 4, 8. It's like a 9 to 12 hour experience, and I don't even know exactly how long it is. But those movies are probably the best movies ever made, honestly. Even though they're not my favorite movies ever made, what I mean by them being the best movies ever made is the fact that they made them all at once and then released them one year after year after year. Before that, they were considered like an unfilmable franchise because there's just so many big battles and fantasy set pieces and shit. The music is incredible. The costumes are great. The acting is fantastic. The only thing that's kind of sad is that we never got Mr. Bombadil. Mr. Bombadil. I liked Mr. Bombadil. That's the one part of the novels that I wish was in the movies. Other than that, I think they trimmed a lot of the shit that they didn't need. But the extended edition is definitely worth watching, even for some of the more low-key stuff. Like, you see more of the world. Awesome. Thank you for this awesome stream. I missed the start of it, so I'll definitely watch the VOD. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, we talked for a long time. Atsu Sensei, and thanks for the stream. No problem. We will wrap up a little bit in the bedroom. So, I'll see you guys there. And we'll have a chiller, calm down song. That'll do perfectly. I think they show him in Amazon Rings of Power. Good. Like, good. I'm glad to hear that. Amazon Rings of Power, I gave it a go. I'll leave it there. That's all I'll say about it. Has really good costumes. Really good costumes. A lot of money invested in it. An unexpected masterpiece series is the Librarian series, like Indiana Jones, but with more magic and book smarts. I actually really do like the Librarian series. I used to watch those back when they aired on like the Sci-Fi TV channel, back when I used to watch TV. But yeah, the Librarian series is pretty good. The way you describe them is perfect. Indiana Jones with more magic and book smarts. Like, there's real magic in that world. The professors and the other like characters are really good in that. And I like that like some of the characters that you think are going to disappear keep coming back in the future. So yeah, Librarian series is pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of like Dan Brown novels, where it's like, these are silly, fun times, but they're good. Commander Cactus. I'm new here, but I just wanted to say listening to you talk about movies has been super interesting. Thank you so much for all the new recommendations. No problem. I'm glad we got to do it in the way we did. Like, at least there were like visuals on the screen and we were able to properly like jump from place to place. Sorry that there were still some advertisements on stream as well. I normally don't have an ad blocker on, but I needed an ad blocker on because some of the advertisements you get on this website without an ad blocker are just like scary. Like, they will play you whole video trailers and it's like, I'm not getting a copyright strike for you. But yeah, we still had like a couple of interesting advertisements pop on, like women in underwear and so many ones for like YouTube video and like the Marvel and DC movies. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Commander Cactus. I hope you have a lovely day and thank you for so much for donating the Feileallowance. The Da Vinci Code. Yeah. The Librarian series is very much similar to those. Let me just say, I'm amazed by how many movies you've seen, Sensei. Some of them were released even before I was born. I'm a big fan of movies, and I think that's why I'm so media literate, and not like in the I'm media literate kind of way, but just in the literally, like, people do comment on the fact that I'm able to pick up plot points very early in like movies, TV series, books. Just because I watch a lot of things, I read a lot of things, so if I notice they're paying particular attention to like something on screen, or they're paying particularly attention to like a character's emotion or a character's interaction with another character, my mind always immediately goes to, okay, why are they doing this? How is this going to come back in the storyline in the future? So yeah, I like that kind of shit. And that's why I like writing my own stories as well and trying to build in my own like Chekhov's guns and overrunning themes and stuffs. And I'm certainly not as good as the people that I enjoy, but it's fun to do that. It's fun to see the process as it comes in others. Have it, Kevin. Thank you so much for all the donations to the Feileallowance Day. I hope you're having a lovely day. This is so fun and an enjoyable first stream I had with you. Movies are nice. Movies are very nice. And yeah, I'm glad we got to just chat about movies today as well. We might do this in the future with like video games and just be like, I don't know if there's like a letterbox equivalent for video games. Because it was easy being able to just go through this and just like list out the things without worrying about like, I don't know, scary advertisements or, you know, Google flashing up things that it shouldn't flash up. So it was fun doing it this way, very visually. I'm not sure if we'd be able to do the same thing with video games. We definitely could with anime. We could go through like my anime list. Would be fun. Kirarin, Atsuku, and thank you for the stream. I finished my con crunch right on time. Time for me to crash in bed. I hope you have a lovely night and thank you so much for being here, Kirarin. The anime one could go on for hours too, because I've seen so many anime. Zigzagetti, Atsuku, I loved the stream so much. So fun, chill and cozy. Even amidst all the horror wrecks. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy some of the recommendations as well. My to watch list is so thick. Sensei and the Pupal's taste is so based. Thank you. Yeah, the Pupal's recommended a lot of good things. There were some things I hadn't heard of that sound interesting that I'm really interested in seeing in the future now. I finally got one on the watch list. What I will say is eventually I'll probably share my Letterboxd account just so that people can follow like new movies that I'm watching as I watch them and add them to the list, just so if people ever want to bring them up on stream, it'll be like, hey Sensei, I saw you saw this thing. How do you think of it? And I can be like, yeah, let's talk about that. My anime list for anime. Oh, what for TV shows? Serialized for TV shows. So nothing for video games. That's a shame. That's a shame. Yanez, I bookmarked lots of films tonight. Thank you. No problem. I hope you enjoy them. I love having a nice quiet night, either reading a book or watching a film. I do honestly prefer watching a film because it's less brain hurty, but I prefer reading books when like your eyes are tired and you actually want to get to sleep. Movies can keep you up. Oh, backlogged is Letterboxd for video games. Thank you. I might look into that later. I'm gonna save that. Backlogged. That might be a fun stream as well someday. I don't think we're going to do like one of these streams every week because we did one this week. We don't want to rush into like immediately doing a video game or anime version. But yeah, maybe like every 2 to 3 weeks we'll do something like that just to have a nice chatting conversation. Lapis lazuli. Lazuli. It would be like lazuli, so lazuli. Yeah. Lapis lazuli. You reminded me of an old friend. I think I'll stick around for a bit. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I hope you enjoy your time here and thank you so much for being here. Naween, thank you for your donation. Thank you for donating the Feileacans, and I hope you enjoyed your time today. And Fiorina. Sorry, I read that as Florina. Fiorina, Otsu for the stream and all the movie recommendations. The Gotta Watch list gets a lot longer after tonight. Yeah, good. I finally got my revenge on everyone. People have been recommending me games so much since I debuted. And since I debuted, I've been like, guys, we have a game list up until the end of September, and then we're going to play specifically horror games, and I'm going to ask for more recommendations then. But yeah, people keep recommending me new games, and so the game list just keeps growing, and I'm like, guys, chill, we'll get there. But yeah, at least I got to get you guys a little bit by just spamming movies all day today. And it hasn't been a week yet? It hasn't been a week yet. That's crazy, yeah. It's a week on Monday, so it's almost a week. It's a week since I started showing up places. I did show up for my Anime Impulse panel last week, which is what the main topic of discussion is going to be on Monday for Oshiete Kusensei. LP Cat Ears, a bit late, but congrats on your debut. The model is gorgeous, especially Feli's thighs. Thank you. Feli's thighs. Why did I zoom in then? Feli's thighs do be gorgeous, especially since he has those big old boots. Hell yeah. But yeah, probably should zoom in while we're doing the just chatting section. But thank you so much. I'm glad to be debuted. I'm glad to be here hanging out with everyone. I hope you're having a lovely day, cat ears. B-Cream! Atsuku! I usually work during streams, so being able to catch you live on the weekend is awesome. This was such a chill time, so many recommendations. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and yeah. I got to share like some of my favorite films as well as just like some random films. So I'm glad we got to just pick up recommendations from the chat and be like, oh, I've seen that one. Or sorry, I haven't seen that one. I think I've seen a lot of films, to be fair. I've watched so few movies that it's hard for me to keep up with the conversations. Today I've been focusing all along on studying whether I can see Tensei's. Okay, I don't think you can. Can you? God damn it, Rock, you kind of can. Why? Why is Rock such a good artist? I never noticed that. The damn shading and lighting. Marie Lively, thank you for donating to the allowance. Otsuku, thank you for the stream. Kuchan, I love movies. I had so much fun listening and sharing. Sensei, you're so based. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Also, I think you might be based too. Is that? No, I don't recognize. I thought that was an elf girl that I recognized. Very lively. Thank you so much for donating the allowance, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Wait, flashbacks. I can't see shit at all. Too late. Too late. It's gone. It's off screen. You can't see shit. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we play Deltarune. Last time we used the battle outfit. Maybe next time we'll use the calm outfit and we'll be full body for that one too. Thank you for the stream and some very insightful ideas while I sat here distributing cup noodles for the pupils. Aww. Thank you for looking after the pupils. They deserve it. Oh. Wee Wee. I'm just gonna warn you real quick. Please do not use that name for obvious reasons. Thank you, Rock Mama. Rock Mama's always cooking. That'll be the only thing I remember from this stream. Damn. Man, I should just do roleplay. I should just do dancing streams, honestly. I should just play music and just be like, eh. Literally jingle the keys. Oh, I'm not moving. Sorry. There we go. Just literally jingle the keys. Cheese nuggets. That's like nuggets, but wrong. Kuchan, thank you for keeping us company today. I don't know where to look if I want to watch a movie now. Also, your model is gorgeous. Thank you so much. I like it too. I feel like I'm at home. I am at home, actually. But thank you so much. I love it too. I also love that I fixed that broken mirror. I'm not sure if you can really see it because of the light coming in through the window, but it has been repaired with gold. I kintsugi that bitch. You can see it more. Oh. You'll be able to see it more if you are part of the membership, if you are part of the scholarship. Because of the scholarship, I do now actually have some things to share with you guys on the scholarship on Sunday. Tomorrow's Sunday. One of them is going to be, I did mention the fact that Chris Hakuku, who does the webtoon, I hired them to make some merchandise. Technically, I hired them for the scrapbook project, but they're going to turn them into merchandise. But yeah, I'm going to share some of the merchandise tomorrow. Obviously, not like I'm sharing the digital files. Yeah, but yeah, they're going to be releasing the merchandise on their shop sometime in the future. Damn it, Kushami. Why did I read that? Why did I comment grab that? But yeah, I'll spoil a little bit. Bedrooms. It's got to be bedrooms for Ku and Feli. So yeah, I hope you guys will enjoy that. One more, much love to the sensei and the pupils. Thank you so much. And I hope you had a wonderful day, Kirarin. Thank you so much for being here. Stuff, let's go. Yeah, some more stuff too, but we'll talk about that tomorrow on the membership. Sent one Féileacán and Cú gift membership. Thank you so much for the gifted scholarship, Jay. And why must I see this horrible creature everywhere I go? Everywhere I go is the horrible creature. Sensei, can we get the butterfly coat? Oh, like this? Unfortunately, it's not fully rigged yet. There are a few things we're still working on. In fact, I did share one of them today as well. This thing. I have, as you can see, a bit of the arm peaks. This is not fully rigged yet either. But I have a couple of extra things that are going to come out in the future. This one's not fully rigged yet either. As you can see, things just kind of slide over each other. What the bibble moment? Get out of here with the bibble. But yeah, no, we'll be able to properly wear that in the future. Who sleeps together? No, they each have a separate bedroom. Damn it. You guys saw Feli's bedroom in the debut. Because yeah, technically, I mean, we do sleep in the same bedroom, but he had a different bedroom before. It's not like he sleeps beside me. He sleeps inside me. Because he doesn't really sleep. He just kind of ceases to exist. Which is weird, because I can't do that. In fact, yeah, a little bit of lore, because people were asking me earlier. What were they asking me? There was something pre-debut that came up that I wanted to talk about. Oh, when I was talking about the fact that me and Feli can hear each other's thoughts. Like, it's like when you have an inner monologue running, we can hear those thoughts and we can kind of feel emotions. The thing is, he can feel my emotions because I actually have emotions. With him, the only time I've ever felt an emotion for him was when he saw the castle and when he eats banana cream pie. When I eat banana cream pie, I feel him feel a little bit happy. He denies it, but I damn well feel it. And the only other time I felt him feel emotion was he was a bit shocked and a little bit sad when he saw the castle. So that's the only time I've ever felt any emotion from him. But I can hear him when he's basically speaking to me in his mind. But he mainly just does that to order me around. So yeah. Khan, missed the debut in the earlier streams. I'm glad I was able to see this live. Congrats on debut. You reminded me of someone I knew with a high-pitched laugh who I would also high-pitched laugh at. Thanks for the reviews. No problem. I had fun reviewing some movies today. It was nice to talk about things. So thank you for donating the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day. And yeah, please rest well and have a lovely evening. Surely you mean the bunk bed within your ribs? No. But I don't mean it in a weird way either. Not inside me like carnally. Not inside me like I want him inside me. Inside me as in just, he's, we're sharing a body. We're both in the same body. So while I'm in control, he's technically inside of me. When he's in control, he's technically inside of me? No, I'm technically inside of him. And yeah, we can both control each other's forms, bodies, which aren't really his form. Anyway, call it what you will. Anyway, night. Thank you for donating to the Féileacans. Fun fact, Sensei. After your meet and greet, my friends and I were trying to remember your eye color for fan art, but none of us could because we were so distracted. But my eyes are so beautiful. They're worth paying attention to. They're like a light shade of gray-blue with little sparkles of yellow, green, and pink in them. It's hard to see, though. This is as far as I can go. So that's the best I can do to show you. But I think the anime version catches it very well. Basically, just imagine an opal. Slightly less shiny opal than, you know, this one or this one. But that's the general idea. It's that, but more gray-blue and just a tiny couple speckles of light. There you go. Gojo, welcome back. Bruh. Gojo's half the man that I am. He wishes. I shouldn't say that. Jujutsu Kaisen fans are scary. Your face is beautiful too, sir. Of course we'd get distracted. Aw. Damn. Now you're being all smooth. They were looking elsewhere? That's fair. I got a lot of fun parts to look at. I want to make that hip accessory so bad. You and me both. There's so many things I want to make. That's wild. None of us are looking at the opal, but sure, whatever you say. See, I don't even read Jujutsu Kaisen, but I know that. I fucking love that. Just the few people who have read Jujutsu Kaisen in chat, like, this motherfucker. Yeah, he's not half the man that I am. Cat Thistle, thank you so much for donating to the Féileacans. Loving your lore so far. I'm looking forward to when Feli's kids kick the door in to ask why it took him so long to get the milk. Yeah, he's been gone a few eons, so he has a lot to explain to them, but we'll get there. We'll get there someday. Kuchan, if I didn't love you as much as I did, I swear. Fair enough. Kind of looks like that odd cloud pearl I see once. What is a cloud pearl? That sounds cool. I mean, it's an opal, but what is a cloud pearl? Eh? When I search cloud pearl, it just brings up shoes. Like, yeah. Is it like a cloud pearl opal, maybe? No. I don't know what you mean by a cloud pearl. Sounds cool, though. Yeah, no, when I Google cloud pearl, it just brings up shoes. Eons? Eons? Eons. Yeah, he's immortal. If you guys haven't read the first post on the blog, he's literally seen the universe die and come back to life multiple times. He's eons old. I do not joke when I say eons. I'm not talking lifetimes. I'm not talking centuries. I'm not talking millennia. I mean literally eons. I mean predating the universe itself multiple times. Fairly very, very old. Very, very old. Those poor babies. Yeah. You could say that Cú versus Jojo, he'd break him in half like a Kit Kat bar. Yeah. I'd snap that twink in half. I just accidentally fumbled here a moment ago, and you don't know how happy I literally screamed at midnight here. Aw, I'm glad you liked the stream. Thank you so much for being here. It's lovely to have you. A cloud pearl like a seashell pearl. I've never heard of a seashell pearl either. Seashell pearl. Oh. Those are pretty. They're very shiny. But when I search cloud pearl, am I crazy? Yeah, no, it brings up like... It doesn't bring up any kind of stone. It just brings up like some jewelry that aren't actually pearls. It's just like costume jewelry. And then it brings up shoes. On cloud 5, pearl white, on cloud tilt. A lot of shoes for some reason. So yeah, no, I can't find it. Mother of pearl? Oh, mother of pearl. Mother of pearl? Mother of pearl I've heard of. Mother of pearl. Oh, mother of pearl cloud. That literally came up. Mother of pearl cloud is a rare high-altitude polar stratospheric cloud known for its vivid, iridescent, and sometimes luminous colors. That does... Okay, yeah. That looks like it. That is correct. Yeah, it's like a rainbow, but with a lot of gray in between all the rainbow colors. Perfect! And Mother of Pearl if I take out the cloud. Yeah, actually, yeah, that kind of color as well. Perfect, yeah. Like a light gray blue. A light gray blue. This is more of like a pure silvery kind of gray, almost white, but then with a rainbow color in it. That's gorgeous. I didn't know that's what Mother of Pearl was. I didn't realize, but that's cool. I didn't know pearls could shine almost like opals. That is very opal-like. That's gorgeous. Leave Gojo alone. Nah, I'd win. I'm also curious. Would Felly remember all interactions you have with, for example, the chat, or is he not conscious during it? He's vaguely conscious during it. He can basically turn unconscious. That's like his true superpower. I think it's part of the fact that he's had to exist for so long and even had to exist outside of time. He basically passes time along. So yeah, he's conscious. He's around. If I called for him, he would hear. Would he respond to me? Probably not. But yeah, no, he's conscious. If he wanted to snap his attention to it, he could. But he basically only shows up when dusk butterflies are around and when it's time to work. He could sleep inside you. He could. I don't think he actually does sleep, though. I think he just closes his eyes and relaxes. Different kinds of Mother of Pearl or Raiden, they have different colors. Oh, so just like opals. Because I'm probably going to play into the idea of different colors of opals for different outfits in the future. Like I would say right now, my current one is based around a very, well, not a basic opal, but like a pretty common opal. Whereas in the future, I want to do something like based around like a fire opal, one of the more dark ones surrounded by like vivid reds and blues. Yeah. Bro is eons old. He's just that tired. Is he a vampire? No, not a vampire. Although, I mean, he did give me fangs, so I don't know. He's definitely connected to fangs in some way. Also, there's someone on social media, Mochipan, that did a moth butterfly cardigan collection for you. Might be interesting for you. Maybe collab. Ooh, that's interesting. What, they like physically made them? That's cool. I won't say anything beyond that. But that is cool if they've already done like butterfly cardigans. Kusami, I'm cream banana now. Wait, what? Did you change your avatar? I don't know if I can even show that on stream, Kusami. Does Felly like it? I don't think he'd like that. Fuck. Cream. Natsume. I know that's drawn by Natsumeko too, who has done so much of my official artwork related things. So Kusami and Natsumeko working together against me right now. How dare. Missed the reviews. Did you ever get to review To Kill a Mockingbird? I did not. There's a movie version of that? That must be real classic. I did not, but I'm not really a fan of To Kill a Mockingbird. I definitely haven't ever seen the movie. I read the book like a long time ago. It didn't stick with me. A lot of the classic literature they make you read in school doesn't stick with me. It doesn't like, it's not something that I really like. I quite liked, Of Mice and Men. Of Mice and Men really stuck with me. I liked the message behind that one. Some of the Edgar Allan Poe stuff did. Like The Pit and the Pendulum. His stuff is so like gothic and dark. It doesn't really count. And the Shakespeare stuff stuck with me. But other stuff that I read, I liked The Curious Case of the Dog in the Nighttime. They definitely made me read Pride and Prejudice and Jane Eyre, and I didn't particularly appreciate those. The Giver and the Outsiders, they didn't give me that. The Great Gatsby I read, and I wasn't too interested in. Not too good at Nabja. Not going to read that out loud. The Cask of Amontillado. No, I never heard of that. Oh, Flowers for Algernon. They didn't actually make me read that in secondary school, but I do like Flowers for Algernon. That's good. We had to read Kafka at school? That's crazy. That's advanced shit. Jekyll and Hyde. I did like Jekyll and Hyde. It's not like one of my favorite books, but I actually do like Jekyll and Hyde. I did read that in high school, secondary school. But yeah, most of the time, it ended up just a lot of Shakespeare. Of Mice and Men, I really did like, though. I also liked The Alchemist. You got to read The Alchemist at school? By Paulo Coelho. That's crazy. That's a great book. I'm not even sure. When did that come out? Because I remember first hearing about that when I was like 19. Paulo Coelho. The Alchemist. They definitely didn't have that as like a school book when I was a child. 1988. Okay. So, yeah, no. Old enough, but still, nah. Boy in the Striped Pajamas. The boy in the striped pajamas? I don't remember reading that one, but I'm sure I did. Because I'm pretty sure we read that one like in primary school. And then like the kids movie version, like the musical version that had this song that was like, I'm walking in the air. I'm walking in the midnight sun. Yeah, that version is what stuck with me more than the actual like story. 100 Years of Solitude is good. 100 Years of Solitude is fucking incredible. But yeah, definitely never had that in secondary school. To be fair, I never did English literature beyond secondary school, so not even into college. So maybe those are just more advanced ones. And no, they didn't do Animal Farming. Like, at least anyone that I knew that grew up in England, none of us have like read Animal Farm as a school book. I think that's more of an American thing. Same as like Huckleberry Finn. We didn't really read Huckleberry Finn. And I know pretty much every American kid reads Animal Farm and Huckleberry Finn. Have you seen the live action version of Flowers for Algernon? Yamapi's in there. I have. It's really cute. It's not the full story, but yeah, Flowers for Algernon is wonderful. My school reread Percy Jackson, Luciadus, Odyssey, and the other epics. Your school was advanced as shit. Holy. I mean, Percy Jackson is just a surprising one. I guess that's the... We didn't read anything like modern. No, actually, The Curious Case of the Dog in the Nighttime is modern. Let me see where that came out. Because I know we read that one because they were trying to teach people about neurodivergent children while they were children. The Curious Case of the Dog in the Nighttime. That came out in 2003? Shit, we read that pretty much as soon as it was published. I'm shocked they had us read that in school. Everything else we read in school was like, yeah, like 19XX. None of it was before 2000. Lucky? No, yeah, no. The Curious Case of the Dog in the Nighttime is actually good. Oh, and Holes. I think Holes is pretty recent too. Holes is another one we read the story of. Holes by Louis Schaeffer. Oh, that's 1998. So that's not super recent, but it's almost 2000. It's 1990s. Holes is so good. Yeah, no, Holes is really good. Holes is a very interesting story in general. Especially, I preferred the backstory to the actual ongoing story. The backstory was way better. Anne Frank? No, we never read about Anne Frank either. Did we read anything about World War II? We learned about World War II, but we didn't like... I don't remember us ever like crossing over like literacy classes with history classes. It was interesting because there's a lot of great literature like around that time. And although it wasn't actually guided reading, I did read the Chronicles of Narnia around that time, which starts around the time of like, yeah, the Blitz and all the British children having to move away from London. But yeah, simple books. We read simple books. They made us read Narnia in my school. Dude, I would have loved that. That's such a good fantasy story. One of my teachers while I was in primary school had me reading Redwall, the Redwall series with like the little like animals as like a fantasy story. That was really good. But yeah, that wasn't like school reading. That was just because I had read everything that was on the you must read this list and everything that I'd read on the classroom. And I had a really good teacher back then who was like, no, this is a very advanced student. I'll give him slightly more advanced work, and would bring in his own Redwall books for me to read, which was really sick at the time. Mao Tian, thank you, Ku-sensei. My movie list is getting as long as my Steam wish list. And now we're building up a book list. The Steam wish list, man, it never comes to an end. That is, what a nice teacher. Yeah, honestly, I still remember his name, Mr. McGillicuddy. I wonder how he's doing nowadays. He's probably dead. I'm going to be honest. But yeah, no, he was a wonderful teacher. He was one of the few that actually... like wasn't just like, you're a gifted and talented child. That means I can use you to mark other children's tests. Because I remember there were like 3 kids in my class that were like the gifted and talented class. And instead of giving us extra work, most of the teachers like in reception, year 1, year 2, year 3, they would straight up have us mark the other children's tests when we were done with our tests to like pass the time because we were already like all done and stuff. And it was like, you're the gifted and talented students, so you can do the teacher's work for you. And it was like, huh. You're not going to give us extra work and challenge us. You're just going to help us take the load off the teacher. I wish I could do that. I'd get fired for that shit nowadays. But yeah, that teacher was like the first teacher who was ever like, oh, you've read all these books. Okay, let's give you some extra work. and gave me like extra math work back then too. By the way, I picked up Never Let Me Go. Yo, I've still got that right here. How far am I? I haven't read it since I last read it. Yeah, I'm still on page 108. But yeah, Never Let Me Go is wonderful. I saw the movie forever ago and forgot the name, but it stuck with me. So I'm looking forward to reading it. Thanks for jogging my memory of it, and take care. No problem. They really build up like the mystery a bit more in the book, because in the movie they really dive into what's going on at the school. But yeah, in the book it like teases it a bit more for a lot longer. I loved reading Dune and Ender's Game in high school. I didn't read Ender's Game until I was in my young 20s, and at that point I freaking loved it. Dune, I still haven't paid too much attention to. Someday. Sensei, are you really a teacher? What kind of question is that? Of course I'm a teacher. I don't have a license with me, but I'm a licensed teacher. We were just in our classroom a few hours, literally like half an hour ago. Hello, I saw something about your voice being familiar, but then lost it and found it again, and now I'm here. Okay. Nice to meet you. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying my voice sounds familiar. Wasn't allowed to keep books at my desk because I'd read instead of doing my work. I was very bored in school. Such is the life of being a gifted and talented kid. I think that's the worst thing, is when you are like, because it's not like, haha, I was better than other children. It's just like, I was a natural auditory learner, which means that if just people told me something, I would remember it. So especially when it came to things like Greek mythology, it was like, I've watched Hercules, the cartoon. I know all of these Greek myths. It was like, you just naturally pick up things without even trying to learn. And then, yeah, you just get bored in school, and then you never learn how to actually study. And then it becomes really hard for you when you're like a teenager, because they don't push you when you're young unless you like have the money to go to like a special school. And yeah, you don't get left behind, but you're so far ahead at that point that you never really learn how to learn, if you know what I mean. I definitely did the whole like rebellious thing. Like I was fine in school right the way up until the end of secondary school. The end of secondary school, I missed a lot of school because I bunked a lot. And at the same time, I still got like perfect grades. And then I entered college, and then it got rough. I managed to fight my way through to med school, and then I pretty much like I made it to Christmas. So within about 4 months, I dropped out, because at that point, yeah, I just didn't know how to study. College was hard for me because you suddenly needed to know how to study. And then I managed to fight my way through that for 2 years. And then I was just burned out by the time I actually got to uni, and it was like, nah, I'm good. I'm out. I'm done. When I was a child, I also had to help others because our class was so big and there was just one teacher, and I always finished my task first. Yeah. They just use it as an excuse to be like, okay, well, you can grade the other children's papers since you... Like, that was the problem. You get, like, perfect scores, and they're like, oh, okay. Well, now you're becoming disruptive by not having anything to do, so I'll have you do work instead of, you know, actually challenging you in some way. Made them create a whole library out of a forgotten room at junior high because I knew the youngest ones wanted it bad. Top of the class privileges. Lucky. They didn't give a shit about me when I was a kid. It's crazy, the gap in literacy nowadays. Though I read politic heavy books like Hunger Games and Maze Runner at 10. But my sister can barely read Harry Potter at the same age. It very much depends on the kids as well. Because yeah, some of the kids in my class, my kids are all like age 9 to 10. I used to teach much younger kids, but now I teach the older ones for reasons. But yeah, nowadays... I found that there are some kids that really heavily get into reading because they spend a lot of their time online and they find their ways into, like, I know some kids that are already into fan fiction, which is freaking crazy. But yeah, there are some kids that are already browsing places they really freaking shouldn't be. But yeah, there are some kids that are writing their own fan fiction and like reading fan fiction. And meanwhile, there are kids that just have never touched a book and basically only know texting. There are kids that will be able to fully analyze like a piece of Shakespeare. And then there are kids who, even if you give them basically the answer code, like the little help sheets that you get during a test where it's like, here's the actual poem for you. And it will even tell you about a little bit about the history of the time. They still just like don't quite understand it. Like teachers have to help with that though. You have to guide it. So yeah, it's just a way of finding to get through to them. But there's always going to be a big disparity in public schools. Public schools are just like, yeah, they're underfunded for one thing. You need more teachers, you need more attention, and you need more... curriculums that are actually based around teaching the kids rather than just getting them through the next test. Because that's the problem. Most school curriculums nowadays are based around getting them through, like in primary school, it's the SATs, in secondary school, it's the GCSEs, and that's all you learn. You don't learn the things that are actually useful or like the lessons about how to learn. It's just expected that they'll either learn that at home, deal with it themselves, or they will fail. And all you really have to care about as a teacher for like a profession thing is getting them through the tests, which sucks. But yeah, it's a problem that teaching is just way too underfunded for things to actually be specialized like that. Anyway, Kawaii Girl 86. I was one of the first kids to actually learn how to read. Like, the teachers just thought I memorized books rather than picking up the skill. That's the thing. At least, I think that's the problem as well. There's a big difference between, like, children whose parents actually have time to do that and children whose parents just don't have time to be there. There's also the fact that a lot of the children in the area that I teach, English isn't their first language. And so English analysis can be a bit of a problem when they're still young. They pick it up as they go. But yeah, there's also the fact that, yeah, different like disparity between children where like some people work like 8 hours a day and when they go home, they're completely done with it. Other people, they do like the 8-hour-a-day job and then they have a second job to pick up extra money, or they have to do like side hustles here and there, and they just don't have time to read to their children or properly develop those kinds of skills. When they do spend time with them, they're either tired or they just want to play with them and make some memories. And that's, you know, it's something that every different family has to deal with. It's, yeah, it's not something you deal with. Would you make a book ranking stream? I have so many good books to share. Probably not. People get this is the like people are fine when you have shit taste in movies or games. When you have shit taste in books, you'll find that there are people that get really up their ass about that shit. Like, I already had to defend on my debut just mentioning how much I like the writing style of Lolita and the storyline. Yet alone, like, that is bad enough, but then also just talking about the trash that I love. Like, I mentioned, what's it called? The Dresden Files today. And a lot of people were very happy with Dresden Files. But I've mentioned Dresden Files in the past and, like, my other tabloidy kind of books, like Odd Thomas and Dexter, and people will just be like, oh, so you read like a housewife? And I'm like, I read for fun. Like, I read whatever I read, and if it sticks with me, and it sticks with me, and if it gives me an emotional response, I get an emotional response. Like, you don't always have to read Lord of the Rings to enjoy fantasy. You don't always have to read, like, I don't know, classic literature prose to enjoy whatever drama. But yeah, people get really, really up their ass when it comes to books, and I don't know why. Because it's like, we want to encourage people to read, but then when people are like, reading fan fiction is fine too. There is some fan fiction that's written absolutely beautifully. And Dan May is another one where people are like, oh, are those like trashy gay Chinese novels? And it's like, they're not trashy though. Like, have you read some of them? Read some meat bun stuff. Read the first chapter of Urha and tell me that it's trash. It's written so fucking poetically. Anyway, and they don't always have to be written poetically. Sometimes you just want the storyline. Sometimes the storyline and the bare bones to get you through the storyline is enough. I still like Catherine Kerr's writing style for Hunger Games. It's very scene play-y. It very much gives you the descriptions, the basics, and hits you with the storyline. You read the storyline and love that. So, you know, different stories at different times. Meanwhile, I still can't with Stephen King. I can't with Stephen King, and I can't with J.R.R. Tolkien. They just write in such a lengthy, wordy way that I just start to fall asleep. It's really important to encourage kids to read, but also check what you give your kids. I was given adult fantasy novels at age 10. Crazy stuff in it, but I read too much for my parents to keep up. Oh, so they never knew what they were giving you. That's the problem as well with the internet nowadays. I mean, nowadays, at least we know how dangerous the internet can be, but a lot of parents just don't give a shit. Like, I watched that oh my God. I watched the documentary that just came out on Netflix that was all about that teenage girl being bullied by somebody who's catfishing her. And, like, she was being cyberbullied on her phone. And it went on for a year and a half. No, almost 2 years. And I'm not going to spoil who the culprit was. It's actually a very interesting watch if you want to watch it. But yeah, she was being bullied on her phone for like 2 straight years. And the whole way through it, like, the police officer was like, the mother would keep going into the school and say, you guys at the school aren't doing enough to deal with this. And she would call the police and say, my child is being harassed. You need to deal with this. And both the school and the police said to her, have you tried taking away her phone, or have you tried like changing her phone number? And like the entire way through it, she was like, I'm not taking away my daughter's phone. Like, children need that now. And it's like, your child is literally being told to kill herself and all kinds of other horrible things for 2 straight years. And you're just like, but I can't take away her phone. No, the school has to do something about this. The police have to do something about it. It was like, your child is dealing with emotional distress. Like, what are you doing? Sorry, that's completely unrelated to what we were actually talking about the internet being like a scary place in other ways. Yeah, no, nowadays we know like the horrors that the internet can lead to. But back then, like when I was growing up, the internet was so fresh. You had no idea some of the shit you could get up to. Like, does anyone remember was it called Livewire? The place where you would download things and it would be like full of viruses, and a lot of the things you tried to download were just like that Lazy Town clip of like, yar, har, giggle-diggy, being a pirate, it's all right to be. It's LimeWire, thank you. When you're a pirate, you're out on the sea. You are a pirate. But then a lot of it would just like be pretending it was one thing, and it would just be really hardcore and graphic adult content that would really traumatize kids if they were just like stumbling into that shit. And a lot of teenagers, like, yeah, millennials were raised on that kind of shit. Exactly, Crow13. Ku Sensei hit us with back in my day. That's actually the first way I discovered Lazy Town. Was that kind of clip. What too much date everything does to you? What, you become an old millennial? Talking about back in my day? Back in my day. Back when you had to watch anime on YouTube split into 3 parts. Oh my god. Was it 50-50 on what you would get? Yeah. So many laptops were exploded back in those days as well. Oh, thank you so much for that, Sophia Almeida, because I didn't even know the name of it. There you go. The name of the documentary, for those who want it, is Unknown Number, The High School Catfish. They're not really a catfish either. I think they used the name catfish because it was a good like clickbait term back when the news story came out. But yeah, it's based on a real news story where a girl, it started when she was 13. It went on all the way until she was almost 15, was being harassed. Her and her boyfriend and some of her other friends. And they knew it was someone close to them because it was like a stalking case as well, where they knew everything that was going on in their lives. Really fucked up. Really fucked up. And the whole tagline is like, you'll never guess who it was. And I was like, I know exactly who it was. I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't guess who it was. I was close though, but I'll talk about that some other day. Like, I'm not gonna, it's very fresh right now, so I won't spoil anything, but I watched that. I was so sure of who it was the whole way through it. And then when it was revealed, I was like, damn it. Close. I was so close. Oh my God. Anyway. Isn't this just recently added on Netflix too? Yeah. It's, I think it was added in the last few days. The only reason I came across it is because it was #1 on the Netflix most watched movies of yesterday. Cyberbullying is scary. It is. Like, it is, and there are some ways to like at least try to deal with it, but that one just blew my mind. That one blew my mind because the whole way through it, I was watching it and I was just screaming out loud, take away her phone. The people are telling her to kill herself and saying horrible, really explicit sexual things to a 13-year-old. Take away her phone. And they would not take away her phone, even though she was getting more and more like depressed and messed up in the head. And I was like, you're going into school every day shouting at the teachers as if they can do anything and talking to the police. Just take away her phone. Like, I get it. It's got to make her a bit less able to interact with her peers. But my God, would you rather her self-harm? Jesus. Lila Kieran. Back in my days, I loved watching Storytime with Shelley Duvall and borrowed the books that were featured at the library. Oh, I've never heard of that. Shelley Duvall, that's like a classic actress, right? There are too many... Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. That's not the comment grabber. Silly Kuchan. Now I broke everything. There we go. Are you a true crime enjoyer in general? I'm not normally, actually. I normally like my crimes fictional. But I've talked about the fact that I like... Oh, God, what was her name? Something Mangoes. There's a YouTuber who particularly looks into, like, true crime cases. I remember one of the big ones she did was the one based off of, well, the one that the Korean drama was based off of. Rotten Mango, thank you. Yeah, Rotten Mango. I watch Rotten Mango every now and then because the main one that I found her on was because I watched the K-drama The Glory, and she covered the case that The Glory was based off of, where a girl was like ridiculously harassed for years in school to the point of like people grabbing her arm and taking a hair straightener to it and like giving her permanent burns on her flesh, and a lot of like other kids in Korea being bullied to the point that they kill themselves, and all of it being covered up because a lot of the parents were like wealthy or held high positions, and that shit was terrifying. I've watched a couple other of the Rotten Mango ones. Like I read some things about true crime, but not often. It's mainly like the most like disturbing ones where it's just like, I'm sorry, they did what? Like I remember, I don't think it was even Rotten Mango, but there was another one where it was like a Japanese case where some teenage boys abducted a girl, did horrible things to her, and then put her body in like a cement-filled drum. And then they eventually got caught, but they didn't get properly tried because back then they had a weird loophole thing where it was like if you're under the age of 18, you didn't get like proper jail time or your identity was hidden or something. And yeah, Junko Furuta, that shit was fucking horrible. I think that was one of the reasons they actually changed that case where children couldn't properly go to jail. But it's actually a big plot point in that movie that I talked about earlier, Confessions, as well. Because the main reason the teacher decides to get revenge on the students is because she realizes even if she just outs the student in her class who killed her daughter, even if she outs them, they'll just get like a year or two in jail. Their identity will be hidden and they'll be back out and absolutely fine. So she was like, no, that's not enough of a punishment for killing my child. I'm going to punish you myself. But yeah, they changed that law, I think. Don't quote me. But yeah, scary shit. There was like a lot of things like that, because I remember that's the plot line of quite a few of the cases in like Great Teacher Onizuka and some of the other ones as well, where there were basically young teenagers that were like, well, I'm getting close to the age of 16, so I better do some of these crimes now while I can't be properly tried for them. And also, even Memories of Matsuko, my favorite movie, has something to do with that as well. That's crazy. Anyway, Yumehaya, you remember when you had to torrent K-dramas and J-dramas and it had soft subs, not hard subs, so you had to have another program for the subs? Yeah. Yeah, and you had to find ways to support the actors in original companies. It's the same thing with like Donghua in recent years, where it's like, okay, I can't support them through the legal means because it doesn't release in my country legally or with official translations. So you would find ways to support them by like buying the official merch that got like shipped out internationally. Like I would go to like my Japan store and buy all the like magazines and stuff. And it was like, haha, I'm a good fan. I remember doing that for Gaki no Tsukai. Oh, hell yeah. Gaki no Tsukai was great. It's a shame that ended, but they were too old to keep it going. But yeah, Gaki no Tsukai was amazing. I loved watching that every year. Like the 1 year, the New Year's Batsu, where they did like a 24-hour Batsu game. The actors in the Unknown Number documentary are the actual victims and criminal in the case. That's horrifying. Yeah. They have them all in there. It's crazy. Kuchan, don't snitch on yourself. I'm not snitching on yourself. Like, I only do that with things where you can't get it legally. Like, you had to do that with Donghua just a few years ago. Nowadays, Donghua is actually being translated. I love that we have, like, Bilibili. I would love if they didn't use AI for some of the translations. I've heard some of the official translations for Lord of the Mysteries are really bad. So people have, like, had to do fan translations. But yeah, no, if it has an official translation, always support the official release. Support the official release so that it can actually get paid for their shit. But a lot of the times they don't have official releases, and the fan like translations actually help support the original creators, because then you're able to be like, okay, now I can experience it in a language that I understand, and I can support the original creator by buying, like, I used to buy some of the Dan Mei novels in the original Chinese because I was like, these are amazing. I've read the fan translation. I want to support the author. Or there would like official, like the fans who fan translated them would give you advice on exactly how to buy the official chapters on the official websites like JJXWC and stuff. So you were able to support the creators as if you were reading the official version, but you just couldn't understand the official version. So you'd pay for each chapter, but then you would read them in the English fan translation. And that is a really good way to support the original while also doing that. And then I bought the official English translations as well, because it was like, okay, now I want to own them physically. And as soon as 7C started releasing them, it was like fantastic. But there were times when you just couldn't get the official versions. And yeah, if it wasn't for fan translations, like making them blow up more in the West, we probably would have never gotten like the big official translations of first the, what's their name? Moshang Tongshu. First the Moshang Tongshu stuff and then the other stuff. If that hadn't been like fan translated and it hadn't gained an international audience, then yeah, it probably would have never come international. So yeah, fan translations can help. It's just fan translations that actually try to steal from things. If you try, like most of the fan translators I've seen want to support the original, but like with the new Legends of the Lord of the Mysteries thing, it's like, well, these translations don't really work as well. So there are fan translators doing their best to do a translation that works a bit harder, that explains a bit more of the content, while also telling people, and please support the official release, because you want the official release to be supported so that it will keep being released in the future. But at the same time, yeah, you want like a good translation. And unfortunately, Crunchyroll have been doing a lot of AI translation or just bad machine translation that doesn't end up good on a couple of different series. And also I hate the fact that they don't translate a lot of like the text on the screen, which is sometimes really important for things. I believe 7 Seas also hired some of the fan translators. Yeah, they really did. They hired the fan translators, and a lot of the time they hired people that were already doing a lot of fan art for the series. Like one of my favorite artists is the artist that does, I believe they do the work for the Scum Villain. Is it? It's either I better not speak, but it's Zelda CW, and Zelda CW has done like some of the official stuff as well. But yeah, they hired a lot of fan translators when 7 Seas started hiring like people to translate the Danmei novels. So they straight up took the fan translators. They were like, you did this work. We might have to change some things. We might have to localize some things, but you guys have done the work. We want to work with you on this in the future. So yeah, it's good. It's good. Like fan translations don't always mean just pirating and stealing. Sometimes it just means this thing isn't available in my language. I want to share it with more people. And yeah, I remember like when like Danmei was at its height, but not officially being released, there were full on like guides, video guides you could watch that taught you how to buy the chapters on JJXWC and support the official artists that way while using the fan translations. The fan translators would go out of their way to do that, to say, hey, support the original author, but at the same time, here's the English translation if you want to read it, which is really cool. The AI translations for the summer that Hikaru died almost ruined the meaning of the story. They had to be called out. Yeah, that happens too often, honestly. And they get really lazy, like I said, just when it comes to like text on screen. I remember it was either link click. It was either link click or it was the King's Avatar. But one of those, I remember there was like a big cliffhanger at the end of one of the episodes where like the character gets a text message. And the final image on the episode before it turns into the credit song was the text message on the phone. And it was in Chinese. And they didn't translate it. So the episode ends with like, I'm pretty sure it was link click. I won't say that for sure, but I think I can almost remember the season 1 link click opening doing the whole like, stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it. It was like a big like cliffhanger moment. There was like a text message on screen. The message was in Chinese without an English translation. And so you were like, what does the message say? What do I need to know? Like, why is this a cliffhanger? Like, what's going on? I remember it on link click. Oh, so it did happen on link click. Okay. I was thinking, because I remember that song literally taunted you, because the end of a lot of the episodes was a cliffhanger, and then the ending song started with, stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it, why's your mind overclouded? And you would always be like, I can't stop thinking about it. God damn it. So yeah, literally, Barbara Bunn, that's exactly what I did. I got out my Google Translate, I did the image translation, held my phone up in front of the screen and had to get like a machine translation because they didn't bother to translate the text message. And it was like, man, I'm paying for this. Oh, God. Link click ruined me. Link click is a very emotional experience. It's so good, though. Overthink is the song name, too. Yeah, they knew what they were doing with that. Man, what's his name is so good. Lee Haoling. Lee Haoling, who's the director of that, he also, like back in the day, he directed like To Be Hero and To Be Heroine. He went on to direct the adaptation of Heaven Official's Blessing And then, yeah, he did Link Click and he did To Be Hero X, which are both really blown up in the West. Yeah, he's always been really good at like the cliffhangers and the emotional development that destroys you. It makes you cry your eyes out. And it's been so fun watching his development. Because like having watched To Be Hero, which was a silly little comedy series with a cute little emotional moment about a dad, and then watching To Be Heroine, which was a bit more like in-depth. It was a teenage girl who was being overly sexualized, and that was like playing into the story and being like, oh, you get more power the more of your clothes you remove. And it was like, kind of iffy, but that was the whole thing of the show, was like they wanted to lean into that and be like, yeah, this shouldn't be how a young girl gets her power. And then To Be Hero X like leans so much more into the whole idea of like social media and belief and like, oh, your true power level is just based on how much people think of you, which, you know, very much leans into the way a lot of people feel about social media nowadays, about bigger number equals better person, bigger number equals more opportunities, bigger number equals more important. To Be Hero X plays into that so well. I still haven't finished it, by the way. Please, no spoilers. I think the last bit I got up to, I can't even remember, but I think I'm about halfway through. Just let me know one thing before I continue it. Does it end well? Does it have like a proper ending, maybe? Like a proper ending? Or is it more of like a, does it end and it be like, wait for season 2? Because I think that's what I need to know the most. I'm very interested in finding out like what X's power is and if we ever go back to Nice. But yeah, don't spoil that. It hasn't ended yet. Okay, wait. Wait, like the episodes are still releasing? Or it's just like it's paused for now? Because I think it's up to like episode 16. Number go up, as it were? Yeah, number go up, as it were. We're close to the end. It's not. Oh, I didn't realize it wasn't over. Genuinely, I thought all the episodes had come out and I just wasn't sure if there was still more to release in the future, like a season 2. Ooh. I haven't seen it yet, just started watching, so I'm like 2 to 3 episodes into Link Click. Oh, good luck. The first few episodes are kind of emotional with like Emma. Oh, they get so much worse. We're up to episode 23 this Sunday. It's still oh, okay, sick. Okay, I'm very excited. I can't wait. Because I know they wanted to go through like all 10 heroes. And I was like, there's no way they're going to do this within 16 episodes. And at the point I was watching it, I'm pretty sure there were only 16 episodes out. So yeah, they must have added a lot. It's on to episode 22. I wonder if they're going to do all 10 heroes then. Have you watched Torgan Anki? I've never even heard of that one. Torgan Anki. The Dark Demon of Paradise. Nah, I've never heard of this one. Legend of the Cursed Blood. Nah. After a Momotaro assassin suddenly kills his adoptive father, Shiki vows to avenge him. But first, he must learn to control his newly awakened Oni blood. Character designs are sick. Oh, that's a new anime. Yeah, no, of the new anime... What am I actually watching? There are a few things I'm waiting to fully air to watch. Like, I watched the first several episodes of Takopi, and then I stopped watching because I was like, I can't do this week by week. It hurts me too much. I need to watch it all in one go and see how it ends. What were the other ones? Oh, the Summer Hikaru died. I'm waiting for all of that to come up to watch it. My God, Takopi. Takopi is so good. Takopi is so emotionally devastating. Last I heard, To Be Hero X Season 2 would be based on the actual hero votings. So I guess that's why they have to have the expositions for all 10 heroes. Oh, so it's gonna continue. Who's your favorite hero in To Be Hero X? Mine is Lucky Cyan. Her songs are too catchy, Your Honor. The songs are great. Let me look up the heroes again. I might have to be a basic bitch and just say that it is nice. Like the new nice. To Be Hero X. But let me see if I remember anyone who was more interesting. To Be Hero X characters. The Lucky power line is pretty cool. I'm really interested in seeing what X's actual powers are. Queen. I really like Queen. Queen's fucking cool. I've definitely seen Queen's story. I've seen the Speedy Boys story. The Speedy Boys story was kind of tragic. I like him, but I don't like him as in like he's my favorite. I like him because he's got a tragic backstory. But yeah, no, probably nice. I like him just genuinely being a nice guy. I like the whole fact that he was just like I just want to help people. It's sweet, man. It's sweet. Nice is definitely something. Oh, yeah, no. By nice, I mean, like, what was his real name? Lin Lang? Lin Lang. I like Lin Lang. I like Lin Lang. I like the second one. Lin Ling. God, I'm so bad. Lin Ling. I like Lin Ling. Lin Ling is just a sweetheart. And yeah, the way they left off his story fucks with me so hard. With, you know, Speedy Boy showing up and things happening. Do you have a favorite Seiyu? I wouldn't call them a Seiyu because I listened to the Chinese dub. But who was it? There was someone I really liked in it, but I can't remember. It wasn't any of the main heroes. I think it was one of the older male characters. It was one of the... Oh, it was the original Isol. The original Isol, I really liked his voice. He sounded really, like, masculine and gruff. I liked it. So many series to watch. I don't know if I can catch up. Yeah, I know, right? It's got to be X. Even Mamoru Miyano is voicing him. That is the perfect anime voice right there. But yeah, no, I watched the Chinese dub, the original Mandarin. I love Queen. Queen's powers are so fucking cool. It's, yeah, I love her. She's just being able to speak power into reality. And I have theories about what X's powers are, but I'll talk about those after I've watched more of the series so it doesn't look like I'm cheating. No, fuck it. I'll talk about it now. Okay, so my last thing that I finished was the Queen storyline. So I don't know anything about actual X yet, except the fact that he showed up out of nowhere. Nobody knew who he was. He absolutely destroyed Queen, and then he walked away like it was nothing and continued to be #1 hero since then. So my thought process about him, because I did also watch the original trailer he was released in. So I know, like, during the day, he's just a normal office worker, which is why nobody's ever heard of him. Here's my thought, because I know Li Haoling. I know Li Haoling as a director and as a writer. So my thoughts on X's powers are that he believes in himself so heavily that he cannot lose. My thought is he doesn't have an actual power level of like over 9,000 or whatever. He just is so solidly believing that he can overcome anything that he is #1, which would work perfectly because it also continues into the whole idea of like the best hero being like an extension of Lin Ling, where Lin Ling was like, I need to save people. But in X's case, it would be more of a thing like, I will save people because I have to save people. I don't know if that's actually going to be his storyline, but that's my thought. And it also connects into the whole like idea of Heaven Official's Blessing. Heaven Official's Blessing, I won't spoil why that connects to Heaven Official's Blessing so much, but there's the idea of like the belief of just a single person can be more powerful than anything else. And if it is just the belief of like, oh God, it would be even better if it was like his daughter or something. Wait. Shit, I like that way more now. I've just talked myself out of it. And that would connect to To Be Heroine and to Be Hero the original. If he has like a child who believes my dad is a superhero, my dad is the strongest in the world, and therefore he could just appear out of nowhere because his child believes in him so much. Fuck. That would be so Li Haoling. Okay, I think it's one of those. I really prefer the idea now of him having a child and his child just so solidly believing in him being a superhero that he cannot like lose because the child just believes, no, my dad can beat that superhero. My dad can kick Queen's ass. My dad can kick Nice and everybody else. Oh, fuck, I love that. I need to finish To Be Hero X. Anyway, those are my two theories. My #1 one is actually, I just came up with that one. I hope he's a parent. I really now hope that he's a parent. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, no, my child believes in me so solidly, it broke the hero rankings. But Queen's really hot. Yeah, but it's okay because it's a young child, so they won't be distracted by Queen's beauty. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up for now. We have been going for, oh my God, 5.5 hours. We were going to wrap this up at like the 4.5 hour mark, but we just kept going. Guys, Sensei is right. Trust me, I'm X's daughter. X is everyone's daddy. I can't say that. I haven't actually met him yet. Although I do know he was the one who gave Lucky Cyan his coin. Because, I mean, they show him flipping around a coin in the intro, and then you just see that one guy with the black hair, like, flick her a coin as he's walking by. That had to have been X. Anyway, we're heading out for the day. I hope you guys all have a lovely evening. Tomorrow is off, but tomorrow I will be dropping my schedule for the next week. And if you're part of the scholarship, there will be a membership post, with some gifts and just talking about like what the scholarship will be in the future. The scholarship isn't going to be huge, by the way. Like, I'm not going to do a ton of stuff because I am kind of... I'll explain it on the scholarship. That's not something that has to be talked about in public. But yeah, I'll be talking about that tomorrow in a post, not in a new like stream or anything. But I'll post that up there. And just, yeah, if anybody doesn't like what the scholarship is going to be, feel free to leave. I will not be offended whatsoever. But yeah. And we're going to head out for the day. Schedule will be up tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. And definitely on Monday, we're doing Oshiete o Ku Sensei. So we're doing a talk show. So yeah. Everybody have a lovely evening. As always, burn bright, my pupils, and I will catch you guys next time. Bye bye.
Walked the roads and saw the days go by before we had a chance to find a separate meaning. But I kept searching for a place, not a general direction. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back. Won't be the same as before. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. Your shoulder, let the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms, to stay like this forever, to grasp at one more day, find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. On the road I don't wanna go alone. No, through the changing weather we stay so warm. Is it really true? Then again, you always knew.
Gail Gallion. So I hope you all have a lovely evening. Feel free to hang out in their room or just head out. Sweet dreams, everybody. Bye-bye.